So in the top left, you'll see that live on YouTube button, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you the host. And so if I would just leave the stream running over that 1 hour break. So just like
Okay.
turn off your audio and video and just let it run. But I'll come back and check in, and Naomi will let me know if there's any issues with the stream.
Great. Thanks,
Cool.
Nick.
See you later.
Bye. Hey, Clara, I see you on there. Are you listening? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I was also listening to like late night TV shows. So
Can you do me a favor and text the group that their plans, their plans on concept board, some people are putting them with the ground floor at the top.
oh
And
yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Can you just send a quick heads up? Like, I don't want Tess to be fiddling with that right now since she's our first up, but everybody else, I want them to get their stuff in order.
Good. I'll text them right now. Also, I was just checking to see if like Zoom was working and everything. And I don't know if you've enabled sharing yet, but mine says I'm unable to share screen.
Cool.
Even though I'm not planning on sharing screen right now.
Thanks for the reminder. I'll put all the shares on right now. Ethan's here. Hello, Ethan. Ethan, Clara's sending out a message that applies to you as well. Put your plans on concept board in the reverse order, your ground floor at the bottom and the floors above it. Stacked. Quick minor change. Okay. Sergio's here. Hey there, Sergio.
Hey, Emily, sorry, I had my volume off.
Yeah, no worries. Howdy.
Good.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Hey, Noah.
Hi, Serge.
Hey, Tiffany.
Oh my. Okay, so let's see. We're waiting for a couple of students to jump in. And then we'll get this train rolling. Sergio, are you joining us from New Orleans or Baton Rouge this morning?
I'm in Mid-City, New Orleans.
All right. Lovely. Noah's up in DC. He's got an hour's jump on us. He's got an hour's more coffee in his body.
I'm ready to go.
Noah, do you get to, do you do reviews often, or is it sort of here and there?
It's here and there. I mean, it's there's a bunch of different schools around here, so I haven't been too deep at any one, but UVA and JMU and other places. So it's always fun.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. It's nice to see a cross cut of what's going on all around. Okay, let me count my students. 1, 2, 3. Where's my people? You guys send out the bat signal. Everybody needs to jump on in. So I don't believe I'm recording, but it is live on YouTube. So I think that's worth saying, just so we all know. There's random friends and family peeking in on what's happening. Naomi wrote something in the chat that people who joined more recently might not see, but just to let you know, she's here to share student work on the school's Instagram page. So she'll be popping in and out today and wishes everyone good luck. How are you guys holding up? There's only a few student faces on screen. Are y'all, did you make it through the last 24 hours? Just barely?
I'm here, so I guess I did.
Good. Well, I am excited to see what you all have been doing and for you to have a chance to share the work with our esteemed reviewers and just get their comments and thoughts on what you've been up to, how it could be better, how it's going well, that kind of thing. Let's see here. I may go ahead and just jump into a very quick intro so that our guests know the lay of the land. I'm doing this for a year now, and it still takes me forever to share a screen. Okay. So, can you guys see my quick little screen here? I just wanted to do a couple of introductory slides to say that today we're split into two sessions. There's a morning session with 5 students and an afternoon session with 4 students. And so, yeah, we're kicking off our morning crew. At some point mid-morning, Dean Allday is going to join us. So he may be popping in. And otherwise, it's Tiffany, Sergio, and Noah with us today. I don't know, maybe when I stop sharing screen, I'll let you guys say a couple of things about yourself, because I feel like I could introduce you, but I always forget the important bits and add stuff that's not really useful or necessary. And so yeah, I'll let you guys frame your work however you like. Just so you know, this semester, our project site is in the CBD, really close to, right over here where my hand is the CAC. And our site is on the corner that's in between the CAC and the World War II Museum back here. So visible from Lee Circle, Tivoli Circle. And also, once you get up high, there's quite nice views of the bridge and downtown and stuff like that. The program that that the students are working with was outlined by our teaching team. Irene has been leading the teaching team. But in essence, it's got 3 major parts. The biggest on the bottom is a rental office space. So think of like a co-working office space, similar to the shops at CAC. There's also meant to be dedicated spaces for Prospect, which is assumed to be the main tenant or owner of the space. And so they have a lot of offices, some gallery space, cafe, bookstore, things like that. And then there's about 30% of the building that's that of the square footage that's dedicated to service spaces like circulation, restrooms, elevators. And since this is a comprehensive studio, the students are thinking about mechanical rooms and where to put all the guts of the building and how that integrates in with the spaces and the structure in ways that that are thoughtful and don't undermine the larger ideas of the building. Or I shouldn't say don't undermine, that's negative, that work together with the larger ideas of the building. And in terms of timeline, just to give you guys an overview, the students started the semester doing a collective round of site documentation, precedent analysis. A lot of attention was paid to life safety issues this semester, so egress and circulation comes up a couple of times throughout the semester, but also they're asked to consider structural systems, mechanical systems, envelope. So they're they should have a core idea, but they're carrying it further than they typically do. And they're thinking about facade detailing and, like what size the beams are and how that works with the mechanical system and those sorts of things. And so they're not working with a structural engineer, and it's not like that level of analysis, but they are asked to do some general structural analysis. And they have had a weekend session with Tony Lamanna, an engineer out in Phoenix area. Anyway, I'm getting in the weeds. They had a DD review about 4 weeks ago. And so since then, they've been working on details and also their drawings and really kind of pulling things together in a more final way. So that's what you're going to see today. And I mention all that just to say that, the students up to now have mostly done schematic design, maybe a little bit of design development in studio. And this is the first time they're asked to do beyond that stage. And we welcome any and all comments, whether it's about like the first approach to the site or whether it's about, the material they've chosen and how they're attaching it and stuff like that. So it's all fair game. And before test starts, I was just hoping to have a moment of introductions. Tiffany, do you mind kicking us off since you're in the Zoom game a lot?
I am in the Zoom game. Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh, Tiger's blonde. I just saw that's live on YouTube. Hi. I know this group quite well because I was in the first year teaching team when they were babies, and I was on the second year teaching team in the fall. So I've had some of you, most of you, and I look forward to seeing your work. So for those of you on YouTube, my name is Tiffany Lynn. I've been at Tulane for 12 years. I typically teach in the core design studios. So this is my jam. I am ready to see some housing projects. Oh, not housing. Sorry.
Office.
The offices. Third year, integrated. It's not housing. That was yesterday. Okay. That's me.
Thanks. Noah, do you want to go next?
Sure. Hey, everybody. My name's Noah Marble. I'm an architect, Tulane graduate, longtime New Orleans resident, but now living in Washington, D.C., working with VMDO architects. And it is so awesome to see you all virtually and very excited to see the work.
Sergio?
Hey, everyone. I'm also a Tulane graduate. Noah and I actually were in school around the same time. And I've been practicing mostly in New Orleans, a little bit in Austin and Mexico City. The last 3 semesters I've been at LSU and actually just wrapped up a 3rd year studio. So this sort of program I know very well most recently. So good luck, everyone.
Well, thanks, y'all. So Tess is going to kick us off today. And I'll say right before she starts that the general format is that each student has 35 minutes in total. So they'll probably talk for 10, 15 minutes or so. And we'll have about 20 minutes or a little more to comment. And we're trying this out because last time we had about 20, 25 minutes per student and it got really rushed. So we'll see how this timetable goes. Okay. Tess is the first person up. Go ahead, Tess. I'll be timekeeper and good luck.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. My name is Tess Temple, and the driving concept of this design proposal for Prospect New Orleans is a slice that opens up the building to visitors. The site is located on the corner of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard downtown on what is currently a vacant parking lot. When visiting the site, I noticed a heavy traffic flow coming off the highway and directly past the site. I then wondered where pedestrian traffic would likely be coming from and determined that people would likely be approaching from the northwest side of the site from nearby parking lots or off the streetcar at the circle. Approaching the site 3-dimensionally, the site has some zoning restrictions. The site is located in zoning district CBD3, the Cultural Arts District, with no setback requirements and a maximum height of 75 feet. In addition, the studio is asked to maintain an access alley for trucks heading into the CAC. We're allowed to move it, but I opted to keep it where it is on the site. So Prospect New Orleans is the client for this project, and I wanted the design of their building to communicate their mission to deliver art to the city. So my goal was to make the building itself a sort of exhibition. So beginning with the bounding box of the site and then slicing the volume to lift the two pieces apart physically opens up the building to the public and creates a path of travel through which to experience the entire building. Further articulating circulation through that space, the slice is translated into a large stair that wraps up and around, offering advantageous views looking in all directions at the various points along the stair, as well as entry patios into the different floors. Expedient fire stairs and elevators are located within the central core of the building. Establishing the most public program at the ground level, there are two lobbies, with one opening up into a cafe and the other into a double height community room. The second level establishes a pattern of entry into the upper floors of patios into a lobby gallery space. And then this floor includes a combination of cell offices and open workspaces. The third level contains some more office spaces, as well as a large kitchen that services all of the office spaces in the building to encourage people across the floors to come together. The fourth floor has more cell office spaces, open workspace, and features the building's library. And the fifth floor tops off the building's office spaces and includes a large outdoor patio. The final patio concludes the movement of the stair back at the corner it begun and looks across the street. The large stair is included within the building's stormwater management plan by providing a green armature set into the railing. There's also a setback from the CAC side of the building that I chose to include that acts as a lovely courtyard space with permeable paving and pond cypresses planted. This ground plan articulates the concepts that I've already mentioned, with a key in the top right to follow as the drawings move up within the building. Moving up to the second floor office and workspaces, there's a continuing light well with some planted bamboo. And it's visible where the community room below becomes that double height space here. And then you can see where the patio opens up into some lobby entrance gallery spaces. The third level has more office spaces and continues up with the bamboo light well with some relaxing spaces nearby, and has some more office spaces as well as the kitchen that I mentioned. The fourth floor contains more office and workspaces as well as the library, and you can see where the community kitchen space below becomes double height. Lastly, the fifth floor has the largest amount of patio space to enjoy the views at the highest level, with some larger shared office spaces and open community workspaces. And here's the roof plan. And then a quick look at the circulation cores of the building, with an ADA ramp at the ground level to bring pedestrians off the street into the required 3-foot lift from the street level. And then there are also the two fire stairs that I mentioned that are in the core, as well as two elevators. The Camp Street elevation shows the opening of the slice, welcoming people into the building and showing off glimpses of the action into the interior. In addition, you can see the courtyard bordering the CAC for people to enjoy after visiting the cafe. The Andrew Higgins Boulevard elevation continues the action of the slice as the facade wraps around the building, shading the interior. Cutting into that elevation, you can see how the light well with planted bamboo connects to the first four levels of the building. In addition, the exterior stair moving up and around creates the opportunity for the community room to become that double height space. And then showing that cut in perspective demonstrates a deeper relationship to the facade and the spaces behind that cut. And then cutting into the building from the direction of the Camp Street facade, a new layer of spatial relationships is revealed. The stair at the right creates an outdoor patio that wraps around the bamboo and provides entry into the second level community workspaces. And then the third and the fourth floors are connected through that double height kitchen. This section perspective takes that same slice and puts it into the same view as the last section perspective, showing a relationship to the facade mesh, connecting stair, and the interior spaces. The structure of this building is on a 30 by 30 foot grid, beginning at the concrete foundation of the building, extending into the steel column grid, and with connecting steel girders. And then there's also a truss system in place to support the upper 3 floors, and then finish it all off with steel beams. These pieces all come together to make this wall section axon possible. The trusses help to support members laying outside of the structural grid. So then here are some of the facade connection moments highlighted, notably the planter and roof connection, as well as a typical wall detail. The first view shows the approach to the building from the direction of cars coming off the highway. From the street view, the goal of opening up and showing off the building to the public is achieved. And then here's a glimpse into what the experience of the stair would look like from that third floor patio, looking back towards the circle. The stair is more than just a path of travel, it's an opportunity to take a break from being inside and enjoy a touch of greenery and the surrounding views. And then here's looking into one of those larger shared cell office. There's room for a shared table and a couch by the window. And then here's a glimpse into what I imagine the kitchen space to look like. And then the final 5th floor patio with a flexible outdoor space. Yeah, thank you. If there's anything you want me to go back to, here's a grid layout of all the sites.
Beautiful, Tess. I'm so proud of you. That was a great presentation to kick us off of. And I'm liking this PDF sequenced presentation style instead of like scrolling around concept board. But it's nice also to have the concept board up if we want to look at your plans in detail. You know, I really appreciated the first, I guess it's slide number 11. If you can go to that, your circulation diagram. I thought that was a really effective way to both describe your formal strategy of having basically a figure that is solid with the carved public circulation that then connects to views of the city, which is this is showing. And I kind of wish there was another diagram using this as a base, but then highlighting all of the Prospect Gallery public volumes that are vertically kind of strung on that necklace. You know what I mean? Because if I don't work here, then that's going to be the majority of visitors to this building. Right? People who work there probably take the elevator, and they're not going to walk that promenade every day, unless there's somebody really interesting on the 3rd floor who happens to get coffee around 8 o'clock. Then I might just be walking on the 3rd floor terrace. But I think the public circulation versus private is a real benefit of this concept strategy. And so if we could see like that red carpet that you have going up, maybe the galleries kind of ghosted in volumes. So then, you know, on opening night of Prospect, that is the vertical red carpet, and these are the galleries that you get to look into, right? And also, I guess if you are going to make that trek up to your office, if you're going to it every day, it's a nice opportunity to have that interaction with people in those volumes. I think when you get into the later program diagrams, when you're like trying to show all the offices and kitchens and stuff, it gets a one level, maybe too detailed for the big idea. But it's really clear in your plans how you're using that promenade as a way to connect and also pinwheel these public spaces to open up the building. And I think that's probably the main challenge in office buildings, right? You're trying to get the maximum density of rentable space, but also make it not feel like everybody's just going up to their rat hole to work. Speaking from a rat hole. A really great presentation, just verbally and visually, super succinct. And I'm going to be quiet for a minute and look at your plans. I wish you all would put more on the concept board. Like I think that section across the urban section that shows your relationship to the church is super important. And your relationship to the World War II thing, which is not my favorite contemporary architecture thing in New Orleans. But
what about the canopy though?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that thing's gonna fly away with the first hurricane. It's been under construction for like 5 years. Anyway, I think that's probably the view you want to work on the most, your relationship to that World War II thing, because in the way you've cladded the proposal, it kind of looks like you're an extension of it. And I would probably vote to be independent from it and maybe highlight how you're making the church an exhibit from your really awesome second floor balcony.
Mhm.
Yeah, could you go to the axon cutaway drawing?
Yeah.
Because I think that's right on. And you've got this interesting zone that you've set up of circulation that's outdoor circulation, right? So it's not interior space, it's exterior space. And then I think there's a lot to explore there around, basically you have 100% glass clad building that then is clad 100% in scrim material, right? So I think if there's a way to think about where it might start to become more solid, just to reduce the amount of glass, but also kind of give it a little bit of relief. I think that could start to be pretty interesting, because you set up this circulation stair that wraps all the way up around the project. So from certain levels and certain vantage points, you get kind of relief from that exterior skin. I think it would be pretty interesting to think about how that skin starts to become kind of more than just like a uniform mesh around the project, and starts to take on a little bit of a life of its own, right? Because that moment that you're kind of looking through the slice has a certain quality to it, but then the rest of the floor plate is just kind of, you're looking out of a glass box through a metal screen or whatever the kind of scrim material is. So I think adding that kind of next level of development of like, what exactly is that scrim and screen, and how is it held up, and what is the kind of structural system that holds it in place, because it's going to have its own language of support, that'll start to kind of add another layer of complexity, and I think make it more solid visually, right? Which will help kind of the slice become more open. But I think I want to echo what Tiffany said. The drawings are beautiful, and there's a nice consistency between all the different types of drawings, which is awesome, right? Like your plans look well and read well, your sections look well and read well, and these axons look well and read well, and they all are in the same family to each other, right? So the overall presentation is really strong. I think the one thing that's a little bit strange to me is the diagonals, right? Because those, you have such a strong, the diagonal cross bracing, right? Because you have such a strong kind of formal box that then has this big move of the slice. And I feel like those diagonal pieces are, I think there are probably other ways to think about the structural system that don't have quite so much impact on the interior spaces of your building, right? And those feel like they're a little bit kind of in the way. But I think that's a super minor piece. I mean, it's a nicely resolved project. I guess my one comment would be to think about, how do you really make as many people as possible use that exterior stair? And I guess I'm thinking about like the new school that I think SOM did in New York, right? They had a similar thing. It was an interior stair that kind of wrapped their project, but that was actually the fire stair. So instead of having a vertical fire stair, they had a crazy wrapped, diagonal stair that was expressed on the exterior of the building, but that was the exit, right? So it was not like, you had an exit and then a second way that people could use if they wanted to. That was, the way that everyone had to use the building. I think the other question that you started to show was just the idea of kind of, universal accessibility, right? So you have kind of ramping up from grade, but then at that point, there's some people that might use the stair and other people that might use the elevators. So I think there might be an interesting diagram to kind of intersect the stair and the elevator experience, and where do those two things overlap, right? In that diagram that Tiffany pointed out, where you're kind of looking out and having the views, I think it would be interesting to think about, what do you see when you get out of the elevator? Because ultimately, a lot of people are going to have that experience as well, right? And some people won't have the stair experience, but would have the elevator experience. So if there's a way to kind of overlap those two.
Yeah, Tess, I'll echo what everyone has said. And beautiful presentation, both graphically and verbally, super clear. sort of concept and great production of work. Couple comments or questions. Do your bamboo light wells stop short of opening up to the sky?
Yes.
Do you want to talk about sort of the logic behind that?
I guess part of it was I didn't want to break into the 5th level. I wanted to keep it within the first floor. And I felt as though it was like close enough to receive enough light, and it breaks into an open exterior space at that 2nd level. So I felt like that would be efficient enough to provide enough light into that space.
All right. And then sort of related to that, you said that your rainwater collection sort of channels down through the building. You said on the rail, and so in your renderings, we see the planters sort of lining the edge of the stairs. Is that what you mean? They're like, it's a planter bed that lines the whole. So I'm just, I think what Tiffany was hinting at earlier, super clear sort of concept of how you have circulation guide your design and your like site strategy of vehicular traffic and where pedestrians comes from, I think is spot on. But I think you could have pushed it a little more internally. And so if we go back to that maybe initial circulation axon that Tiffany was looking at, like she was saying, I think it's great to start here, but then you could have had a second slide that then showed, okay, you're showing users all these views out, but then what is their actual experience within the building? So you could have shown the inner experience and the inner views. And that's where I think you got to push the light wells and the rainwater strategy to be more of an internal sort of scheme. And you could have had some of the bamboo light wells, maybe they aren't encased the whole time, and it's allowed to sort of like maybe infiltrate the building a little bit. That would have been one way to do it. And maybe the rainwater from the planters actually becomes sort of a water feature, and you actually see the water. You don't, I think if you don't tell people that that's like a strategy that you've incorporated, people will just see planters along the stairs and not sort of realize that they're being fed from this collection system.
Well, they read the monograph.
Can you go back to the axon, the sectional perspective that shows the bamboo light well doodad? I just want to just sketch something that Sergio was just saying that's pretty interesting. Like, we've been thinking about this stuff as glass, dividing the light well from the offices, and this as open because it's out in the slice area. But what he's suggesting is that you subvert that. So you make this bit the glass, just for the sake of conditioned sealing the space, but then cut all of this glass away and just let the plants kind of be like, whoa, we're hanging out in the office space, which could be pretty cool. I kind of like that subversion of the way that we've been talking about it.
Yeah, I had another thought with that too. Just I always get triggered when I see plants inside of a glass atrium, because I grew up in Miami and there's a lot of that, usually in shopping malls. Like, we have these fancy shopping malls where people don't actually shop, they just get all dressed up and promenade around. And usually there are these really incredible enclosed atrium, because everybody wants to be in air conditioning except the plants. So they put the plants in a glass thing. And so that was like growing up, my teenage relationship with gardens was that they're in glass boxes. So Tess, if you can go to your first section, your first cross section, I think there's an opportunity to rethink that yet another way. If maybe what Sergio was saying, more interaction in the working spaces. So if you pull back the enclosure maybe to here, meaning glass, because the people working in the offices every day in New Orleans are going to want air conditioning, right? But maybe they could have a little balcony. Oh yeah, it's showing up. Okay. So maybe they could have a little balcony here where they could be with the bamboo, and the bamboo can maybe be with light. So I was kind of wishing that this light well or garden, let's say, was open air all the way, and you hold back your enclosure or your air conditioning. And then maybe there is a way that your fifth floor culmination, your final roof terrace, could somehow be more adjacent to that, if not completely a part of it. Because, you know, it gets really hot here. And whenever we have a roof terrace on the fifth floor, it makes me really worried that you are going to get sunburned. I tan beautifully, but I have a lot of students who burn and family members, so it would be really nice for a nighttime, gallery event. But I think if you were to somehow allow that fifth floor outdoor situation to have some infrastructure to accommodate shading device, whether it's temporary or permanent, I think that would make it usable during the day. You know how your nose burns more than the rest of your face, and that's only like half an inch, right? You're putting us up on the fifth floor. So that's always a funny concern. If you go to that axon with the slice again, and clear that. Here, that's your roof guy, right? And I know you're trying to step down to be more contextual, but part of me thinks that that takes away from the power of your diagram and wishes that you would mark that corner, because then it's really about this void, right? And maybe it doesn't have to be solid. If it stays, maybe it could be a screen. It could be bamboo up there. It could be a trellis. It could be a temporary shading device like I was suggesting, but that's something to consider for the clarity of your diagram. Then you can have a more singular volume from which to introduce more solid or opaque panels like Noah was suggesting, so that you don't have to have so much glass and so much screen, because a solid panel, like if you had a budget cut, that would be this facade strategy, because screen is expensive and glass is really expensive. So they would say, okay, Tess, you need 30% solid panel. Where are you going to put it?
Well, I think it's also interesting to look at this section, like where is the glass line, right? Because, where's the boundary between inside and outside? Because I think, I don't know if I can actually draw on the screen. I'm not, sorry, let's see, annotate. All right, so at this point, right, I think your glass line is here, moving back. And it might be interesting to think about, we'd have to look at exactly what happens in your plan, but I almost want to say, what if your glass line was there all the way up, and you would start to have this kind of interesting semi-outdoor, indoor condition at every floor, right? That in some places is in the slice, in some places is not. Because I think that, in that relationship, you would sort of start to stretch the distance between the screen and the glass, right? And start to push that apart. Because, in some places your glass is right up against the screen, and in others your glass is pulled back from the screen, right? Kind of occupy that space. So I think, and I thought about, when are you inside and when are you outside, or when are you conditioned and when are you not? I also think that, in this drawing, you have this kind of really amazing, pathway up through the building, and then, you end up at this roof deck, and you're just kind of at the end, right? And you get a glimpse out to the city. I think in some way trying to get a view or a linkage and trying to link this kind of bamboo planter language back to the stair language, right? So I want to try to find a moment where you're up here. Now you're actually like looking down one of those planters, like back to the ground floor or something, right? And you have this kind of visual connection back to where you started, instead of just kind of this moment where you end and, all right, you're at the roof, and now they're in an office, and because all of this space is public space, right? I mean, there's nothing to stop anybody from walking all the way up to the top of your building, which I think is also another, you are pulling the street all the way up to the fifth floor, right? So I think thinking of a way to terminate that experience, which I think you had a rendering that showed kind of that moment at the end. But I'd really like to find a way to kind of, when you're up at the end of that big long processional, that's like the most powerful point, in the project, right? Like someone that's made the whole walk all the way up, and then where they where do they go? Where do they end up?
I'm being funny, but as Noah was talking, I was thinking like on, White Linen Night or the second Saturday gallery opening night, that would be a lit up kind of nighttime walk. And on every balcony, you'd get a signature cocktail. That's how you motivate people in New Orleans to walk up to the 5th floor. And if you collect all 4, cocktail bracelets, then you get to join the party upstairs.
Yeah. And then there's also, like art gallery you would go up the elevator and walk down, right? Like that would be the circulation route. If you're like LACMA in LA does that, right? So everybody you don't walk up the stairs, you walk down the stairs, or, so I think that could be another way to kind of just try to think about linking the vertical circulation, with the outdoor circulation, and like what's kind of a pathway through this project. I think thinking about the building at different times would be also interesting, because there's kind of, this thing exists in a certain way on these special event occasions, but it exists in another way kind of day to day as an office building and that kind of thing. So just thinking about the different users of the project and how it might change itself, through time. Because I think the nature of that stair becomes quite different when it's, in a big event or just as a day to day kind of office building.
All right.
How are we doing on time?
We're doing fine. I mean, we've got a few more minutes if there's more to say, but also if there's not more to say, we can keep going.
If we have a few minutes, I feel like we should talk about the details, because they were super impressive and we kind of glossed through them. And this is integrated studio. So for you all are doing this for the first time and only time, well, I mean, if you practice, it'll be the rest of your life because it's all integrated. But this is the first time you're doing it. But it's typical for these integrated reviews where we try to get you to SD really quickly so that you can learn about systems of a building. And then when we get to the final review, all the critics want to talk about is the design. Which is our job, right? And it's our instinct, because that's the exciting part. So I want to try to remember that these students had to stop design probably halfway through, or the big ideas, so that they could develop these wall sections, which they're drawing for the first time. Mm-hmm. Like, let's look at that planter, my goodness.
So I think when you get into these sections, I think what you're gonna find is the kind of line of enclosure, right? The line between indoor and outdoor becomes super important, and getting continuous insulation all the way around everything and keeping it clean is a big challenge. I also think a strategy about mechanical systems is kind of missing from this, and that is going to add a whole other layer of complexity and depth, right, to your kind of assembly of parts. So I think it would be interesting to think about like what an overlay of a mechanical system is, on top of this kind of structural section, right? Because you're going to end up, dropping your ceiling height down, 2 or 3 feet, right, to encapsulate all that mechanical system. And how does that start to read, and how does that start to approach the edge of the building? And I think that's another piece to look at.
Yeah, the strategy I think is there for sure. When you get into detailing, and it might speak to Sergio's concern that the rainwater collection and its a vertical movement that complements the public circulation path might be more evident if you were to think about this line of enclosure like Noah was saying. I'm not sure if this is inside tests. Those 2 people sitting at the table, are they inside?
Yeah, so let's do that right now. I mean, let's trace inside and outside, right? Because I think that's the line of insulation, right? So I think what I'm reading is this is inside. Is that correct? And then this is also, is this outside or inside right there? That's
Outside.
that's outside. So but this is inside, right?
Mhm.
So I think, what that starts to tell you is like all of this blue line that I drew is going to be 3 or 4 inches of insulation that you're going to have to figure out a way to continuously wrap, the difference between it's at times this is, 100-degree air and this is, 70-degree air or whatever it ends up being. Right. And so, that making that line, because I think the way your building kind of works is like that's if I extend the section over, that's your glass line right around that planter. And then there's another piece here, right? Of kind of indoor to outdoor. So I think, and I think it's totally achievable. It's just like a whole other layer of complexity on top of all the complexity you already have, right? And so I think trying to simplify where that indoor outdoor line happens would be a good thing. But I mean, your building can support, you've got enough height and enough section, I think it's just a matter of like, what, is there some kind of a ceiling cloud that's coming down, supporting all the lighting that starts to conceal all the mechanical systems, within the project, and then that kind of line of insulation all the way around. But yeah, I think it's, very interesting building section.
Yeah.
Tess. I also think that the mechanical component is sort of the lacking piece in terms of the level of detail. That looking at your planner detail section makes me wonder if you could have maybe thought of this sort of mechanical / natural ecosystem component box that kind of like straddles the circulation as well, so that it's like this integrated sort of designed mechanical box that has plants, water, air, and that it's a very clear sort of machined component that kind of goes up with the circulation. So
the other thought there would be, I know in the Middle East a lot, when they have, there's conditioned air that you've made comfortable for people, but then you're also kind of changing that air out. So, at times you have conditioned air that you no longer need on the inside of the building. I mean, it might be interesting to use that planter box and just let some of that air you've already spent energy cooling down that you don't need anymore, just semi-condition that stair or something, right? Just like start to temper it. Because I think what you'd find is like, if this is pure outside and this is pure inside, what is the nature of that space, right? And in New Orleans, like, it can be very hot, but it can also be very, comfortable in the shade when it's very hot, right? So I think, your section of your screen coming down is going to make this almost like this crazy vertical porch language, right? It's a slice on the outside, but it's got, 3 dimensions on the inside through these planters.
Yes. Crazy awesome, not crazy unachievable.
Yeah. Crazy awesome.
And I'm going to transition us, since this is our first project. So I want to encourage you to, I know you're so tired. It's always hard, but when you come, it's to grab some screen captures, you all, because we're only drawing on Zoom. So when you've had your, summer sleeping beach rest, you can come back to this and hopefully be excited that your project is so good, we want to develop it to the next level. A real project like this, Sergio and Noah will tell you, would be like probably 3 months in SD, 4 months in DD, and then 6 months in CD, right? Does that feel about right? And with a whole team of people, like, architect, project manager, and then interns and engineers figuring this out. So you're at the very first step of winning the competition with this great idea. And so we want to encourage you to think about the next step of how you would develop that wall section or that irrigation or that insulation. Not to say you didn't do a good job. It's because you did such a great job that we want to talk about those things. And that's kind of hard to get when you're in a 1 semester crunch, But I want to reiterate that for integrated studio, it's like knowing how much you don't know and having something so exciting and so powerful that you can bring it through those details and still retain the energy of the project.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great segue transition to the second project. Tess, thank you.
Good job.
Thanks, Tess. Congratulations.
Thanks, Tess.
This was fun.
And Bryce is going to be our next presenter. You ready, Bryce?
Yep, let me just share.
Bryce, are you a transfer student? I don't know you.
I am, yeah, I am.
Hello, Bryce Winter.
How are you? It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, yeah, I called my project Cultural Building Blocks because it actually started with a lecture by Richard Campanella with all the history of New Orleans and Louisiana. And there are just so many cultures that have gone into building the city that I wanted to kind of pay homage to that through the building. And because Prospect New Orleans is such a cultural and artistic, I mean, it's an art thing, but it's a very culturally based group. So I kind of wanted to go along with that flow. And the main concept of this was solid masses floating in this larger void kind of container, and each one represented a different cultural influence on New Orleans. So yeah, and then if we just go into the plans, the first floor has the gallery. It has both an enclosed area as well as a more glazed area.
Hey,
So
Bryce,
can
can you're sharing screen, right?
Yeah, I am.
You point, like when you say gallery, put your cursor over the gallery.
Oh, yes, of course.
Follow you. Okay.
So yeah, it's
Oh,
on
yeah,
this left
big
side over
sculpture.
here.
Got it.
Yep, so you have an enclosed portion over here and then a more glazed area here. So people can see in, and it can be viewed from the street as well. And then one of the other things was it's set up, you see it more in the upper floors, but it's set on a 9-square plan with the solids kind of revolving around the exterior with 2 central cores for vertical circulation on either side of the courtyard in the middle. And from that, the interior is all glazing around the courtyard, and this wall along here as well is operable kind of glass doors, so it can be opened up into the lobby. On the second floor, we have the community room as well as an event space. And then this is a spill out space for both, and it is double height. You have a little lounge area that's in proximity to the bookstore and cafe and lounge. And there's also a double height space here looking down into the gallery. Getting up onto the third floor, we get more into the working spaces. So you start to have some enclosed offices as well as meeting rooms. And then I really wanted a lot of open space that could be programmed in many different ways, depending on who wanted to use it, how they wanted to use it. They could rearrange the furniture. It could be partially a library with communal desks. It could be more of a lounge setting. But I really liked that, and I really liked how open it was as well, with this double height space and them connecting between. And then as we go up more, this is mostly enclosed, but there is still a good amount of space running around the courtyard. And I also expanded the courtyard at the upper levels, so you have a little bit of an exterior little balcony here in the middle. And you can also see more clearly now that 9-square plan with kind of a radial circulation pattern going around and certain views going out to the Ogden, the World War II Museum, and then towards the city. And then on the roof, I subtracted and shifted down one of those solid volumes to create an upper deck, which could be used as water retention. It could be a rooftop garden. Currently, this area off to the left is a garden for sure, but I figured that would be a nice space up top with great views. And then that is the roof. I wanted to emphasize that solid void relationship even more by having a glass roof, which in New Orleans acts as a greenhouse. So I have a lot of mullions, and I was picturing it to be an opaque glass as well. Let's see it. What's it right? Yeah. Getting into the perspectives, I really want to emphasize my facade, which is where that cultural element comes out. I used Grasshopper and I took different images or references to the different cultures and abstracted that into a black and white, very simple, blurred image. And then I put that into Grasshopper so that the darker portions of it rotated a brick facade more, and then the lighter portions rotated it less. And that created that solid look, but a more permeable facade that would let light into the offices, so it wasn't completely dark, even though it has glass walls along the inside. So it's connected. And I really like it. You can kind of see, especially with the computer and with the way the pixelation is, all the different swirls and patterns that come out within it. And it's kind of hard to see in this because it's so small, but I was imagining the walls behind it could have a colored underlay so that as you move around the building and your perspective towards the bricks changes, you would see different shapes come out in different colors. I tried to do that a little bit more here, but it's a lot of bricks. So it's quite time consuming. But then I also wanted to show this. This is looking at the gallery from the corner of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And I cut, they're not strategic yet because I don't have the floor plan of the gallery laid out, but they might not have to be. But I was picturing these types of windows that aren't quite exactly as you would imagine a window to be. And then you could put art pieces or sculptures framed by it from the street. And then here we have the elevations. You can see the windows behind that rotated brick facade and how the density of it changes as the patterns go on throughout. This one as well. If I remember correctly, some of the references I used were Creole architecture and a lot of the street elevations from the French Quarter. I used some Ashanti symbols from African tribes that were brought in as slaves because they built a lot of the city by hand. And another one referencing that culture as well was a lot of that symbolism shows up in the ironwork throughout the city. So I took that typical ironwork pattern and abstracted that, and that is what became the gradient for the rotation. Otherwise, the Native American headdresses often seen in Mardi Gras parades, I abstracted the pattern for that, and that's on another one. And I took the Mississippi River, and that runs down the side of one of them as well. So it's kind of fun. Yeah, my sections are much to be desired at the moment, but you can see this passage into the central courtyard from the public space on the street. This is the spill out space from the event area and community room, and it's a double height. And then off to the left, you can see over all the utilities, the ceiling is set down much further, so you have more room for mechanical systems, HVAC systems, and all that type of stuff, because I localized it all to the first floor, so it'd have to be much larger to get to the building. I have that. And then this, you can see the relationship between the interior offices with those partially glass walls. It's picturing solid space for where the desks would go and outlets and those types of things. As you go up, partially opaque glass for privacy, and then the very top would be clear for extra light to come through. And then along the top here, the mullions, since I had to incorporate structure into them, were going to be quite large. So I wanted to do something a little more interesting, and I varied their width and height as they went through to kind of create that wave pattern. And you can see here, these are the operable doors into the central courtyard. And then you have some glazing enclosed meeting rooms and very nice open workspace here. My structure was interesting to work with because if you go back to my elevations, you can see that the solids bump out from the glazing to emphasize that solid void relationship. And I didn't want the structure to be seen on the outside because then it wouldn't really look like it was floating, and setting the glazing back would kind of become irrelevant. So I set my structure back by 5 feet, as you can see in these sections as well. And so the 3 outer sides are cantilevered out. And that was fun. And then this is my wall section. You can see in this far left detail that needs a little more detail. I did something a little different with my floor system, that instead of having the regular composite deck on top of the beams, they kind of incorporated it together with, they called it a slim deck system, but pretty much an asymmetrical beam or girder with a large bottom flange that the composite deck would then rest on instead. So this one, since it's cutting through the girder, which is much deeper, you have some spacers to hold it up. And then for the glazing as well, I wanted a very seamless look. So we have the SSG, right? Kind of connection there so you don't see the mullions from the outside. And since they didn't have louvers covering them or other environmental things for solar, I used a very thick Cubis, like BISS window system that has multiple panes with different gases in between that are less heat transmissive. And then also on this wall section, you can see the variation of the bricks as they rotate up and kind of create that swirling pattern.
Bryce, is your brick exposed on the interior?
Through the windows, yes.
Can I walk between the window and the brick?
No. So yeah, you can kind of see that here. It's right up against the wall. But it does cover and go right in front of the windows. Kind of like a metal screen would, but instead it's a brick system.
Just to clarify, Bryce, the brick itself is, it's pulling apart, so there's gaps where you can just see through, right?
Yeah, so in this exploded axon section, I kind of depicted the structure of it, whereas this panel of rotated bricks goes to this wall here. And each of them has a rod running through the center of it, which is what anchors them together. And then that rod is mounted to the wall. So that vertical rod is about a little over a foot off the wall, depending on how much the bricks are rotated by, so that they don't intersect with the wall and you don't have to cut them. And it's supported by the structure of the building, but not connected as a normal facade would be.
Like a brick shish kebab.
Yeah, pretty much. And then that is what I have for this presentation. Thank you.
Bryce, can you, thanks for the presentation. Can you quickly just restate for us the connection of your brick screen facade system to your original thesis of sort of cultural or the cultural connection to the city?
So I took images that reference different cultures and put it into a grasshopper script, so that as the gradients of the image changed, so did the rotation of the brick. And that way you could have multiple different variations and kind of experiment with it. Unfortunately, an issue I ran into with that was once you bake the geometry, it baked into individual bricks. So I had quite a few thousand.
So you imagine that they would be laid individually?
Theoretically, yes.
All right. Do you know the project by Shop Architects on Mulberry Street? It must be a decade old now. I just pasted it into the chats. But they had the same concept, not as idiosyncratic as yours in terms of, sourcing inspiration for pattern and deflection, but similar in that they wanted the legibility of a brick module that then made a deflecting surface, and I think this is probably one more realistic way that the script is makes the pattern makes a mold, and you actually can cast the brick or the concrete in this case in precast panels, and then the panels are hung because those bricks are not structural, right? They're acting as a rain screen in a way. And so I think it would behoove you to panelize them in a way.
I think you need to try to build a model of this wall section.
I do have
do you have
I
a
have a
model,
model
like
of the
physical
entire
model?
building.
But I think I think what, the buildability of that screen is, and exactly like if you were going to create, a set of shop drawings to tell someone in the field how to install these bricks, like what would that even look like, right? Because it would be a very interesting, this one's at 19 degrees and this one's at 21 degrees and this one's back at 19 degrees. And, like, and then I guess, how do you know that it's installed accurately? I'm thinking of, I'll put it in the chat. There was a project that Ehrlich Architects just did where they, it's not kind of the sort of Kengo Kuma brick. He has a great project where it's sort of these vertical rods that are supporting like roof tiles, right? That sit within them. But Ehrlich had a project that I'll put in the chat that was basically, they were doing a CMU wall on a house and they wanted to have a kind of similar texture. It wasn't a kind of visual graphic. It was just a way to get some texture within an otherwise not textured wall. And if you scroll to the bottom of that, what they did is they basically just built a bunch of jigs that would tie into like someone laying a CMU wall's plumb line so that, the person fabricating the wall didn't have to do anything differently, except instead of laying the CMU blocks rectilinear, they would know which jig to use when, right? So I feel like there's a bunch of things to talk about in the screen system. Number one is the genesis of it, right? Where you kind of have taken visual artifacts of a culture and then through a technological process created a pattern or a screen that is applied to a building where the original, I guess not even original, the visual artifact that you started with isn't really visible, right, within that screen pattern. And so I guess then my question to that is, does that original image that generated it even matter, right, if it's not visible within? Because I think if you hadn't told us that, this one was the Mississippi River and that one was the Mardi Gras Indian headdress, and, I don't know that anyone would ever have understood that, right? So
Probably
I don't know if that's
one of those little hidden things that the people of Prospect, New Orleans would probably know. And it would be a fun fact about the building, but it wouldn't be immediately discernible.
Right, and I'm not making a value judgment on if that's good or bad. I'm just saying, you've kind of used these cultural objects to make an architectural graphic to fill space, right? And is it important that it's legible or not? And I think it would be good for you to have a position on that, because I think there could be a way, if it's increasing the kind of resolution of the brick screen to make it more visible than it is now, right? So is that important or not important? And then I think just the kind of buildability of it is, it's one thing to show kind of the graphic, it's another thing to show kind of how it would go together. I mean, this is almost like, you'd want to do a full scale mock-up, right? And actually try to start to build it out of bricks and see kind of what that means, right? Because I think there are projects that have achieved these kind of things. And I think the technical hurdles become just, very, very important to try to come across.
Yeah, I put 2 links in the chat as well of precedents and references that I saw this implemented in.
Yeah, nice. Those are super useful. They did the mock-up for you.
Yeah.
The bottom there. Although those are computer mock-ups. I think that's a rendering. Is that built?
Bryce, I think I'll
Don't believe
push.
it's built, but
I'll push Noah's comment about if it matters if we can read sort of the inspiration in this, and like, this is architecture and the things you're talking about, like New Orleans culture. Those are things you don't have to be told what it is. It's like you experience them, and that's that's it. So I think without it being sort of visible or understood visually or as a visual language, even within your presentation, without you talking about it, it's not clear at all that that's sort of the inspiration for the brick sort of movements. So I think even starting within the presentation, if that was like very clearly articulated graphically, how each facade has these components of local culture baked in to the design, but also ultimately to the human experience of the building. If I just see sort of a wavy brick screen, I'm not going to read that much more into it unless there's another layer of information.
Yes, I agree with that. But the overall concept and your enthusiasm for developing a unique facade system in this project, I think should be commended. And so once you win this competition, you're going to have a whole like subcommittee and cultural influence focus group team discussions about iconography and how that translates into brick pattern making. Okay, so I don't want you to be discouraged, but you should, know that that is a common issue in architecture, that the intention of the designer isn't always legible. Yeah. And sometimes that's okay. I want to zoom out, Bryce, and look at your building proposal. Because I am wondering, I think the concept of the floating brick pattern on this corner where you're kind of like the negotiator between the historic real structural brick church and this floating metal thing is a good introduction of a good contemporary architecture, I think, like a mediator almost. And I wonder how you think about the character of that courtyard in the middle, because it's really substantial, right? You have a donut building. That's your building diagram. I wish you had some diagrams. I think your teacher knows that you had some diagrams to show, because then it would tell us what, do people go in there? Are there doors? Do birds die in there? What? There's an entry level, so public. It looks very public on your ground floor plan. If you can you go to your ground floor plan? So I'm a little confused about the enclosure. It looks like you can enter two ways into that gallery, right?
No, this is not. Are you thinking about that there that you can enter this way?
Yeah.
Or are you thinking about this door and that door?
I'm just wondering where the glass is, I guess.
This is just a glazing facade.
Okay.
Viewable from the street, and then this is a more operable facade.
So
this is the front door.
Glass?
Yeah.
Oh, is this glass this glass?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's another glass here?
Just to separate the lobby and gallery.
For security, so nobody steals that geodesic thing at night. Well, it seems a little bit circuitous, because you have 1, 2, 3 kind of hallways inside, outside that are parallel and consistently public. So I might think about that. And that maybe could encourage a reconsideration of your circulation, because if you go to an upper level plan, I was concerned about how your elevators are arriving. So like we said with Tess, most people who work here at least are probably going to take that elevator, right? And it would totally not be great to be this office person with the elevator opening and closing all day. Right? So I wonder, that's a pragmatic way to say, I wonder if you could readjust your circulation components so that your elevator could maybe open onto a more defined transition or lobby or view or public something, where you can put signage and maybe a plant or maybe some breakout spaces where I can hang out with a friend while I wait for the elevator. Just wondering. It looks like you want your stair to be open to the courtyard, and your elevator maybe even have like a window where you can see people going up and down.
They
And
both
so
have, 2-hour fire rated glazing. So.
Yes, and probably you can only afford that in one place. So I think it would help the hierarchy of your proposal if one set was just, the normative fire stair. And actually it looks like it's this one, because that one doesn't have as generous of a loop-de-loop. And then this one over here on the bottom of your plan maybe is the more public one on hold opens, so it's a communicating stair if you want to go to 3 to 4 or 4 to 5 or something. And I think it would make it more special if that was the only one, because that's the one people would walk on, and the other one you need for fire safety. And maybe same comment here, that those elevators could open in a way that was not into a hallway that looked the same on every floor. That makes sense?
I think to that point about the elevators and to an earlier question about the nature of the courtyard, one of the things that wasn't really, I don't know that we understand all that well, is these spaces, which Bryce, I think that you're imagining are outdoor kind of patios that face that courtyard, right? Because the layer of glass is here, which I think is just like something you could highlight as you tell the story of the building. But it could be that they switch to where one of these spaces is an outdoor hangout space, but the other piece of the L could be indoor. Like if the glass was here and the elevator opened this way, then you're kind of in a little bit of a lobby-like setting, like Tiffany was talking about.
Yeah, and if that was enclosed, then it would provide shade to the open one underneath, and you would get some deflection in your interior facade of the courtyard in that cutaway that you said leaves something to be desired, which I thought was really astute, because knowing is half the battle. Right? Like it was just like an interior glass box again, rising 5 floors. And so I didn't even understand that to be exterior space. And that would be a great place to have your lunch, I think.
Bryce, can you go down to your ground floor one more time? I have a few really quick points to make because you've heard from me enough this semester. I don't want to be the talk.
I do need to populate the courtyard and do a bunch of stuff there.
Well, no, I think given some of the comments that these guys were making, I do think that if you imagined all of this as gallery 2, like maybe the gallery line is just here, I think that makes for a better space and a little less ambiguity. Like if you just treat all of that as gallery. And then you and I just want to make a footnote. We need to talk a little bit about like fire separation before you do your final submission.
Definitely.
But what was the other thing I wanted to say? Oh, having heard you talk a lot this semester, I know that you've got a real depth of thought and decision making that's gone into a lot of these pieces. And I feel like the storytelling aspect of your presentation needs so much more love to like do your project justice. And even if that means going back and just grabbing slides from SD or DD review, I feel like the lead in, it was crazy that you went from your axon to your plans immediately. Like you need more lead in that helps us understand how you've approached the site and what some of your ideas are. Like you even dropped your diagram you've shown since the beginning that had all the different sort of like cultural influences kind of on the box, on the, and that like, as simple as that diagram is, that just helps us or helps the first time viewers to this project understand an approach in a series of decisions. So I really encourage you to think more about the story of the building as you're telling us the technical bits. And I do think your brick screen is a nice way to resolve some of the earlier comments about how the office spaces feel too enclosed and dark. Like you're kind of having it both ways. You're giving enclosure, but allowing the bricks to pull apart and allow in light. But again, a little more storytelling will answer some of Sergio and Noah's questions about influence and process. And I think if you just kind of tell us the steps you took, then we're like, oh, that's what he was thinking. And then we can tell you whether or not there's different ways to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bryce, one of the aspects of your designs that I was kind of most intrigued with was this sort of the inner rings of the donut. And I I think that logic or sort of concept gets lost on the ground floor, which I think that's where it should be the strongest, to sort of like let you understand this is how the building's organized. So again, just if that is sort of the driving focus of how your layout is organized, pay attention to the courtyard and like what are spaces that hold people versus spaces that are just circulation. I think that is very unclear on this floor specifically for me. Also, I would maybe not for this project, but I was thinking if it would have helped to have had more of a normative brick wall component, which maybe this gallery corner is a little bit more of that, but to sort of highlight the transition to the screen and not using the brick as much of a screen, but that you have two different sort of systems. You have like brick and glass instead of the glass box with the brick screen.
Yeah, I agree. I think that setting up the datum, the understanding of relationship of brick to enclosure is critical at this ground floor. So I was trying to encourage you to make this diagram for the design, right? For your portfolio, to understand that you're going from a concept to deployment on various floors going up, that you define where is this cool brick first? Where is it? Where is it straight? Where is it deflecting? And where is it going from inside to outside? Because you have a condition here, I think that could be really cool or really confusing. Because I think in your system now, it might want to be that the brick is like this, right? And there's a break in the brick, and then you see that glass, and then you see the gallery inside. Or it could be the green that I drew underneath, that it folds in and opens. So the strategy of creating openings within your facade is important, because then you can break the rule. You got to make the rule and then break the rule, right?
Okay, I might let that be our closing thought unless anyone has anything else they want to slip in, throw in. Bryce, I do appreciate that you took on this whole like grasshopper translation piece as part of your project, because that's not something that was required, but I really like it when folks like get an idea and then really try to figure out how to make it happen. And so I commend you for taking that on. But I do want to like beef up your storytelling bits so that we all understand the beauty of your ideas.
And the drawings. But
And your plan making bits later.
yes.
Can I just
think
say, as we
it's great to love the scripting and the surface making, but if I'm on your review again next semester and your plan's not quite worked out, but you have another facade grasshopper thing, then that's going to be an issue, right?
Yeah.
Because that comes when you have designed the bones.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right.
we are going to
Thank you.
transition to Avanti next. I think this is a bad idea in the end, but early on I was trying to get Bryce to include a picture of a like an old-fashioned fruit salad suspended in Jell-O as his party diagram. Because I thought that was a really hilarious way to get the point across. All right, Avanti, you're up next.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Good.
Did you full screen mode it?
Yes, yeah, it's really lagging.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Hi, I'm Avanti, and the main aspect of this proposal for an office building and gallery space for Prospect New Orleans is a large processional gallery on the building's west facade. As Prospect New Orleans is the primary client for the proposal, the intention of the project was to keep their mission of democratizing the experience of art in mind. And as Prospect seeks to place works of art in public places around the city, the first aspect of the site, which is shown in this diagram, was to assess the pedestrian and car traffic around the area and to see how public and open to people the site was. And so The site sits at the corner at the intersection of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard, which are both heavy traffic areas as many pedestrians are coming from multiple surrounding museums and then the businesses in the central business district. But then in the further development of the project, it was kind of, Camp Street was favored for its more public nature as its longer facade on the site provided a maximum exposure to the public, and as that is the busier of the two streets. So if that southwest corner of the site where Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard intersect is kind of its most public, then the northeast corner is its most private and would be reserved in the development of the project for more service programs, while the corner would contain the entrance to prospects, galleries, as that is the most public aspect of the project. And so the main office structure of the proposal consists of 5 stories, with the first story being mainly outdoors, with the exception of a few programmed rooms. And then the prospect galleries are placed on the western facade, and the 3 first galleries are linked by an inhabitable stair. Finally, a mesh facade encases the linked exterior galleries to create the final massing of the project. And so on the first floor, the exterior program is mainly just a circulation area with some contained indoor programs such as the community area and a cafe and bookstore, and then a few meeting spaces. And then again on that eastern facade is that service corridor with a vertical core, and then along the north side of the building is another vertical core. And then the next floor is an interior space that's punctuated by smaller semi-private meeting spaces, and it consists of mainly an open office floor plan. Also on the first floor, the first prospect gallery, the entrance to that processional gallery is located, and on the second floor that continues. On the third floor, a similar concept as the second floor, the open office space is punctuated by these smaller, more semi-private areas, and then a larger event space as well, and the third prospect gallery on the north corner. And then again, that service corridor containing the vertical core. The same for the fourth floor, an open office space with 2 meeting rooms, and then a final gallery that's a more private gallery for the use of the rentable office spaces. And then finally, a similar concept for the fifth floor as well, the open office floor plan with a few spaces that are semi-private and more enclosed, and then that service corridor as well. And then some light wells were also introduced into the project to allow for some light into those larger open office spaces. So they're cut into the floor plates, and then they're offset on every floor to create a kind of stepped effect with a small green terrace beneath each light well. So the primary vertical circulation for the project is the 2 fire egress cores in the 2 opposite corners of the building, but a more experiential stair is provided by those linked galleries that connect the first 3 floors on that western facade. The project consists of a steel frame structure with 3 different structural bay sizes and concrete floor plates. Girders are brought out from the main steel structure to support those exterior gallery spaces along the facade. The bottom 3 floors of the project are going to be taller stories, so they're 15 feet 4 inches from floor to ceiling, and then the top 2, which are mainly consist of just the open office space, are going to be 11 feet and 3 inches from floor to ceiling. So on the first floor, there is the large community space that's one of the requirements for prospects for their program. And then in the bottom corner, the southwest corner, is the entrance to those prospect galleries. And you can see that stair beginning to form that leads up to the next 3 floors. 2 ramps are located on either side of the building to allow for access up into the 3 foot above grade level. There is a bookstore and cafe located here that is openable to the outdoors as well, and then 2 meeting spaces. And then along this service corridor are mechanical spaces, elevators, some receiving and delivery, bike storage, and bathrooms. So on the second floor, the configuration is for an open office space with furniture placed however the client desires. And then some meeting spaces that punctuate those areas. And the first light well is punctured through the floor plate. A larger kitchen for the prospect office spaces is located in that service corridor, as well as a little book area as well. And then the second prospect gallery is located on the western facade again. And then it can also be noted that the first gallery can be, the roof of the first gallery can be inhabitable by the people in the office spaces as well. On the third floor is the event space that is also has some access to the roof of the second prospect gallery. And then the meeting spaces and a small library as well for the program of the office. And the third prospect gallery up in the top left corner. The fourth floor, again, just open office space with some meeting areas and that inhabitable fourth balcony. And then the fifth floor as well with another balcony, and then the meeting areas and the light wells. And then this is just the proposal in the site. And you can see here that on that western facade is that mesh, maybe that mesh cage facade. And so this section cut facing to the north demonstrates those kind of cascading light wells and how that offset creates a small space that is plantable and has some plants and green space. And then that leads down into the ground floor, which is outdoors besides the small indoor programmed areas, and then that service corridor again. And you can also see here that the ceiling is dropped down in this service corridor to accommodate for some mechanical spaces. And then on the left side of the section is the cut into those prospect galleries. And we can see those stairs and elevation going up to the final gallery. In this section cut facing towards the west, again, we see those spaces punctuated by these like smaller meeting rooms and semi-private areas. And those areas should be surrounded by a polycarbonate panel. So that's kind of been depicted in section as well, as it's a bit lighter and has like a different texture as the solid concrete floor slabs. And then again, we're cutting through this light well that is cascading in one direction. And so we cut through it in the bottom through the second and third floor. And then this just highlights those light wells and shows that opportunity for some light into the project and a little bit of green space as well. And that light well in this section as well. And then in this section perspective, the other light well is cut through. This one stops at the second floor and becomes a skylight for the cafe and the bookstore, which is located on the ground floor. This is an outdoor space, and then the cafe and bookstore can become enclosed if need be. And then just some more meeting rooms that are within this open office area as well. So some of the facade assembly is depicted here. So just the idea was to kind of bolt this mesh facade with some structural poles into the concrete floor slabs, and then those are connected to each other. So there are 3 different panels, and each of the bottom 2 are the same size, and the last one is a double height. And then this detail just kind of showing the connection of the beam to the concrete floor slab and the HVAC duct that is run beside the beam. And then the glazing that's located on the other side of the beam. And then here just showing how that permeable pavement interacts with the concrete footing of the steel columns, and how the grade beam is brought above the permeable paving and the concrete. There's concrete that comes up to meet the steel so that there's not rust and water that gets into that. And then again, in this wall section axon, just a few more details about the construction and assembly. And then some ideas about how these materials might start to look when they're in the project, this kind of like translucent polycarbonate panel for those semi-private meeting rooms, and then this mesh facade as well that's offset from the glazing. And then this quick diagram as well to show just how some water might go through the light well and be received by the permeable pavement below and the components of that permeable pavement. This facade looking from Andrew Higgins Boulevard shows the south elevation. So these floor plates are brought out to provide some solar shading, and then there's glazing on all of these to allow for light into the open office areas, and then we can see looking up again into those processional gallery spaces, and then the entrance ramp as well here into the outdoor first floor. And then on this Camp Street elevation, that processional gallery, these three linked by this inhabitable stair, and then another small gallery poking out here, and then behind it, the glazing and the office and meeting spaces. And then this is just the proposal in an axonometric view, again, showing those same concepts and the light walls as well. And then this is an approach from Andrew Higgins Boulevard, looking onto the south facade, walking the approach that ramps up into the community space, and looks towards the World War II Museum. This perspective, just looking into an interior office space and also into one of those light wells that has a little planted terrace here, and that event space that consists of polycarbonate panels. And then this kind of exterior view looking into that mesh facade, and showing where those galleries poke out, and that stair goes up into each gallery and becomes a kind of like inhabitable stair and an experiential art viewing experience. And then here, looking from the third gallery down into the bottom two galleries, and this shows kind of how the ceiling of the galleries or the roof of the galleries becomes an inhabitable terrace for the occupants of the office, and then also how this is kind of that processional walk-through art that Prospect hopes to bring to people. And then finally, just some life safety calculations and diagrams for that. And that's it. Thank you.
Fabulous, Avanti. I really appreciate your thoroughness and sequencing of images to get us to understand your process and kind of build up the thinking behind the project, and having like an image to reveal each idea. I have a few thoughts for you to consider. One has to do with the gallery, so that's the overall scheme. I think it's a really rational, competent strategy for dealing with this program, to have a bar of service things in the back alley and then have a bar of public gallery circulation in the front of the building. I wonder though, if you can go to one of your floor plans, maybe the second floor plan would be a good one. I wonder if that 16 feet, or is it 12 feet? Your grid, I really appreciate the underlying grid too. Is it a 4-foot grid?
It's a 5-foot grid, yeah, sorry.
It's a 5-foot grid, okay, so you have a 15-foot gallery.
Yes.
Which feels difficult, you know, that's a very intimate size gallery. My house is 14.5, and then you have a circulation going through some of those. So I wonder if you would consider in some places like this, allowing the diagram to sometimes bump in as well as bump out. If you could take one bay or two bays, because then maybe it becomes an amenity for the people who work here. Okay, so I'm suggesting that maybe instead of your diagram being this of the public galleries, that sometimes you let it be this, or, you know, depending on where you need to be more public, that you let it deflect on the inside of the building. And maybe that could become the entry to these galleries from the offices too.
Yeah.
So that's one thought. Another similar comment is about your light wells. And I think maybe it's language too, you know, like when I think light well, I think, oh, there wasn't enough room for an actual window, or the floor plate's too deep, so the designer had to put in a light well, rather than maybe like an interior courtyard or an enclosed balcony. You know, these are like descriptors that maybe help us imagine the use of the spaces in a different way. So in your section, well, let's stay with the plan for a second since you have it here. Oh, sorry. You know, these plans, these open plans work really well for architecture offices. So it's easy for us to imagine them because we work in open studios, and most of us have worked in offices that are open floor plate because we need to talk to each other. We have big drawings. But I wonder if it was a real rental situation that you would have a tenant come in and say, well, actually, I need 20 enclosed offices, right? And what does everybody want in their office? A window. And so I think in your very efficient and rational grid, you could build in some opportunity for floors to not be completely open, because I think that's maybe less realistic than not. At the very least, they would have partitions and things.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about. And I wonder if that light well, you're calling it, could sometimes be a little bit more generous, because that's really going to be the only source of light and air for the people who work around here, right? Because the back wall is taken by the alley, and the side walls, I suppose, could become offices, but they're meeting spaces and bigger things. I wondered if your enclosed courtyard could not only be a little more generous, but also could be occupiable on some floors. I wasn't sure if that was the case. I know you had one, you have them along the gallery side, but I wonder if these people could like come out here and, you know, up on their e-cigarette or something, even though we don't do that because we're millennials. I love that you staggered it in section. Really smart way to make a small footprint perceive more generous vertically. And then if you can go to that section now, I was hoping, yeah, one of those that show your diagonal cut through the building. Yeah, this one really shows how intimate it is. So if you were going to sell this building to a client, I would show this one, not the other one where it's super skinny, right?
Yeah.
So this one, I was hoping that maybe the top one could be even more generous.
Mm-hmm.
So you could come up here and somehow, and maybe have a few of them, right, where it can come out and activate that space. And then it really becomes an amenity. It's not just a light well that gives you light because you need that to not be depressed, but it's actually a cool place to hang out. And I can say, hey, Avanti, you ready for lunch? Okay, let's go. Let's go. See you downstairs. And then I see you downstairs. So that was the other thought about the light wells. What else? You said the light wells terminated above the ceiling of the library. Can you go to that section?
Yeah.
I beg you to reconsider that, because I've seen a few of those. Miami has really bad architecture. I grew up around a lot of bad things. Because what's going to happen is you're going to have to build that glass like this.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have to drain that out. And then you have this weird pyramid thing.
Yeah.
And then water's going to go there. And then you know what? Leaves and dead birds and stuff all on top of here. Nobody's going to want to clean it because you have to call maintenance. And it's just, I don't think that's a very nice terminus for what you've carved through as an amenity in your building to end on a dirty glass ceiling. So that's something to reconsider.
Yes.
If anything, you could just say, well, library doesn't get it, and this is a second floor, amazing outdoor second floor place where I can come hang out, and this conference room or whatever gets to have a really nice, balcony with live plants that get sun and water and things, right? I think that could be okay, but probably too much pressure to be a nice ceiling and terminus, or just bring it all the way down, because I don't think you guys were so strict on density or program.
Yeah.
But really nice overall concept and development. Really great job.
Yeah, Avanti, beautiful presentation again. I would bring us, speaking on this image, one of my questions was the placement of your cafe. Knowing the CAC cafe doesn't seem to hold the tenant for very long. One of the issues there, I think, is they don't have direct access from the street. You have to go through the lobby, and they're only open CAC hours. So seeing that you kind of tucked in the cafe, I was like, oh no, it's one of those instances. But if you had a super special courtyard that, was kind of like a secret, and you really wanted to go there, I think that would make sense. So I would say bring that all the way down and make that sort of a green space. Yeah. But I will echo Tiffany's sort of questioning of your main program, which are the galleries. I feel like they're super limited. And if we go back to the plan, just to sort of see how that works. Again, super rational and logical floor plan layout, but you're giving the galleries sort of the same importance as you are your services in terms of width. Yeah. And so, and then the middle is this, like, I'm not gonna say generic, but it's like this thing that it could be whatever. And so we're just kind of maybe focusing, we can envision more the gallery component. And so it being so limited, I think this is one of those instances where when I saw your initial intro slide, I was like, oh no, the galleries are really only going to be the sliver. And so, like Tiffany was saying, you're already doing it. If you go to your section that has the shaded courtyard, or you're doing this cascading move already. So just there's different kinds of arts pieces that will be shown. Yeah. So you're not really giving the range in the space to have different sizes, different mediums.
You're saying like follow that same section, like that cascade motion with the galleries.
And it doesn't have to exactly mirror it, but you're already sort of like breaking away from like having everything be super vertical in your floor plan. But really beautiful drawings. So
thank you.
I think, could you go back to the other section for a second? The one we were looking at. I think it's right. Let's see.
Or the perspective.
The one with the kind of library, that one. Yeah. So I think part of what you're going to find as you move into practice and start to work as an architect is like part of the challenge, or I guess most of the challenge is, you'll have very strong, clear ideas, which I think this is. And I think the best architects can sort of defend those ideas from forces that are trying to constantly, simplify, and well, not that simplification is a bad thing, but you'll need to be able to, if you have a bold move like this, you're going to need to be able to defend it, right? And I can play the part of an owner or a contractor and say, like, I love the light well, I love getting the light down, but like, why wouldn't we just do our little bubble skylight up there and just have all of this be, internal space that's conditioned, and you'd still get the same amount of light, but we wouldn't have to deal with any of the water or any of that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess how would you respond to that as a question?
You mean like, so what would be different? So like instead of having it cascade, or what's the
Instead of having all of this be kind of exterior glass that is, separating conditioned space from non-conditioned, if you just put a skylight on top of this thing, then you wouldn't even necessarily need that glass, right? That could be like some kind of perforated screen, and you'd get the same amount of light coming down into the space. But this is all conditioned to the same level, right?
Right.
Yeah, and the owner gets to save $200,000.
Yeah.
And nobody's got, then these, you could still have plants. They're just, in little pots and stuff, So I'm just trying to think of,
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Miami. The Miami argument.
Defend.
Defend it.
I mean, yeah, I think the idea was originally that could become, and I guess it makes more sense in the other one where it actually does go through to the ground floor to that permeable pavement. And I thought maybe that could become a little bit of a storm water management strategy. And it probably should have been more developed in that way. But just the idea that, that could be a storm water management technique, that would be a nice experience when it does rain, or to experience the elements that way. And then to have natural just plants growing in that way as well, instead of, a prescribed in potted plants or whatever. I think that was the sentiment of those, that action.
Avanti, I think a more pragmatic argument you could make has to do with what you guys were learning about communicating spaces and fire safety. That could be a pragmatist's approach to argue the point too.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna need smoke. What are they called? Smoke handlers.
Yeah.
Smoke dampeners at every 2 floors. That would be one thing that see, the architect has to learn to kind of speak the language of whoever is gonna be amenable to that logic, right? So you would, to the life. Speaking, Noah, that life safety person wants to hear about those, cost savings and the smoke dampener things, smoke exhaust, that's what it's called. And then maybe to the renter, you want to say, well, you get to have natural light and air. You can open the, door and feel a wind, or, see the rain. And then to the client or to the owner of who's building the building, what do you say to the owner who wants to save $200,000 by putting a thing on? Take him to some terrible hotels and some terrible shopping malls where that happens. There's a skylight, and then there's this interior weird world, and the sad plants are all wilting and tiny. And that's not New Orleans, right? This is a place that characterizes our relationship with outdoors and festival and community. It's a great thing. So there's a piece of you, Avanti, I feel because I've been your teacher, and I know you want to do what's right, and you want to get the high marks, but they're going to be all different people with different standards of what the high mark is. So you can't say, oh yeah, that's a good idea, Noah, that glass hat is better. You have to say, no, I'm going to lose all these things.
And you've got to just, part of it is embracing all of the constraints as kind of design challenges, and finding ways to, to deal with all the different constraints like you're doing right now. That's why Comprehensive Studio is so awesome, because when you first start in first year, nobody's thinking about life safety or egress or any of that. You're just kind of doing whatever you want to do. And then over time, more and more things get folded in. And that's not going to stop here. It's going to continue and continue and continue your whole career, right? Where the more you know, the harder it is to kind of, I think, do things kind of truly creative, right? Without, you start to think about all the things you have to do that, my stairs have to be a third of the distance apart from this thing. And, so part of it is just finding ways to embrace those constraints, which I think you're doing here, because in practice, if things are kind of extra, right? If there's little bits sort of glued on, they have a tendency to get sort of flipped off the project through value engineering, right?
Sure. Marianne has a great metaphor for this. It's like driving, when you first start, you're adjusting your mirrors and your handles and your, but then once you know how to drive, you're just doing it. And I think when you get to practice, those things become muscles that you've developed. Your stairs can't be too close together. So you're not even going to sketch them too close together at the very first sketch. And you're going to know there needs to be at least 2 doors on every floor because you've done that before and it just becomes instinct. So I think this is really great.
Could you go back to your plan for a second?
Like a particular floor, just
Any of them, I think.
Yeah.
Not the, yeah, like any of the upper floors.
Yeah.
I think what Tiffany was saying kind of about the, I think the diagram starts out super strong, right? Where you sort of have this like, pen to work here. Oops, sorry. You have this sort of public, more public zone here, and this more kind of service zone there. And then this kind of what is happening in the middle, right? And I think early on, like one of the first diagrams you showed actually was a little bit different because this was the lightest and this was the darkest, and there was sort of a gray running in that direction.
Yeah.
And I think finding a way to reintroduce some of that to the plan would be good, because the thing that bothers me the most about your project is this stair. Whoops, sorry. This stair right here does not follow the rules. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that is a solid piece. And there are probably valid reasons for doing it, right? Because like per your diagram, it might want to be right there, but are those two separated enough? I don't know, right?
Yeah.
But I think if you sort of rethink about a little bit of this gradient idea, where this totally makes the most sense as the most public, it is kind of this corner that's exposed and you start to enter and all that is awesome. It might start to help you kind of put some of those more pesky solid elements, away in the back, or start to give some hierarchy, like a cross grain to this middle section, which is kind of the biggest piece of the project, but also the most kind of ambiguous, right? Programmatically and structurally and everything.
And actually that like stair is left over from the early phases. I think that's why it's still there, is because it was originally like an L shape kind of like service area, and then that changed. And so, yeah, I mean, it was definitely something I had thought about to begin with. And I guess, I didn't like follow through on it as well.
Well, and I would really think about like what belongs like in this bar, right? Because I think you could make an, if it's about service, then great. There's sort of, bathrooms and stairs and those kind of things that you want to stack along the edge. I think you could question things like the kitchen, right? I mean, I could see that as an element that starts to get pulled out into the center space and becomes kind of a more, a kind of destination. Because I think, you're gonna, this space is really precious, right, in your project. Because, in any building, kind of that, what you call the gross part of the building, right? The stuff that's not net program, it's not occupiable for people. It's just all the things you need to make the building work, right? All the mechanical spaces and bathrooms and stairs, that in some cases can be, 25, 30% of the total building, right? So I think, there might also be a question of like, do these two things need to be the same size, right? And if this gallery piece is starting to flex, could also this kind of private piece, start to flex and start to take over a little bit of that internal central space. But I think, the drawings look awesome. The plans look awesome. I mean, I think my one comment, do you have a slide that has all your images, like thumbnails?
What I can do really quickly, sorry, I can do this and it should show.
Yeah, that's great.
Everything.
And this shows it really well. So the limited use of color, like just having kind of the pink and the yellow and just very, I think it's really effective. And I would find ways, because like when I'm looking at this, that starts to pop even at this scale of being zoomed so far out. And I would think about like in every drawing, what is the most important thing on that drawing, and start to make it have one of those colors, right? So like on your site plan, right? I mean, I think that could start to be that same pink. So, I mean, I think that's a way to sort of bring some consistency. I mean, there's a lot of consistency here, but that's a tool that you have that you've set up for the project, that like this color signifies something very important. And that thing might be different on every drawing. Like it might be, part of your structural grid right on the structural drawing, or it might be your line of enclosure or installation or whatever that is. But I think trying to find ways to kind of keep that limited palette running through would be useful.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. On that note, I might keep us going unless Tiffany, was there something you wanted to say?
I wanted to commend view number 40. Maybe we can end on 40 real quick because I think I had so many questions until I saw that view. I was worried about southwest lighting for the galleries and their relationship and what is that zone. And so I think working that view to be a little bit more realistic would do your project well. Because also you're showing that these galleries produce a intersectional community that doesn't exist anywhere else, even especially when you're on top of the gallery looking at the next one, like to go find the next one.
Yeah.
And it's a real amenity to people who work there. So I think that's an excellent, excellent view.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Avanti, this is a view that's just happened in the last 24 hours, and I was so happy to see it. I feel like this really helps us understand the experience of that space. So thanks for doing this.
Well, I think the space that's created, I mean, I know you're kind of highlighting these galleries as moments for art. I think that is definitely like a place where the art can be concentrated, but it's almost like you've got this whole big move in here that could almost be thought of as gallery, because like a space like a wall surface like this might be a little bit less important wall surface like that, but it still is kind of a moment you could get out and appreciate things, right?
Yeah.
So I think treating this as like a bigger move, like that you have it, right? Like it's a big grand experience that runs the whole length of the project, that this is where it might be the most concentrated, but maybe this is where it's a little bit less concentrated.
And I would just add, to rethink the stadium seating component of the stair, that it maybe is not running the whole length, so that there's maybe little mini landings, smaller examples of what we're seeing here that happen, here.
Yep.
For sure. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
We are going to
Thanks,
go from Avanti's very minimal approach to color and drawing to Ethan's very maximal approach to color and drawing.
Oh no, Ethan.
Not issuing judgment value statements on either one of these. I just think that y'all's different styles are going to be a whiplash back to back.
All right, can everyone see and hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, hi, my name's Ethan, and this is the Prospect Center. The center is the headquarters of Prospect New Orleans, a citywide contemporary art triennial, and houses an NGO co-working and incubation space. It is located in the bustling warehouse district at the intersection of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard. Directly adjacent to the corner site is the Contemporary Arts Center, a Type 4 construction built for storage and typical of the district's historic structures. The World War II Museum, a more modern steel frame building, is also adjacent and has precast panel cladding that forms a cohesive campus but is not in line with its surroundings. The Prospect Center draws from vernacular found in buildings both old and new throughout the district. Ghost facades still dot the landscape, vestiges of buildings long demolished, and help preserve the streetscape while concealing urban forests and parking lots. The Prospect is inspired in part by the Tamira office building, which features a tight interlocking structural system, sublime joinery, and an elegantly integrated curtain wall. The support system for the ghost wall and curtain wall window finish is based on the cube, a CLT and steel hybrid structure built around a reinforced concrete core. The Casina Innovation House is a beautiful steel office building tucked within a historic ghost facade. The interstitial space created by the setback is home to an exterior staircase and beautiful greenery. And lastly, this community hall in British Columbia uses a dowel laminated timber roof system and a concealed ceiling cavity. The massing was determined by a series of logical steps to aggregate to form a dynamic project. The zoning envelope is first considered. The building is then set back from the perimeter to respect the adjacent structure's locations, create a service alley, and allow more northern light to reach the building. A structural grid of 19-foot bays is established, along with an 18-foot high public ground floor and 4 13-foot high private floors. An envelope respective of local vernacular and expressive of the building's bay system is created around the frame. The corner is subtracted to create a prominent covered entry condition for the public and invite approach from both of the busy streets. The 5th floor is set back from the curb to respect the adjacent 4-story structures and preserve a cohesive urban fabric. The 5th floor terrace created by these setbacks is then enhanced with a series of cutbacks sloping down to the office entry. These moves combine to form a cohesive whole, one that respects adjacent conditions while offering a sustainable vision for the site. The Prospect Center has public functions on the ground floor, followed by 3 floors of co-working. On the 5th floor, a cafe and event space, the Prospectors Lounge, can be found alongside Prospect's non-seasonal office space. Generous fire stairs provide vertical circulation on the northwest and southeast corners of the building, while the exterior garden stair helps connect outdoor spaces and various offices. Adjacent to the World War II Museum is the office entry with ramp access to the lobby. A central looping corridor provides horizontal circulation. The building has a thoroughly integrated stormwater management program, ensuring that every drop of water that lands on the site is absorbed by the site. Most of the roof is a blue roof system topped with sedum, retaining water for evaporation. For extreme rain events, exterior gutters are used. The alley service road features permeable pavers to allow grass to grow. Along Camp Street, the gutters lead to bioretention planters, while on Higgins, a lush xeriscaped bioswale can be found. The external louvers are catered to the sun exposure in each facade, while recessed, double-glazed, low-E-coated photochromatic film windows ensure a tightly sealed environment. Additionally, the DLT softwood is from local Forest Stewardship Council certified Southern Yellow Pine farms. From the south, the visible portions of the building align with the World War II Museum. A setback tower on the southeastern corner provides stair access to the roof. From the west, the shades flip. The prominent corner cut disrupts the bay system and simple repetitive windows. The service alley capitalizes on northern light and features exposed, shadeless glass windows. The ground floor is home to the community room, bookstore, and gallery. Prospect meeting rooms and educational spaces are off of the gallery. The 2nd floor marks the start of the NGO incubator and co-working offices. On the southern side, open office spaces grow progressively smaller as the building increases in height, while the office suites on the northern side grow increasingly subdivided. Each floor contains a conference room that can be partitioned, a lounge, and a library. Additional amenities include call boxes and a copy room on each level. The outdoor terraces visually link the open offices together, facilitate communication and collaboration between groups, and offer a pleasant place to take a meal or hold a small meeting. On the 5th floor, Prospect offices can be found. The generous south-facing Prospectors Lounge is a perfect place to host after-hour events with food provided by the cafe. Access to the roof is provided by a small penthouse level, which is reached by the southeast fire stair and contains a host of additional mechanical spaces. To keep the building cool and comfortable, the Prospect Center is equipped with an underfloor air distribution system. By placing the vents in the plenum, energy is saved and sealing the floor heights are reduced. Fan rooms are located on each level, while HVAC plant equipment is located on the 1st, 5th, and roof levels. The system is a highlight of the building's sustainability strategies and is thoroughly considered. This sample plan of the floor diffuse system on the 2nd floor shows the adjustable swirl diffusers placement for individual comfort and linear diffusers around the perimeter and in hall spaces to combat heat gain. The ceiling plan features a return to the plenum with 4 grills per bay. An additional drop-down in the ceiling along the central bay hides the main return duct. The underfloor air distribution system enables a regular rate of about 12 air changes per hour, critical to lessening the spread of airborne diseases and improving occupant comfort. The building is designed with the utmost attention to life safety standards, and the simple looping circulation scheme combines with the fire stairs placements at the far diagonal of the building to ensure a quick egress to the street. The 2nd floor diagram shows a more detailed look at the life safety features of the building. Daylighting analysis of each level and elevation was run to evaluate performance. Natural light that enters the building is read by control centers that adjusts the recessed ceiling lighting to conserve energy and enhance occupant comfort. While not perfect, the shading strategies are overall a success, striking a balance between gray on unobstructed views, aesthetics, and reducing heat gain. The building's assembly is rooted in a repetitive bay system with east-west girders and north-south beams. The center's regulated bays are maintained throughout the levels and integrated into room layouts. The repetitive grid is broken at the corner where the structure is cut back on the lower 2 levels. There, columns are placed at a diagonal and the load transferred to the standard grid between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Additional columns are also placed along the core to enhance stability. The structural system is a mass timber frame with 6-inch by 1-foot glulam girders and 1-foot by 1-foot columns. A dowel laminated timber panel system, DLT, is employed with a 10-inch by 2-foot beams and 4-inch floors. The advantages of DLT over CLT are numerous, but include greater structural efficiency for one-way spans, the lack of toxic adhesive, and easy on-site modification. A 9-inch reinforced concrete wall is used to provide shear strength to the building. On either side, thin brick veneers imitate the traditional warehouse district style. As the thin bricks require direct adhesive to a surface rather than a more conventional air gap, a porous dimple membrane is placed behind the brick. Standard commercial wrap prevents water intrusion. Between concrete studs, modern vacuum insulated panels provide R values near 50 with only 1 inch of thickness, keeping exterior walls a thin yet effective thermal barrier. These aligned drawings illustrate how modern construction materials can be applied to create a facade appropriate for the landmarked historic district. The bioretention planters abut the columns and are designed in an aesthetically pleasing last line of defense for stormwater management. While removable, they feature the same finish and treatment as the center. Footings are ashcrete, an environmentally friendly alternative to traditional concrete that utilizes recycled fly ash. The use of fly ash reduces the CO2 emissions and bleeding, increases the strength of concrete, and reduces shrinkage when compared to traditional concrete. And the pilings are from pressure-treated, locally sourced wood. 2-foot bands of DLT have inserts of sound-absorbing fiber insulation, between which are drop-down cavities and on top which the floor rests. Above the DLT floor, there's an acoustical mat and a 3/4-inch gypcrete topper before a 1-foot underfloor plenum. Adjacent to the terraces, space normally used by the underfloor plenum is instead filled with lightweight soils for small to mid-sized plants. The blue roofs are sloped towards double drains connected to the gutters with substantial waterproofing. The complex systems combine to form a building with a high R value envelope, sustainable timber superstructure, hidden mechanical and utility systems, carefully calibrated acoustics, and a low ceiling to floor height. The 8-foot wide bioswale offers space for larger vegetation and enhances views along Higgins Avenue, breaking down the often overpowering concrete mass of the World War II Museum. The ghost wall is freestanding and structurally sound thanks to rebar cages and wide flange steel beams embedded in the concrete and connecting to the party wall and building superstructure. Granite cladding above the window frames recalls traditional lintels and adds a further diversity to the facade. External terraces are level while roofs remain sloped thanks to a porous raised and adjustable tile system similar to the interior underfoot plenum and carrying many of the same advantages, including easy replacement and access to the structure for maintenance. The curtain wall features precast protected timbercrete bolted to the DLT. Timbercrete is a blend of sawmill waste, cement, sand, and binders that is around 2.5 times lighter than concrete and has improved insulation value and thermal mass. Between the timbercrete bands are wood frame windows with aerogel glass and R values near 5. The doubling of the girders connected to the columns by the wooden dowel joinery allows for reduced beam depth and increases torsion capacity in extreme weather events.
Hey, Ethan, I hate to rush you,
Mhm.
but you may want to get to your sections and views so we can have a conversation.
Well, here is the location of section cuts and building views. I'm sorry, maybe my timer is slow or something because I'm down at 10 minutes right now.
Keep going.
The section reveals the rooftop condition and Whitney-inspired terraces. The section perspective brings the garden condition and entry sequence to life and illustrates how the open office space features both views of the museum along Camp Street and lush gardens. And this is the entry condition for Camp Street and the double height dining hall. You can see more of that there, including the double height lounge space in progress. And the corner view shows the potent, inviting entry condition for the general public. The arch helps carry the load of the cantilevered 3rd and 4th floors to the ground. The raised plinth is home to a rotating array of sculptures. From Camp Street, the building respects the Contemporary Art Center and the warm hues of the Ogden Civil War Museum and Tilton Library, while remaining a distinct, modern and distinct work in its own right. The exposed tarnished brass gutters illuminate the water sources for the retention planters while enhancing the building's visual appeal. The art gallery faces Camp Street and features simple sheetrock walls in the interior, thin brick and granite veneers on the street-facing walls, hardwood floors, gypsum board ceilings, and the exposed structural system. The design objective is to provide a biophilic, pleasant space while not overpowering the artwork. These aesthetic choices continue throughout the building, providing a powerful palette for diverse programming. Art selected by Prospect is on rotation throughout the building, including its large multi-purpose room shaded by the bioswale vegetation and with windows looking towards the office entry and its green wall. This oblique perspective illustrates how the arrangement of these external stairs, plantings, and terraces offer an enjoyable interstitial experience. Along the ghost facade, vines are allowed to climb to supports in a controlled fashion via the steel frame. The curtain walls leave the mass timber superstructure visible and offer a contemporary contrast to traditional walls along the street. The second story arch condition is revealed with an all-glass curtain wall, creating a pleasant lounge for workers. The second story conference room is typical of those found throughout the building. While located along the building's central spine, the space remains well lit thanks to frosted glass walls. This is an occupied second floor private office unit. The spaces are flexible and open for multiple configurations, but all provide floor to ceiling windows in a hospitable work environment. On the fifth floor, Prospector's Lounge offers an excellent space for fundraisers and other large events and has direct access to the largest terrace. The terrace offers sweeping views of downtown and grand exterior spaces for events and cocktail hours. While by no means an end-all be-all solution, the Prospect Center is a contemporary structure respectful of its surroundings, occupants, and planet. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. As we transition to conversation, I just wanted to welcome Dean Allday into the mix. And Iñaki, I'm going to send you the concept board link right now.
Thank you.
We're just using it for plans mostly, so not all drawings are there.
Ethan, can you speak briefly about your choice of brick? Is there a reason other than trying to be contextual with the CAC?
It's not just the CAC, I'd say. It's really the whole warehouse district and its use of brick. It's also a really, in my opinion, I personally like brick and find it an aesthetically pleasing choice that I don't see enough of in modern buildings. So I was eager to kind of do a callback to both the mass timber internal structure and the brick external structure of most of the warehouse district buildings.
Are you from Boston?
No.
I'm asking because I practiced in Boston for 6 years, and the fight with the city was always to be anything but brick. You know, it's kind of seen as the default friendly, acceptable material that is respected in history, blah, blah, blah. And so I wonder, and I worry a little bit when it becomes a default condition. I want to back up though and commend you on the breadth of technological information that you have seemed to retain. So I think that is to be commended, that you really leaned into the integrated and this CLT construction. I wonder though, if we zoom out to the beginning of your project, when you talk about the big concept that drives decision-making, that maybe it could be framed in a way to highlight the CLT construction. That seems to be what is innovative and special in your proposal here. And it feels misaligned to me to then clad it with something like brick, which is not efficient or structural in this case. You know, the context that you're trying to pay homage to are structural bearing walls unless they've been carved away. And so the kind of faux facade speaks to that a little bit too. When we gut buildings in the city, we tend to leave the historic facade and then infill it with steel structure and program. So I feel like my instinct would be to encourage you to celebrate the technology rather than clad it in something that is maybe pandering to historicists. And you can disagree, but that is my opinion.
No, that's fair. I'll just add though quickly that for this climate, you have to conceal the mass timber. So either via a curtain wall, some kind of more modern rain screen cladding, or like there had to be something over it. Because I would have loved to just fully expose the mass timber, and that's something I did in my previous projects. But for integrated, it wouldn't fly for New Orleans.
Ethan, I want to continue this comment of Tiffany because there's a kind of inherited contradiction in between the light structure of the wood with the heavy nature of the brick, no? And that's a kind of a contradiction. You don't want to put heavy things on the light thing, no? But maybe another way to look at that would be to really do a shell that is structural in brick. And it gives a completely different dimension, because then you need a thickness on that wall to make it structural and to comply with all the structural needs that are today, and probably a cavity wall system to drain it, and it would give you a kind of shell and then light structure inside, no? So to keep the play, no, that you are saying that you want these two things together, that if they are just overlapped, might be a little bit contradictory, but maybe that's a way. I wanted to say that I enjoyed very much. Sorry, I arrived a few minutes late, but I think I saw almost everything. I commend you that you have shown a lot of muscular power, but restrained in a way, more restrained than in previous projects, that in which you were making a lot of big moves. And in this case, I think you have been more constrained in making one big move. And I think that's successful. I would just make a reflection on your choice of context with the warehouse district and the brick, which I think it's legitimate, but you have also tried to reinterpret it, no? You have not just reproduced a facade, but you have reinterpreted. So I wonder if you could go and reinterpret that with the help of other people as well. I don't like Aldo Rossi, and it's a kind of terrible moment in postmodernism, but there's a lot to learn from history, and there's a lot of 80s architecture that work along the lines in which you are thinking of how to marry with the context, how to be polite and build in that context, and maybe bringing that knowledge of architecture, Stirling, Rossi, and a number of others, as opposed to directly intuition through the warehouse district. I hope I'm fair, but in a way it's like studying philosophy from Hannah Arendt or Descartes, as opposed to studying philosophy from the columnist in the newspaper, no? Going more directly to the sources somehow. If that, hope it makes sense.
Definitely, thank you.
But for the technological development, the representation are extraordinary. I would just comment that you have very good drawings in plan, and you have put a lot of letters on top of the drawings, and that's problematic. Because you have drawn how it works. The office, it's already an office because it has the office furniture. So you may just put a number and a key, and don't kill the greatly detailed plan with letters on top. No, in general, I think that you could do a kind of editing of some stuff a little bit out to let the project be more clear and strong, as opposed to boom, like big shouts.
Yeah, to build on that, Ethan, I think amazing amount of work that went into this project. So again, congratulations on that. But all these slides are super saturated with color or information. So every slide is like a little jab. And so I think what Inaki was saying is you can maybe start off, having a slide with all the information, but as you talk through, and I know you already have a lot of slides, but you could start to like cycle through sort of segments of the slide through your presentation, or edit them down as a whole.
Ethan, can you get to the corner rendering of where it says prospect at the entry? I find that to be a really powerful and important corner. And I wonder if that could be a place where you show your attitude about the brick. that it's actually hanging off of another system. It's not bearing, so it's contemporary in that way. And maybe it doesn't touch the ground, or where you expose its thickness, like Iñaki was suggesting, is revealed in that corner, which is the entry corner, where you reverse it, where you're showing the attitude about this building, and therefore the attitude of Prospect and art and urban renewal, right? Like there's a lot loaded in that corner. So a couple of ways I could imagine is to, in the shell suggestion, that underside of that cut, which is just the flat concrete right now, could be modeled in a way where you're saying, well, I am gonna kind of facet that brick material so that it could become parametric, because that's technology, that's Grasshopper, that's Bryce's last project, right? Or you, instead of capping it like you have with the steel cap where it reveals its thickness, you could say something there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's a neutrality to the detailing of materials that begs for position.
Definitely. Do you know MDRV's Glass House?
Yes, of course.
Something like that could have been really exciting.
Yeah, for sure. And also the shop project on Mulberry Street in New York that we mentioned during Bryce's project, where you could have the aesthetic look and texture and feel and scale of brick that you desire to be polite, but it's actually panelized, right? That it actually uses this technology that you're so facile with, and it's proud of the fact that it's hung on another system. It's not trying to look like it's heavy and bearing.
Yeah, I think this view is the one that, this is the moment where you see the difference between the kind of the, whatever you want to say, the shell and the chocolate center of the M&M, right? And there's some little things that I think you could do to reinforce that relationship. So one is like, the brick is the shell, right? The brick is, if it is, the intention of this kind of ghost facade, it happens along the street. So I would say, you shouldn't, where you have brick behind the letters of Prospect, that's kind of breaking the rules, right? That should be all part of whatever this other system is internal to that. And I mean, I think part of me thinks like, if this was a project where there was an existing building here that kind of had these characteristics and you were actually creating a ghost facade, this would be like, to me, like an amazing reinterpretation. Part of the issue I'm having right now is like the beauty, the power of the ghost facade is kind of an artifact from a previous time that instead of tearing it down, we're finding ways to reinterpret it. Here, you're kind of creating a thing that harkens back to that time, but never actually existed. And so there are moments like, these, let me see if I could draw on here. Like if there are just some little moments here, like, if this was really a ghost facade, right? Like what happens right there, right? Like that would have been a window, and this would have been a window, and this would have been a window, and it would have come to the corner or something. And so I think, there are moments like that where I think what you choose to do here shows, that this is not, in my opinion, like a kind of historic building that's been reinterpreted. It's a new thing. So I'm just trying to think of like, I'm trying to get my head around that, because the way we're, the CAC is exactly the way it's a brick, a brick wrapper and a wood heavy timber, it was the DLT of its time, right? It's all wood interior. And so that is a thing that, existed back then. So I'm just trying to get my head around, what are we, is this the right approach for this exterior skin? And part of me is thinking that I think, okay, I'm trying to formulate my thoughts. This is a modern building that appears completely historic from the exterior. The World War II Museum is a modern building that appears completely non-historic from the exterior. And I think those two things are very powerful as counterparts. Yours is sort of is a middle ground, right? It's kind of, it's a modern building, but it's kind of harkening back to a previous time. And I think that to me is a little dangerous, especially in a place like New Orleans, where, New Orleans has this amazing mix of history and modernity. And I feel like the danger to a place like New Orleans is when you start to get, parking garages in the French Quarter that have wrought iron balconies on them, for lack of a better example, right? You're starting to dilute some of the amazing historic architecture.
Yeah, when you make something new that looks fake, you cheapen the actual
thing
history
that
of the thing
existed
that's
from that time. So I think that's not disparaging on this project. I think what I would just say for you as an architect, you need to make it super clear that this is a new project, right? Like this is not something that used to be old and is now having a second life. Like this is a new modern piece of architecture, and you can do that through the same language that you're showing here, right? It can be brick, it can be and the DLT and all of like the interior is really showing that, right? That's a completely modern way of building a building that no one would have done before. So I think it's just a little bit in the proportion and the kind of fenestration pattern. And I don't know where I should really come down on that, but I'm having a hard time kind of positioning this thing in all of New Orleans architecture as a like, where does it sit, right?
Yeah, I drew a little diagram for you, Ethan. I think that's the design move of your massing, right? There's 2 bites out of a rectangle. And I wonder if that would help you to reconcile what we're asking you to have an attitude about at the entry, because you have another bite on top that creates some issues that Noah just talked to. So I think backing up a little bit and thinking about what is the volume of this sponge, and does it in fact have a shell, or is the shell missing from it, would help the design too, frankly, to relate the 2 excavated voids. Otherwise, they're kind of idiosyncratic bites out of the project, which result in really deep floor plates, particularly on some of the upper floors where you have a lot of offices and meeting rooms without natural light deep in the middle of the building. I wonder if there could be another bite that comes from the ceiling that allows you to get a interior courtyard or something that has some relationship to the outside. Yeah, this floor especially scares me a little bit. Like nobody's gonna want that office. And that's just a pragmatic way to say, well, maybe since you've been so efficient everywhere else, you can afford another moment to make clear what the attitude of these 3 bites are.
I really agree on the idea of the 3 bites and kind of bringing in not just a cohesive language for the exterior, but how I'm cutting on the interior, and also like should it even be modern at all. With the recession for the private offices, I think you'd be pleasantly surprised by how much light would actually come into that space, especially if you go to a modern space like a WeWork or actually the Contemporary Art Center shop. There's plenty of offices that are 1 office back. In this case, it's only 19 feet away from the window, and it still is a more than pleasant space.
Oh, because I'm borrowing light from the other person's office?
Yes, so those, maybe this is probably my fault for drawing it poorly, but those are glass walls between the private offices, so that the light from, like when you walk down this hall, you'd actually see the glass curtain walls on either end. So you would get the light from here, and then vice versa too with the lounge and the meeting room. So the meeting rooms are glass on one side, so you're also, since the bay is 19 feet, you're 19 feet away from the terrace spaces.
Well, you should come to our faculty meetings where we're trying to sell these offices to faculty who insist on a window and a door. I get you, Ethan.
You should take them to the shop, really. Like I wouldn't have done it either, but I went there and I was completely sold on the idea of having offices, as long as you have, like, you can still see out the window, even if you've got 2 layers of glass between you and the window.
I'm with you, Ethan. I've been to the shop many times, but listen, these offices are much cheaper. You know why? Because people want a window. And that's okay. You can make the argument either way. I'm just saying, you're in school. Let's dream a little bit. Let's dream about what an amazing office it would be to rent in this new building that has a relationship with art galleries and public and community. instead of going toward the full efficiency, because the whole world outside of architecture wants you to do this. With me? No, but that's okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was nodding.
Oh, okay.
But I realize now I'm looking at, you're using your tablet, right? So.
Okay, yeah.
Didn't see.
Okay.
Yes, no, I'm with you. Like definitely one of the, cutting light wells and stuff, especially in a building that, like this building isn't that big overall. It's smaller than the Contemporary Art Center.
Yeah,
and it's a tough sell for cutting, but like, why not? I'm an architecture student. If I want to remove that meeting room in the middle and have a light-filled courtyard, I'm the boss.
Yes, but as a bigger part of a larger concept of something you want to say and you believe in, like it has to be there because I'm trying to make a point about what a mixed-use art gallery, contemporary building should be. Because you've proven that you're very competent.
We may conclude with that point, unless anybody else has anything they want to add before we transition to the next project.
Very, very, very quickly, and despite that, Ethan, that I have my skepticism about some of those choices, but I think I really appreciate that you have thought of the building as a whole and not as a collage of pieces and that a collage of facades. I think it's a good move to go to the party wall of the World War II building and then treat the alley that is in the upper part in this image as a legitimate element of the building. So from what I have seen in other projects in other group, I really appreciate that you have thought of the building as a whole and is coherent from every side.
Yes, great work, Ethan.
Yeah, to Ethan's credit, there were a few times late in the game, maybe a week or two ago, where I was suggesting punctures through floors to make some double high spaces. And he was like, well, technically with the way his under air distribution system works and the return air, like he was very much thinking about all the implications that it has through a systems level thinking, which is very pragmatic, but also I was like, oh, come on. But to his credit, he was really trying to understand like the full ramifications of every move that he made. And so I think it's good that you're working in that brain space because it just means you understand how every decision is interconnected. But also to Tiffany's point, well, it's useful to leave some room for joy and find creative problem solving ways to work around that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ethan.
Thank you all so much.
We are going to have Tiger conclude our morning session with his project.
Tiger.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tiger, and my proposal for the prospect offices is called WRAP. So first, starting out with the site and client. The site is located in the warehouse district of the CBD, right between downtown and uptown. And this area offers a mix of art, culture, and business with various smaller art museums and taller business buildings. And when zoomed in, you can see the site is centrally located within the city and is also in between many public functions, which some of the more notable ones include the Tivoli Circle, the CAC, the World War II Museum. And traveling north of the site will bring you downtown, while traveling south will bring you uptown via Magazine Street. So as for Prospect, Prospect New Orleans is a triennial art exhibition in New Orleans with artists local, national, and international joining to create an exhibition that interacts with the city. So next I'm going to be talking about the massing strategy. As for the party development, it goes through 5 steps, with the first being a mass formed by the shape of the site, then a void is carved out in the center, creating a central courtyard, and then the mass is split into 2 L shapes following the form of the courtyard. And then along with this comes the formation of the living core that wraps around the courtyard, which then drives a shift between the 2 L-shaped masses, creating the final massing. So with the qualities formed by the massing, 2 precedents were mainly studied for inspiration, with first being the Orania Art Center, which has a ramp that wraps around the courtyard, breaking off at certain points into gallery spaces. And then the Center for Creative Arts by DSR shows an example of a split level plan, which in this case is driven by the shift in masses. So as for site strategy, the buildings first started as a mass extrusion within the boundaries. Then I looked at the 2 streets around the block, which are Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard, which intersects right at this edge of the site. With Camp Street being more public, car oriented, and Andrew Higgins being more of a walking street, that I thought this intersection point would be a great place to form a main entrance, as it is a space with most access. And some of the limitations from the immediate surroundings are the World War II Museum and the CAC that would block off most views and has fire ratings. Because of this, service zones are placed along the edges of the site. And with this, the programs are then placed along 2 main streets, with the side facing camp being more art oriented. And then these are the views offered by the program placement, with some notable locations being the Ogden Museum right here and the World War II Museum right there. Hierarchies then introduced by expanding the programmatic zones, and then a service vertical core is placed at the back edge at the intersection between the 2 service zones. The served and service spaces are now joined, forming 2 L shapes. And then here, a living core is introduced in the form of an ADA ramp that wraps around the courtyard. This ramp then drives the split level floor plates as shown here, which then drives the shifting of the masses. And finally, here is the final massing that is formed within the site. As with the living core, it first takes shapes in the form of a ramp as shown here, connecting all the spaces to each other. And then this ramp is then extended out at around the midpoint, the 2nd floor, forming 2 half-level spaces. And then the same area is cut out for the 3rd floor, which forms double height space for the special outdoor program. And then finally, the ramp is extended further to create service zones for both the insides and the outsides. So here's a resulting concept model with the 2 masses. And this is a site plan before the building was proposed, and this was the site plan after the massing was already proposed. And next, I'm talking about the logistics of the building, starting off with circulation. So there are 2 types of circulation, both ADA accessible, with the first one to the left being a more formal office circulation with vertical floors placed in the front and back corners and circulation lines that wrap around the building, joining the 2 cores. There's also a more commercial public courtyard circulation in the form of outdoor ramps to the right here, which are ADA accessible. And at every 2 or 3 landings, there's an entrance into the building, which forms a split level plan. And the ramp also extends out into the building at spontaneous places to create opportunities for outdoor exhibition and gathering spaces. And onto programmatic components, guests enter through the lobby at the intersection of Camp and Andrew Higgins, which then extends out into programmatic spaces and joins with the 2 service cores at the back. The building gets increasingly private as you go up, with the ground floor being open to the public, while the 2nd floor includes private prospect offices and the upper levels being private rental offices and event spaces. So here's a ground floor plan with access from the ADA ramp here, facing Camp Street, and also stairs facing Andrew Higgins Boulevard right here, which both lead up to the same platform, which gives access to the lobby and gallery, along with a large columnless community room to the right. And here are the second and its half floor, which are dedicated to private prospect offices with large open office spaces and smaller cell meeting rooms, which surround the office spaces. With the 2 plans side to side, you can see that the ramp extends out on half level at the meeting room areas, creating half height spaces for meeting rooms and storage areas. This 3rd floor and its half levels for private rental offices and a shared event space and shared meeting rooms also. This floor has only open office spaces in a long strip with several meeting rooms lining along the courtyard. And then these are the 4th and 5th floors, which have larger open office spaces with cell offices lining the facade and some meeting rooms lining the courtyard. So this is the exhibition core program diagram, which highlights the outdoor exhibition and gathering spaces, which extends out from the ramp at different spots within the building, having double height spaces all throughout. And this perspective just shows the experience of these spaces being a versatile gathering space and outdoor exhibition areas for the public. This first section is cutting through the lobby and the community spaces of the ground floor with additional office lobbies and office spaces on the upper floors. This also highlights the exposed split level plates right here. And the second section cuts through the courtyard, showing the ramp that wraps around it and extends out into larger outdoor event and exhibition space, which can be seen right here. And then this section cuts through the office spaces with cutouts of the double height outdoor areas, forming half height meeting rooms right there, and also right there, and extra storage space. And this perspective zooms into the office, showing the exposed split level right here and the outdoor ramps. This zoomed in, the section perspective is cutting through the offices in the other direction, highlighting the contrast between the double height spaces there and then the half height spaces below, which are formed by these cutouts here. And it also shows the split level here, which are exposed to all floors. This is a zoomed in section perspective of one of the office spaces, showing larger open offices and event spaces up here, and smaller meeting rooms and storage spaces down here, with glazing all throughout the center. And this is the experiential view of the office that was just mentioned. So next is going to be facade environmental strategies. I looked at two precedents for the louvered facade, the first one being the EDP headquarters by Aries Mateus, where louvers all intertwined with each other in different angles and thicknesses. And I also looked at the healthcare center and regional government offices, which has references of more traditional louvered facades with an extended platform. So with the facade assembly, the entry portion is wrapped by double glazing grid panel curtain wall with a vinyl layer of protection for sun shading. And the other parts use the same glazing system, but without the vinyl, but has a coverage of a fixed aluminum louvered facade, which extends out 3 feet. These louvers vary in thicknesses, spacing, and angle in response to program orientation and the availability of natural lighting in different parts. The circulation skin provides horizontal overhang on the south facade, which protects from direct sunlight. And as for the west elevation, a louver system is placed along the programs to protect from the western sun. As for wind movement, there is cross ventilation that goes from the outside of the building into the courtyard and back. And with rainwater management, the top part of the roof is a green roof with also a green facade and vegetation in the courtyard right here to diffuse and collect rainwater. So here's the elevation from Andrew Higgins Boulevard with stairs that lead you up to the entry right here, and also an outdoor public ramp which can be accessed as you enter the platform. This also shows the vinyl covering along the glazing, and then also the covered louvered facade right here. And this elevation is from Camp Street with an ADA ramp entrance going right there, and also has exposed glass with vinyl covering and the glass with the louvered facade right there. And as for details, this is a wall section detail page highlighting ground to ceiling section details. As you can see, the entire facade is covered by a glass curtain wall with CLT construction and a louvered facade right there. So this wall section axon shows different floor, foundation, and roof assemblies with different conditions for glazing on the ground floor and the upper floors, along with also the exposed glulam beams and columns on the inside and the exposed columns on the outside, which are covered by aluminum glazing, sheathing, sorry. And these are just some section details of the parapet roof, section details of the wall connecting the metal grating to the floor assemblies, and also the section detail of the foundation with the concrete footing and a platform that extends out 3 feet. So this is the axonometric view showing the entrance from this intersection here and also the facade system and the green roof. And this is a view looking from outside of Camp Street into the entrance right there. And this is a view looking from the other side of Camp Street showing the ADA accessible ramp and the gallery space that lines the facade. And this is what was shown before of the offices with showing the split level floor plans. And this is the other office showing, again, the half-height meeting rooms and the open office spaces with lounging areas to the right. And finally, this is the perspective of the ramp of the outdoor diverse gathering space or exhibition space. And the structural system, it uses a mass timber structural system with a 20 by 20 grid with all programs and building edges being placed along the grid. There's a void in the center to make room for the courtyard, and the ramp in the courtyard employs a steel frame system for a lighter and airier look, and also because it's exposed to the outdoors. So this is the circulation and egress diagram showing the travel distances and the exit access.
Tiger, thank you for including all these, but we could probably go through them quickly so that we'll have.
Yeah, this is the last page, yeah. And this is the mechanical diagrams with the decentralized PV system. Thank you.
We are speechless. Wow, what a virtuoso presentation, Tiger. Just when I thought you were done, there's like 20 more renderings. Wowzers. So maybe I'll ask you something esoteric. You're ending on a zoomed in corner of your project as kind of your finale. So I'm gonna guess that you want us to frame the conversation around this. Why is that your favorite corner?
I think it's because it shows, I'll just go into the larger perspective. I feel like this really shows like the different facade systems, and it really shows like the split level floor plans, and also like how the I don't know, the recess and like the offset from like all the building parts are displayed.
Yeah, I guess that's where the shifted section shows itself on the face of your building, right?
Yeah.
You are very ambitious for taking on a split level plan in comprehensive, and smart in that you have two separate systems in that last diagram, that you're treating them like two separate building systems. And I think that's pretty much how DSR did it in the CAC at Brown University also. I wonder though, I mean, this probably came last, right? Facades usually come like 24 hours before the review. I wonder if that expression on the corner, which is your most important corner, could be a little bit more finesse. Like you have such a great hand with everything else. And I wondered if maybe you could suppress the verticals
right
in this moment to really make that the showing off of this acrobatics that you're asking the structural engineer to do, which we will get to next, right? Because that is the diagram of your building, I think. And maybe they could even be different in the way they resolve themselves on the facade, that if this one comes out as a box and maybe a balcony, that this one doesn't also do the same thing.
Right.
Because they're different on the inside, then maybe you can somehow express the difference on the outside. That was just one thought. Okay. On the interior, I think you have some really great moments where you're justifying double height space. And I would always call the single height like just a regular floor to floor, and then the double height. And like we were saying with Avanti, like never say light well, say interior courtyard or enclosed balcony. Like you would never say half height. Nobody wants a half height office. I want just a regular height office and a double height gallery, you know? So that's just a little bit of selling your project. And so if you go back to those sections, there was a moment where I thought, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? We did all these acrobatics to shift the floor plate. And then what do you do in that little cubby hole? We're gonna, back one. That you're going to shove your kids in there where there's a lecture. There's this one, back, forward, that guy right there. Yeah, thanks, Noah.
I was thinking more for like service, like storage spaces for the galleries or something.
Yeah, I think storage would be good, but you know, you're cantilevering beyond the beam here and you're putting some glass there. So if it's not going to bring nice light, like this is very expensive what you're proposing. And so then every payoff should be necessary and indispensable. Otherwise, that's going to be the first budget cut, right? Yeah. And then in your rendering later, I think you realize you made the people shorter and there's some dude standing there. But maybe that becomes a projection room for some kind of exhibition. So at least 8 feet to be legal. You know, but if it's really a cubby hole, a closet, then it needs to have normative structure.
Okay.
So that's just being nitpicky, but I think overall in the way you've laid out the logic of the grid, deflecting from the grid, carving out an open space, sequencing program around that logic, I think it's virtuoso. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Could you go back to that exterior perspective we were looking at? Just the main, like the front corner. So yeah, that one. So total agreement with everything that Tiffany's saying. I think the one place that needs some attention and care is kind of the entry experience. And like, you know, when you talked about this slide, you said, and there's the front door. But if you're not, you know, you're going to have to be there showing everybody where the front door is of this building for all time, right? Because I think, you know, and I think that that'll start to add another layer of texture, right? Because I think what you have is there's a, you know, double set of doors right there, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of going in. So start to think about like, you know, I think getting those things resolved. I mean, whenever I'm designing a building, I always try to think of spending more time and attention and energy on the things that more people will see, right, and interact with. And even if people never go into your building, everyone's going to see the outside and the front door. So I feel like, you know, trying to get, and maybe there's a way to get some of this language down here, if there's some kind of canopy. I mean, I think there's also a, you know, maybe there's a way to think about some level shifting or something, but I think that moment, and it's not just visually from the exterior, it's also if you go to the floor plan of that level for a second, I'd like to look at that.
Floor plan reveals your doors are swinging the wrong way.
They are
What's
swinging
an
the
effing
wrong way.
comprehensive, Tiger?
Well, okay, but you know, yeah, and if they swing out, you don't have the landing at the stair. But I feel like, think about the experience of coming into this space, right? Because when you come in, you're basically not even in any, you're in a corridor, right? I mean, this is tight. And what are you going to do? You're either going to come in here and walk up the stair or go up the elevator.
Yeah.
You know, there's no place to kind of sit and hang out, and there's no desk for someone to be at to like receive you into the building, right? So I think that kind of moment, I think, would start to affect, you know, the rest of the project. And I think that this sort of entry moment is super important and a little bit unresolved, where the rest of it is really resolved. And I love the development in the courtyard. I think, you know, there's something nice about the kind of access to it from these different places. And, you know, part of me wants to enter your building off the courtyard, honestly. I mean, that's kind of where I think I would naturally move to try to find my way in. So I don't know, I would just say that imagine someone's walking through your project, and are they going to be able to find the front door? That's always a good test of any project for the rest of your life. Can someone find the front door?
Yeah. Also, I was being nitpicky about the door swings, but that's just a clue to design that inset, because you don't want a sheet of rain coming down your face when you come out of the door. So if you
they can swing in because there's not a high, you know, the occupants are all coming out that way. There's no people in here to be coming out those doors to make them swing
occupancy
out.
of 30 or more has to swing out, no?
It does have to swing out. I actually forgot to change that one door.
Yeah,
IBC 2019.
Yeah, but there's not very many people in that space.
Tiger, Tiger, I think that this is not picky. This is actually really important, because I think you are such a virtuoso that you enjoy so much the pieces that you are virtuoso that you get trapped in your virtuosism. And then you have this entrance, and if you put the render next to it, someone will kill you because it doesn't fit anyway. So somebody will say, "Hey, you are cheating me. You are selling me something." Not. It looks a fantastic corner, fantastic entry, and it's the worst lobby ever. No. You have to be very careful of knowing yourself a little bit. No, I think the way you represent sometimes is not helping you. For instance, this site plan is not a site plan. Is there's a lot of a bunch of dots here that I have no idea what it is.
Yeah.
This is a city. There are sidewalks. There's people. There are buildings. It cannot be so detached of everything because it actually gives you bad information. So I think in a way, Tiffany knows well an artist that I admire profoundly, Eduardo Chillida. I was not myself, but my family was friend of him. And so once talking, he was telling me, look, I draw with my left hand when I sketch. And he's like, what? It's because with my right hand, it's so easy that I don't think. So I use my left hand because it forces me to think. So this is Chillida, one of the most important artists of the 20th century. So in a way, you put yourself in your strength of representation, so you don't need to think because you are so good that you just keep going miles and miles and miles. And then suddenly you find yourself like, oh shit, where do I have behind this, no?
Yeah.
So
it would be probably pretty good that you restrain yourself in what you are so good at, and you work more and put more emphasis in what you don't feel so comfortable with. And I think that would help you, because if not, you can trap yourself into be the specialist in the firm that is going to do the most amazing renderings, but don't let him touch the lobbies because he will you don't want to be in that position, no? You want to do the everything, no?
Yeah.
And in that sense, I think the building is very interesting and has a lot of values and the courtyard and all these things. But in a way, sometimes it feels like you think, okay, this is solved. So I can go to my nice drawings. That is what I really enjoy. No, and it's not solved.
There was a graphic design, a website designer that had an amazing analysis of any design profession. And he's like, your job has two parts and it's an equation. You have to do both these things. Like first you have to do good work and then you have to convince people that it's good work, right? And I think what Iñaki is saying a little bit is you're extremely competent at the convincing part and you need to make sure that that things are working behind the scenes, right? Before you get that, and different people are better or worse at different pieces of that, right? So I mean, I think, just looking through the plan, I think it all kind of makes sense formally, but then when you really start to look at it, it's like, okay, like, what is the nature of this space? And, if I need to go use the bathroom, how do I do that? I get to go back outside and come back in. And, so I think part of it is you have an amazing facility with the tools. And I think just taking a little bit more time on the kind of the walking yourself through the project and trying to experience it. And this is not a knock on you at all, or the presentation, right? I mean, this is what skills you'll learn as an architect and designer as you continue down the road is, the tools in some way can be a crutch, right? And the ultimate value of you as a professional is the kind of artifact or the building or whatever you end up putting in the world as a designer, right? So all of these representational tools ultimately don't mean anything, right? Like it's what actually gets produced from them in the end. And it's really difficult in school because nothing is actually being built from them, right? So these are the ends. This is the end point of what you're producing. But I mean, I try to think about like, a lot of architects now are doing extremely photorealistic renderings, right? That then the building, when it's built, looks just like the rendering. And it's kind of like, great, I could just take that rendering and throw it away. And now I've got a photo of the thing. I feel like part of where we need to get from a representational standpoint is, how can all these things add up to the built project or the final project and make it, stronger when it's actually in place. So I feel like this is an extremely strong graphic presentation and there's a lot of awesome ideas in here. Your, the details that you showed looked great. The kind of if you go back, I don't see them on the mural or on the concept board, but if you go back to some of your wall section details, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of places here where we could spend a lot of time, you know, like those ones on the right, you know, those are extremely well resolved, right, for the level that you're at. And we could spend an hour talking about those and they kind of stand up. And I think what's, you know, what I want to commend you on is there are a lot of pieces of the presentation that, you know, I don't feel like I need to talk about those details because I look at them and they, you know, I'm convinced, so we can move on to the next thing, right? And I think that's an amazing skill to have, is, you know, you're trying to get enough information in these things to convince people that what you're proposing is going to actually work, and you're doing that in a lot of different ways.
Thank you.
Tiger, one last thing I'll add. I agree with every, and again, like all the criticism is because so much of it is so well thought out and represented. But I'll say thanks for really bringing the art component into all the spaces of the building. Like it's, you were, I think, the only presentation we saw that where you were like really living with the art as a everyday user of the office spaces. So this line of like office and art gallery was super blurred in this presentation. I think that's also one of the greatest strengths of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna build on that and maybe push back on Noah a little bit, and it might be my own personal bias, but here it goes. I believe deeply that the sensibility that goes into producing a visually tactile and proportioned and composed document is the same sensibility that's going to come into play when you pick a stone finish, a palette of materials, a 2-inch mullion cap versus a 1.75 mullion cap. Is all the same muscles of visual tactile sensibility there. And yes, we can pick on the lobbies and things, but that stuff you can learn, and you should learn at the same time as this. But I don't want to downplay the artistry or graphics that go into making visually communicative documents, because in a way that's what we do. We represent, we sell, right? Builder's going to build it, and if it looks bad, it's our fault, but really we are the representers. So great job on that front, and it's important.
Thank you.
I want to say too, Tiger is one of the schemes that has gone through a lot of transformation in plan throughout the process, and he's really like kept step with all of these changes and considered. At some point the ramp was going to go away, and at another point it was the central animating feature that everyone was forced through. And I think right now we're catching him in an in-between mode where they both exist, like the pragmatic entries exist and the experiential ramp exists. And Tiger, I just commend you on keeping up with like an ever evolving plan and really kind of like sitting with the feedback you're getting and incorporating it as you go. And so, yeah, we've caught you in an awkward lobby stage, but I totally trust your abilities to resolve these things and make a beautiful building in the end. So I think we'll conclude this morning session unless anyone else has anything to add. But I really appreciate this morning's just like the constructive criticism that you guys have been giving. I feel like the spirit of this conversation has been really lovely.
Yeah, thank you for your hard work. I hope you all are eating. Tiger looks like he lost 30 pounds here. Like, what the heck? You need to eat and sleep. Hey, everybody, this work, I'm so proud of this work. I mean, last time I saw you all, you were making shelves and pedestals in 1,000 square foot interior. And I mean, and we were talking about ideas today. We weren't saying, your stairs are backwards. And I'm looking at the whole concept board for the afternoon too. And in general, this is a really high level of resolution that you're getting to. I know you're too close to it right now and you're so tired and we just push you. But like in the breadth of your education, this is a very exciting place to be.
Yeah,
great. A summer homework assignment there to eat and sleep, y'all.
Excellent work, everyone. Super impressed with the depth of the projects and just, the level of criticism we could get to is because they were really well thought out and solid to begin with. So like Tiffany was saying, we could get past the basic design principles and really talk about sort of building components and if like everything was coming together at the end. So great job.
Yeah, the work is awesome. And I think, one thing that is maybe we shouldn't put too much stock in, but the way that everyone presented their work through this weird still virtual thing that we're doing, like actually was very easy to follow, right? I mean, I think having the concept board and having the kind of linear presentation you could walk through and being able to go back and forth between both things, like that was awesome. And I think, part of the issue that architects are having right now is, the best place to look at work is to have it all up on a wall and you can just sit there and look at whatever you want to look at. It's different to try to walk someone through your project in a linear way through slides, right? So it's kind of two different skills, and y'all are doing a great job kind of moving back and forth between those worlds. But the drawings on a whole, like everything was very legible, and I like that every presentation we saw this morning had kind of a graphic sensibility, right? That was tying the whole presentation together, and I think that's really important because if you don't have that, then your graphics are kind of distracting from your project rather than building it up. So everything looked really good.
I have only seen two, but incredible display. Congratulations.
You had a good teacher. You gotta thank her at the end. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. Okay, thank you all.
I work for coffee. Thank you, everybody. We're going to do a lunch break and meet back at 1 o'clock. But thanks to our morning crew for all the comments and feedback. And you guys, congrats to the morning presenters on a semester's worth of hard work. Good job.
See y'all.
Thank you so much.
Hey, see you soon.
Great job, everyone.
Bye, thank you.
Bye-bye. I'm going to leave the YouTube on and turn off my camera and video. So I'll see you guys. Students, come back like 5 minutes before 1 o'clock, and our reviewers will be joining us as well. Thanks, team. Hey, you guys. What do you think, Clara? Are you wishing you had everything over with right now, or are you glad you're going later in the day?
Part of me is definitely wishing that I had been in the first group because I love looking at my colleagues' work and everything, but now there's still that pressure on, and
It's easier to focus on everybody else's stuff once you're not thinking about your own.
That is very true, and I think the lack of sleep is getting to me lately. So,
Amber,
Hello.
howdy, howdy. So good to see you.
I know.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm in conversation with you just because of social media, and then I remember that I haven't actually talked to you for a while.
It's been, oh my gosh, it's probably been about 5 years since I've been in New Orleans.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
What's happened to the time?
I don't know. I had contemplated going to Mardi Gras 2020, but
yeah,
it's okay. It's okay that didn't happen.
I was there, and I can see how it was a super spreader event. there's a lot of packed crowds, and you know how Mardi Gras is.
Yes. Well, so the reason why, I'll say the main reason why I decided not to go was because it was Ju Young's 16th birthday. So I was like, is it about to be me? Wow. Gonna be about me? And, hey, don't you want to go to New Orleans for your 16th birthday? Or is it gonna be something else? So, put myself aside.
Hello, Max, welcome.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Max, do you and Amber know each other, yeah?
Yeah.
Great.
I don't know. Do you remember me, Amber?
Yes. So I was from, I don't even know, like 2012, 2013-ish.
Yeah.
We don't have to get specific about years. It just makes everybody feel old.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
It was a little while ago. Yeah, but you love to see it when your students come back and they're like your contemporaries, your colleagues, so on and so forth.
Well,
look, if anything, I'm dating myself, so yeah, I'm gonna be quiet now.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Oh my, and I think we've got one other person that'll be joining us soon, Taylor, who is a more recent grad and works at a local office, Concordia.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I really had like the reminders, like 12:30 my time. It was like 30 minutes to, and I was like, ooh, we're not on the same time.
I should have specified. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about Eastern and Central time.
I think I'm the only one a bit off here.
What city? Where are you right now?
Right now, I'm in New Brunswick. I'm in my office for the first time in months.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I had to come back to campus for a few things, and I was like, I'll just stick around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good to be back in your office, or?
It is actually. It's a lovely office. So
it looks like you got good light.
I do, yeah. It's the attic-ish space of an old early 20th century, late 19th century, like 1890s building that Rutgers is contemplating tearing down. So
that's pretty cool. Well, I mean, not the tear down bit.
But it is I really like the building, so.
Yeah.
And where are you?
I am at the small center right now. Just kind of sitting in our big old space.
Wow.
Tucked into a corner. The internet here is more reliable than my house internet, so it seemed like a good call.
Understood.
Yeah.
I see students trickling in.
Yeah, they're getting here. Oh, there's Taylor signing in. Let me see. I'm a little worried because Talasia's not on yet. She'll be going in the afternoon session, but hopefully she'll jump in any minute. Hello, Taylor. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Hello.
See some familiar faces on here, so that's always exciting too.
Yeah, do you know some of these guys from, I don't know, I guess you probably know, you may know Max and Amber, but also you probably know some of the students as well from being around.
Yeah, Ethan and I have had a few conversations. And Max and I, we go way back now.
All right.
Yeah, we've been doing some work together in town. So.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I was happy to see his name on the invite. So this will be fun. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I have like a couple of quick intro slides to show, but I'll give these guys another minute or two to get on, all the student crew. But yeah, just so that, like, in the interest of full knowledge, the school has us all on YouTube live right now. I have no idea. I haven't switched over to look and see if anybody's actually watching, but
it's like 10,000 people live streaming this right now.
Probably up to about 1 million so far.
Yeah, it's at minimum.
Last time I looked at one of those, I was wondering if it was like parents tuning in or if the students make sure that they don't give the link to parents, because that would make it even more nerve-wracking. I don't know. What do you guys, do you share this info with parents or not?
I do, but I'm not gonna lie, I sneak off to see friends sometimes.
Yeah.
Now with COVID, so I bet that's some of it.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to have support from colleagues. Okay, I think, wait, let me do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, I think we've got everybody here. So maybe I'll jump in. I'm gonna show a few quick intro slides, and then I'll pause and give our critics a chance to introduce themselves. You guys, I used to try to introduce the critics myself, but then sometimes I felt like I was emphasizing the wrong things or just like totally butchering people's resumes and backgrounds. So it's probably better to just have y'all introduce yourselves and like talk about the things that you think define you in a way. So I'll show a quick few slides to give y'all a minute to think about what you want to say as a hello. And then we'll launch into presentations. So do a quick screen share. Alrighty. So yeah, just give this a second to go big. We, just so everyone knows, we had a morning session that had 5 students presenting, and then this afternoon we've got 4 students lined up to present to you all. They're each going to have 35 minutes to in total. So like each presenter will have 35 minutes to both give their presentation and get feedback and respond and things like that. So I've asked them to keep their presentations to like somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes tops, so that we have lots of time for discussion. And then should all go well, I think we're aiming to end right around 3:30. So that's the plan for this afternoon. Just so you know, a quick overview of the project. We're working on a site that's in the CBD, right off of the former Tivoli Circle, now more commonly known as Lee Circle, but maybe that's changing soon. The site is just 1 block away from there. You can kind of see the Crescent City Connection Bridge in the background. It's in between the CAC over here and the World War II Museum over here. And so the students will give you a little more context and site diagrams, but I just wanted to kind of give you a quick visual location in case you were wondering whereabouts this spot is. They've been given, this is a comprehensive studio, and the students have been given a program at the beginning of the semester. And so the building is an office building that in part, in this like kind of bright pink part, about 1/3 of it is dedicated to Prospect, who's assumed to be the main tenant or owner of the building. And so there's offices and galleries and bookstores and things like that associated with Prospect. But then there's also a large chunk of the building that's about rental office space. So you'll see some combination of open office floor plans or cellular floor plans, things like that. It's a little bit loose as to how people treated those office spaces, but you'll see some different things associated with offices like kitchens and meeting rooms. And then also you'll see a percentage of square footage given over to just kind of basic service stuff like restrooms and mechanical rooms and circulation and bits like that. We're not being super strict on square footage, but I just wanted you to know sort of what they're asked to pack into this building they're thinking about. I think the other thing to let y'all know is that it is a comprehensive studio. And so what the typical design project that they've dealt with so far is really, schematic design, maybe a little bit of design development that kind of happens throughout the semester. Here we've really crammed schematic design into the first 5 weeks or so to give them some more time for design development and integrating things like structure and systems and materials and facade details and things like that into the project. And so hopefully what you'll see today is, these guys' first stab at some of those building integration bits. And so I mention all that to say that this discussion will go wherever you guys want to take it, but feel free to comment on anything from the initial ideas and approach to the site or the program and what place art has in our built environment, all the way down to why did you connect your rain screen this way? Yeah, it's you can go anywhere from big picture to minutia, and I'm gonna try to just stay out of the way for the most part. And so let's see, I think that's it for the quick intro. I was wondering if you guys could just introduce yourselves and share anything you want to share about yourself. Amber, do you mind kicking us off?
Don't mind at all, don't mind. Hello, everyone. My name is Amber Wiley. I am an assistant professor of art history at Rutgers University, where I am beaming in from. I used to work with Emily down in New Orleans at Tulane, where I taught for 3 years the two of the 3 required architectural history courses, some historic preservation courses, as well as some upper level seminars. So yes, it's lovely to be back here in New Orleans, New Brunswick. And I look forward to seeing what you all have to share.
All right, Max, do you want to go next?
Sure. My name is Max. I'm an architect here in New Orleans. I've been working at SUDMA's Ripple Architects for just over 5 years now. I graduated from Tulane, 5-year program, and I'm happy to still be in town. Dr. Wiley was one of my professors, so I credit a lot to her. But what I'm working on right now is a really cool, it's a big adaptive reuse project of the old Coca-Cola bottling plant in New Orleans. Gonna provide 215 workforce housing units and all kinds of mixed use co-working and retail types of spaces. So definitely a passion of mine for adaptive reuse and kind of that putting back the housing stock in town. So happy to be here, excited to see the work.
Max, that's awesome. I didn't know that building was getting had something going. That's great. That building is really cool.
It's so beautiful. It's got some amazing old mid-century detailing, and that thing is they don't build them like they used to. It's not going anywhere. So it's really cool.
All right, Taylor.
Hey everybody, my name's Taylor. See a lot of familiar faces on here. I did an undergrad degree in architecture at the University of Virginia. Did the dual degree program in architecture and real estate development here at Tulane. And in between that time, I worked for a while. My sort of avenue into design and architecture was all about craft and building things and working with my hands. And then that kind of steered me into social justice design work and community-based design. So I've been sort of operating in that field for almost 10 years now. Used to run a design build firm, residential architecture design build firm in the DC area. And now I am here in New Orleans. For the foreseeable future, I just took a job with Concordia. So like Max, happy to be here. And yeah, I have a pretty solid experience in some of the nitty gritty sort of MEP structural details, systems of that nature. So hopefully I can lend some expertise and advice when we get into that during you guys' presentations. So looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. Okay, well, I think we'll just jump in if that's all right with folks. We're going to start with Jenna, and I'll post a link to the concept board here. The way that we've been doing this is that the presentation here on Zoom, the PDF, is kind of the primary way that we're doing this, but we have concept board if you want to look at plans or kind of understand things, you know, like on your own without asking people to scroll through a PDF. So unlike some reviews, we won't be primarily in concept board. We'll primarily be in the space, but we do have that there for y'all as a resource. And I'll share that in a link just in a second. And Jenna, I think you can take over now.
All right. Hi, I'm Jenna.
Jenna, you sound really low. Can you try to turn your volume up?
Maybe it's my mic. Still low?
No, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know if it gets low again. I'll try and keep my voice up, but
okay, you're good.
This is the proposal, Prospect Gardens, a courtyard approach to the Prospect headquarters and new co-working spaces. So the presentation will be divided up into 5 sections. First, I'll talk a little bit more about the context and the site, as well as Prospect, then get into the project vision, project systems, then the client comfort and user experience later on. So to delve more into the context, Prospect is a citywide contemporary art triennial. And every 3 years, they bring new art to the old city of New Orleans by inviting artists from all over the world to create projects in a variety of venues, both interior, exterior, all across the city. So our site, as Emily mentioned, is in the CBD. You can see the highway just coming in down here. And then to zoom in a bit more, Lee Circle, and then the World War II Museum, CAC, and Ogden.
Free Circle.
Lee Circle. Yeah. Just to get a couple more views for orientation, the site is this parking lot down here, directly adjacent to the World War II Museum. And then here again, next to the CAC, directly across from the Ogden. You can see it down here again. And then the goals for the proposal were based on the environmental and context analysis from site analysis in the beginning of a schematic review. So first off, those goals being focusing on the zoning and the context throughout the historic district. That is the Lafayette Square Historic District. And then, as Emily mentioned, it's in the CBD3, so there are no setback requirements according to the zoning codes, but there is a max height of 75 feet and 6 stories. And although there is no open space requirements, there are very deep floor plates, making it difficult for light to reach into all those spaces, which was also a driving point for the courtyard scheme. Another issue, of you all being in New Orleans, you know, flooding is a big problem. So we are in Zone B, fairly close to the river, but it is important to note the stress on the pump system and the different zones, and doing our part to store rainwater and divert runoff. And then I'm going to finish site analysis up with some wind roses to note the high wind in the summer, and then the average temperatures and precipitation. So another context note that was taken is the courtyards all across the city of New Orleans. So it was important to kind of connect to that context and the city that way. And then moving into the project vision and concept. So the cultural institutions that are around the area are the World War II Museum, the CAC, Ogden, and the Art Museum and the library. So it was important for the ground floor to open up to these spaces, both on Andrew Higgins and on camp to attract pedestrian traffic and visitors in the area. Just a bit more about program. The main program is the Prospect spaces, or the main tenant is Prospect on the ground floor and the first floor. So the public spaces will be located on the ground floor, mainly being the gallery, cafe, and community room. And then the upper floors, the co-working spaces that can be rented out, are all in the upper levels. Then program distribution was centered around the courtyard. So it was important for the open offices to connect to the courtyard, but to keep the more cellular spaces a bit removed. So the rentable offices and then the lesser used meeting pods are located on the eastern portion, then the open office next to the courtyard. And then a social core was established on the southwestern corner, which holds the primary circulation, which is an experiential stair paired with an elevator, allowing for equal access to the building. And then in addition to this experiential core, the office lounges and kitchen are located in the social core. The structure that divided the building was based on a 20-foot by 20-foot grid, as mass timber is being used for the structure. You can see the foundation system and then building up through the first floor, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Here you can note the glulam beams and columns that are being used in conjunction with a steel bridging system in the areas that are bridging the interior spaces on the upper floors that are column free on the ground floor. So moving into the environmental strategy, the environmental strategies of the proposal, it was important for the courtyard not only to be used as a social space and experiential space, but also to mitigate a lot of that stormwater runoff. So the courtyard was used as a space for water gardens, rock gardens, and different types of plants. And then that was used in conjunction with a garden court behind a double skin, as well as a green roof. So those concepts showed sectionally. Here you can see how the courtyard introduces natural ventilation and light into the different open office, as well as cellular office spaces, and how that double skin interacts with the section. And then shown here on the other side, you can see as well how even on the eastern facade, still air could be pushed up into the courtyard. And then as a double skin and the massing was further studied, the model was used for lighting studies. So you can see the different shadows that were used in terms of morning and night, and as well as the floor massing in the model. In addition, as the ground floor is a very public space, it was important that it could act as a beacon for public events in the gallery, community room, and cafe. So Prospect events hold on the ground floor. Then moving into project systems, getting into a little bit more detail, the back-end context with the double skin facade and the green roof. And then you can see a bit more detail as to how that system is interacting with the building. And moving into closer context, so here again, this is Andrew Higgins, and this is camp running north. You can see closer up, again, the gallery space is located on the north for that indirect light, and then keeping very busy spaces next to the courtyard, so the community room and cafe. And then down on the southwest corner, that social core holding the main lobby for every floor, as well as the experiential stair. And then on the upper floor is the kitchen and lounge area. And then these spaces that bridge between these two interior spaces are breezeways that are able to be opened to the exterior the majority of the time for impromptu meetings or group dining, things like that. And then the cellular spaces on the upper floors are located on the north to take advantage of that indirect northern light. And then the meeting pods that are used less, more for impromptu meetings, are located on the eastern facade with less light. And up in the northeastern corner, you can see a gathering stair for larger meetings in conjunction with the library and lounge. So as you move up, the floor plates are able to be rearranged with those spaces. So the meeting pods can be moved around. Different clients could commission certain spaces for the rentable offices, but really focusing on how these spaces can be changed within the life cycle of the building. And then on the 5th floor, open space is left for the event space that's able to be used by Prospect or the co-working facilities for larger events. Then moving into the sectional qualities, can note the cut here at the top through the gallery open offices and then looking at that elevation of the gathering stair. And then the details of the underfloor air distribution system, as well as the green roof in conjunction with the mass timber structure and the ceramic double skin. To get into some details, these are a little underdeveloped, but looking at the intensive green roof system as a stormwater system, then the ceramic double skin facade, which is a product called Flex Brick, which I'll get into a little bit later. Then how the structure interacts with the glazing units and the underfloor air distribution system, and how the structure meets that grade. I'm just gonna go through this quickly. The Flex Brick specifically is a ceramic textile system, so it's attached solely at the roof and then at the ground by a series of wind cables. And it drapes down over a steel mesh and is much thinner than traditional brick, but allows shading. So just to get a better visual of that system, you can see up here in the photo, it's attached through an auxiliary steel system that'll attach to the mass timber structure. And then here, this system is being used with the wind anchors as New Orleans is in a high wind zone. Then here, a wall section axon shows the integration of different systems. So the Flex Brick double skin, the underfloor air distribution plenum and duct, as well as diffusers, and then the operable breezeways that allow for natural ventilation into those spaces. Then getting into the client comfort studies, one of the main drivers of the courtyard was to provide natural light, but also natural ventilation. And in New Orleans, there's high winds coming in the summer from the south, which allows the courtyard to act as a wind tunnel, pushing up that hot air at the top. And then the roof system was done after a study on a sun hour study, providing information that solar panels would actually be a very good fit for this area, and particularly on the north portion of the roof. I'll show that a little bit later. As well as a spatial daylighting autonomy study was done to see how daylighting would enter the space and how it would be lit, as well as glare. I'll just skip through these. And then this is the glare studies. the annual sunlight exposure. So it's very well on the lower floors. Here, this orange and yellow are the breezeways, and those are used for smaller meetings or group dining, things like that. So it's not as important to mitigate the glare. But with these, it was important that a double skin was added to mitigate it somewhat. This is before the double skin is added. And then the sun hour study confirming that the solar panels would be a good portion to add on that northern section, and 1,500 square feet was added, but it is possible to add more. This is a baseline energy analysis, just confirming the introduction of solar panels to reduce the EUI of the building. And then moving into the user experience, you can note the southern facade before and after the double skin, then the western facade before and after. And then a couple sectional perspectives showing the daylighting analysis and lighting of the space. So this is 8 a.m., noon, and then 4 p.m. And then here as well, this is 8 a.m., showing the different lobbies and experiential stair, as well as the relationship to the courtyard, noon, and then 4 p.m. And then looking at how users approach the space. This is coming off of Camp across the street from the Ogden, coming into this very lush water retentive space of the courtyard. And then looking from an office out over the building, over the courtyard. And then I'm gonna skip to this quickly. This is from the courtyard, exiting the lobby.
You even have birds.
I do spotted them. And then this is one of those breezeways showing how it could be used. All right, and then that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I have a boring question. What program are you using to do like the glare and lighting studies and SDA analysis, stuff like that?
I used Cove Tool. It was my first time around using it, and it seems pretty extensive, especially with the energy analysis later on. But yeah, Cove Tool.
That's cool.
Max, what do you guys use? Do you use any at the office?
Yeah, we've been using Light Stanza. That's kind of like the go-to for kind of like our SDA analysis or luminance studies. And then we kind of get into other like Rhino, like Grasshopper plugins for glare type of stuff. So we can't afford the Cove tool. So that sounds cool.
Yeah, it's for students. So.
Yeah, Jenna, thanks for a great presentation. I think what really stood out to me was all the sort of nitty-gritty detail you put into the studies, the solar studies, all of that sort of contextual analysis that really helped your building come to life at the end. So I know that's a lot of work to sort of build that in. So I'm glad you took that step to do that. And I also think your initial schematic diagrams were very helpful to understand the building. I really enjoyed those sort of first 10, 15 slides that you had with the diagrams and then the like associated image. I think that was really helpful to get a sense of what you're trying to achieve with your design.
Hello, hello. Yes, thanks, Jenna. And I think I'll hop into some I guess, conceptual questions, because I totally, you had me convinced in certain parts and I was like, I don't know if I'm convinced. For instance, first and foremost, when you're talking about the courtyard, I was like, oh yes, courtyard New Orleans. And then I was like, ain't too many courtyards in the CBD, for instance, right? It's a lot of warehouses, a lot of, old 19 teens, 20s office buildings. And so it made me think, were you trying to introduce the kind of courtyard concept into this portion of the city, or like what were you thinking in terms of bringing the courtyard here?
Yeah, I think it's definitely different in this specific neighborhood, I guess maybe relating more to the atmosphere of different parts of the city. So just bringing that social space, that could be a public amenity to the neighborhood.
I think, yeah, that's a good point, because I mean, there aren't a whole lot of social spaces in that area, open places where folks can gather and things like that. So yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I also had a question, I guess on your thought process with the courtyard. And I guess in a broader sense, how you're sort of orienting your entire building on the site. Because I think we all in agreement, we love the idea of you bringing in the courtyard into the space, but sort of the first thing you see at that corner of the lot is that circulation core. And to me, you sort of described it as the experiential stairwell and the elevator. But when I look at it in plan, it seems a little more closed off to me. And it sort of, it detracts from, I guess, this grand entrance into that courtyard space. So I guess, could you maybe elaborate on, I guess, what was your first take on how to sort of site the building? Were you thinking of the courtyard as this like nestled private space within the building that only people within that building can use, or is it supposed to be more street frontage and maybe something more open to passersby? Because I didn't hear you mention it as maybe a beacon into the rest of the
let me just go back to
neighborhood.
a plan for context. Yeah, I think I thought of the courtyard more as a public space, attracting that street traffic to the Prospect galleries and community rooms and those public spaces on the ground floor, and then seeing this kind of separated core down on the southwest as a space for the lobby and stair, and kind of separating that circulation from the very concentrated office spaces on the upper floors. So just creating that kind of social space, and then separation with the breezeways to create an experience of coming up that experiential stairs after going through the courtyard, and then going through the breezeway into, the different cellular office spaces or the open offices.
I've actually got to follow up on that one, because I was writing in my notes. I hear experiential stair, can you identify it? And so I saw the staircase and I was like, is this the experiential stair that we're talking about? And kind of understanding that sequence of experiences, right? What are we experiencing? Are these different elements being revealed to us as we go up the staircase? And also, what's the circular thing here right beside the stair? Because I was like, where?
That is the lobby desk.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, apologies.
Yeah, so Jenna, I want to commend you on your scheme. I think it's got an immense clarity. I think when we look at it in plan, it's just super clear what you're doing here, and this courtyard scheme is, I can understand it from the get-go, which is great. I do think there are some opportunities where the kind of rigidness that you've set up could have been explored or loosened up a little bit more, because the building does feel pretty pancakey, where you're just kind of stacking these identical plans on top of one another. You start to get into it a little bit on that top right corner with the staircase, where you're starting to kind of explore some sectional qualities. To me, it kind of seems like these breezeways are kind of the opportunity. If you would have thought maybe that breezeway is 3 floors high, and what does that mean, right? And is there a bridge inside of that breezeway that connects you, and you have an experience like that? So it's a multi-level kind of multi-programmatic space, which you're setting up as these kind of special moments, but they kind of feel like weird, like gauzy, almost just circulation at this point. So I wonder like how programmatically they could have been energized more. And then I really do like the idea of like the double skin wall, but I wonder in the same vein, like what if that was 20 feet wide? What if their double skin wall was the entire bridge and you got to occupy this passive strategy, right? So it's not just a decorative screen that comes in front of sheets of glass, where you're actually inside of that space that's a little bit humid, it's a little bit tempered, you're getting some cross ventilation, and there's just a lot more energy and connectivity between these pieces of the project around the courtyard. So just some thoughts there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Hey, Jenna, to some of those points, can you go to, don't you have a section through the breezeway, either perspectival or
yeah, I'll go
or regular?
Yeah, or maybe that.
Because I think you've been imagining these windows as operable, right? So you could maybe have this indoor-outdoor space that Max is talking about, just depending on the season and the users. So I think you have some ideas about that. It may not be like totally clear, but the suggestion about the double or triple high spaces is pretty interesting too, because you could imagine like, you know, if on one floor there was this double high space, and he's right, like you still need to have a passageway through, like for fire safety, but maybe that gives you some cool sectional opportunities where like you have somebody up here that's looking down on a big gathering down low. But then maybe you stagger them so that on the next floor up, it's where would the next floor up be? I guess it'd be like these guys. Like maybe the double high spaces, maybe you alternate them so that on any given floor you have one of these grand spaces, but you only have one of them. So you don't like split your resources between two. So you always have like a really active, buzzing little hub. And that could be a pretty cool next step to layer into this idea or this proposal.
I'm going to hop in here and say, this is one of the advantages of the virtual. Emily just choop, 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 like that was so super cool. I haven't seen that in action yet. So that was super clarifying. And I love that you could take it right back off the.
Well, Amber, under view options at the top of your screen, there's a annotate button or annotate option. So if you want to draw, you should draw to your heart's content.
I've never done that before. I'm kind of scared, but I appreciate it.
It's going to take a minute to just make a line and feel comfortable with it. You can, yeah, it's kind of fun.
Max, I'm glad you brought that up. Sorry, Amber, did you have something to add before I?
No, I'm in awe. I'm gonna be quiet. Sorry, Jenna.
But yeah, Max, you basically picked up some of the sectional ideas that I was also really interested in. And I guess for me, if we're talking about the envelope now and the facade scheme that you have, first off, I love bricks, and I feel like there's not enough brick facades in the world anymore. So that's a really, really awesome. I've never seen this facade skin before, and it just looks cool. I don't know where you found it, but I'm interested. So if you can send me more information, I would love that. But I guess in my mind, there seems to be like two competing ideas that you could have gone in two different directions, I guess. And one of them being, you could think of your building as sort of this like nestled structure with the courtyard on the inside. And that's this sort of safe space that everyone in the building can use, and sort of the envelope sort of tucks around that courtyard. And it's more decorative at that point. And it kind of reminds me of the building catty corner to your site, which is that World War II museum with the, I don't know if that's a metal facade skin or what, but it's very ornamental. It's very sculptural. And maybe your facade could sort of pick up on that language and become this sort of sculptural cladded building that has a courtyard on the inside. And that sort of relates to that context across the street. But then I was thinking, well, you know, it would be really cool if you started punching these holes through that facade and looking at things more in a sectional manner like Max is picking up on. And, you know, maybe if you start to introduce 2 to 3 story tall atriums, then maybe that's a place in your facade where you can really do large cutouts, and you have this permeability between the inside of the building and the exterior. Maybe that's a moment of you know, you're walking from your desk to the kitchen and there's a semi-public, semi-private space that's also open to the outside to a certain extent. And it's sort of a moment to pause and just reflect. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like in either direction, there are cool ideas as to, you know, do you want to open up the facade in really strategic areas, or do you want to make the facade more sculptural and ornate to sort of pick up on the language of some of the buildings surrounding it?
Jenna, this is a super cheesy thought, but seeing your seeing the brick in this manner and also seeing one of the views you did of the entryway, part of me wonders if there's moments where the system itself, because it's flexible, starts to wrap under the, I guess that's the wrong.
It can actually do that when I was looking at the products.
To wrap under and, like, you know, invite people in, like if this was the skin.
Yeah,
you know?
I hadn't thought about it for this, but
So that if you're just like walking by, the building's almost like beckoning you to like come under. That might be cheesy once you do it, but it would be interesting to explore how that material could be more than just the like the paper thin skin, but like start to signal entry or like wrap in different ways.
I think that's a pretty powerful point. So yeah, like you said, it may be cheesy after you try to do the schematic or whatever, but I can get it. It is directional in that sense. So I have a question. What's the best office space in this place? Because when we were talking about open up the facade, right? You know, different places, I was like, where would I have the best kind of view if I were a potential tenant? You talked about the top floor as being for less permanent tenants, it seemed like some more transient folk. And I was just thinking, where would I want my office to be located? Say, if I were someone who was looking at this space, thinking about the different kind of environmental factors that you had, the sunlight, the shade, breeze, all of that. And maybe we're totally egalitarian, right? And there's like no office that's better than the next, and no one has to worry about who has the corner office with the great window, especially thinking about the skin. But it just really made me, you know, try to imagine myself in these spaces. And that was one of those questions. And like I said, you might say, well, they're all equally beautiful.
That was a
fabulous.
Goal, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think piggybacking on that, I think another kind of interesting question to think about is just programmatically, you're kind of treating things with this uniformity, right? So not necessarily one space is better than the other, but that you have kind of an approach to this type of programmatic zone and how that kind of reflects itself on the outside of the building. Because I think it could be clear, like, okay, well, this is kind of this tenant without really saying it. Show me it's another tenant without saying it.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what I was thinking of, like a little differentiation in the spaces to.
Yeah, that's a good
point.
Well, I'm supposed to be the timekeeper and keep us moving, so I might let that be the the last thought, unless anybody has anything else they want to throw in there.
I have one last thought, and it's completely like for the diagrams. I got lost in the floor plans, so those need. I was like, they need labels. Yeah, make sure we know what floor we're on, because I was like, okay. I was going through it with you as you added on each floor in the presentation, but I was just like, if I were just, kind of standing there looking at it, I need to know what is what. So that's a little thing, but that's for legibility purposes.
Fair point. Well, thank you, Jenna. And I feel like you're one of the people who, more than anyone, took on this daylighting and just like energy analysis. And I think that's great that you did that. I feel like each of you kind of like found something you were interested in and kind of burrowed down. And it was fun to see you kind of like give that a shot. Like everything's so much harder and longer the first time around, but it's cool to see y'all like figure it out and wrestle with it. And not only the energy bit, but the, what was it, twin motion that you were using? Like I know all these new programs and skills take time to figure out. So good job wrestling those things. All right, Michael is going to be next. It's all yours, Michael.
All right. Hi, I'm Michael Clifton, and this is my final review presentation for the Prospect New Orleans office building proposal. The presentation will cover 5 areas of the project, starting with the site's influence on the proposal and the massing strategy that evolves from it, the pragmatics with some strategies for structure, sustainability, and program, the hardline drawings for the proposal itself, the experience of the proposal, and an appendix which will hold the specific drawings regarding circulation, mechanical, and structural systems. And to start, we have a figure ground of the area surrounding the site, which, as you know by now, is located in the central business district of New Orleans. And with this red box locates the site within the drawing. It's currently a parking lot on the corner of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard, and is in between the Contemporary Art Center and the World War II Museum. The initial thing on the site which caught my eye was like the sight lines to context buildings and areas are on the site. As listed in the drawing, there's the Ogden Museum on Camp Street, the World War II Museum on Andrew Higgins Boulevard, Lee Circle further down the boulevard, and the Causeway further down Camp Street. And so the main concept for the proposal creates an experience that reacts to the views that are on the site while also bringing Prospect's scavenger hunt style of art exhibition to life within the building. By extending the floor plates, these viewports are created that will create views to the exterior while acting as a mixed space holding co-working and gallery spaces on the 2nd through 4th floor and this event space in the 5th floor. And these model photos just show a progression of how the building mass has progressed over the semester. And the massing strategy begins by extruding the mass at a size of 112 feet by 112 feet and reaching a height of 73 feet. The building has 5 floors, which are all 14-foot floor to floor, and there's an additional 3 feet from grade to the ground floor, which is necessary by code. Next, the access road for the Contemporary Art Center is constructed on Camp Street at 14 feet wide and 17 feet tall. A strip of service program is added on floors 2 through 5, directly above the access road. And here we implement the grid system, which includes a 4x4 array of 28-foot by 28-foot bays with 15-foot by 28-foot bays in the service strip. An inner courtyard is carved out of the building mass, bordering the World War II Museum. And vertical cores are implemented in 3 locations: egress stairs at the corners of the building to give quickest access to the street, and the elevator core is centralized. The floor plates are then extended to create the viewings and co-working gallery spaces that were referenced to earlier, which is the main concept of the building. And these angled concrete panels reinforce the partie of the building at a smaller scale in a more repetitive fashion along the facades where cell offices are located. And here is the final massing with its relation to the site. And the building, we use a special waffle slab system made by a company called Whole Deck. It is an alteration of a typical waffle slab, which has been cut into to allow for mechanical systems, electrical, and lighting to all take place within the depth of the ceiling. This is beneficial as the system can work at a 2-foot depth, allowing for floor to ceiling height to be 12 feet in practically every point in the building. And the first strategy for sustainability in the building is the use of geothermal energy to supply mechanical systems. The constant temperature of water is warmer than air in the winter and cooler than air in the summer, helping to preserve some energy in the cooling and heating of the building. A chiller and boiler will still be necessary to reach more extreme points of hot and cold. On the large scale facade, a Q-air glass system will be used at the extended floor plates. This system uses multiple panes of glass to reduce heat that enters the building from the sun. On the roof, solar panels are used to reduce the amount of energy the building needs to produce by itself, and also brings the angled poke-out idea again as a roof condition, but it's set back and not visible from the street. For stormwater management, a fairly typical system is used within the inner courtyard. The slope has a roof which funnels water into the courtyard and then is held and there's a permeable surface at the bottom to allow for water retention. And this fat gutter will get the water there if it's not right above. And moving into program, the main components of the typical floor are divided into 4 groups, those being the offices, meeting and lounge spaces, service space, and the vertical cores. Office space is distributed along the 2 main facades of the building, Camp Street and Andrew Haynes Boulevard. And these like flip-flop every floor. Meeting rooms and lounge spaces are given area surrounding the inner courtyard. Service space is held in a strip directly above the access road, though it has now become an L shape to account for the mechanical supply room. And egress stairs are located in the 2 corners and the elevator is centralized. And here's the representation of program on a typical floor and plan with the density of hatch patterns representing the area as more or less private. And one of the plans, here's the roof plan of the building in sight. And the ground floor of the building exhibits the entry to the building and the strategy used to get up the required 3 feet from grade. The ADA accessible ramp runs underneath the first set of angled concrete panels of the building. And the program components of this floor are all viewable from the street, including the coffee shop, which will run all the way back to the inner courtyard. There's also a small gallery space and a larger community room, which borders the courtyard. The second floor makes visible in greater detail the co-working and gallery space and the ambiguity between either program. There's tables for people to work at and smaller podiums, which can hold sculpture art and framed artwork can be held along the walls on either end of the space. On the third floor, you can see the 2 different types of working spaces have flip sides. The previous floor created views towards the World War II Museum, while this floor looks towards the Ogden Museum and Lee Circle and beyond. This also begins a double height space. There's a small nook created in the service strip to become the reference area, which is a small library. And an extension into the courtyard mirrors the idea of the main partie on a smaller scale, creating a small area for a singular person to come out and take like a phone call or similar. And on the floor above and below, this extension is seen in the bordering meeting room to give more space, just like this on the 4th floor. And the layout in the fourth floor is the exact same as the third floor, except for the removal of the extended floor plate to account for double height. And the fifth floor replaces the co-working aspect of the viewport with an event space as required by program. This final floor intends to look at the New Orleans Causeway. Section A is cutting through Camp Street, and it exhibits the different relationships created by the two different types of office spaces. As their names call out, the co-working or open office space is very open with longer, more inviting tables promoting collaboration, while the cell offices are smaller rooms with desk space dedicated to a specific person or team that operates within the building. Section B shows off a cut through the courtyard and the relationship created with the meeting rooms that border it, and that poke out how that looks in section as well. Section C is a cut through Andrew Higgins Boulevard, the courtyard, and also shows off the relationship of the waffle slab when near the column. The repetition of the meeting rooms on the left side can be seen along the service strip. On the right side is lounge spaces and cell offices, solar panels up here. This section perspective cuts at a similar spot that the first section did, showing once again the difference between the different office conditions. Locations of framed art is seen on walls within co-working spaces, along with sculptural art and other spaces. And some of the skyline that would be visible from the building is worked into the drawings to respect that while they're focused areas, the facades are intended to look at, they have a much wider range of view. The second section perspective has a focus on the courtyard and the spaces that surround it. Meeting rooms are shown on the right side, and the pokeouts within the courtyard can be seen on in the middle. And lounge spaces and moving into the offices also on the left. The elevation on Andrew Higgins Boulevard shows off the difference in scales on facade. The bigger viewports create these large shadows, while the smaller concrete panels create a much smaller shadow, but multiple of them. And the same drawing, but from Camp Street. Moving into details here in section box A, you can see the wall connections as well as the Q-air glazing system as referenced earlier, using 3 panes of glass to reduce the amount of heat entering the building. There's also a cavity in the slab that acts to reduce weight, and there's a thermal break with insulation up here and in the panel and sloping so that water runs away from the building. In section box B, there's the whole deck waffle slab in greater detail, showing off the relationship with mechanical and electrical systems and how the lighting system would operate through it. And section box C shows the foundation of the building, which is just a typical grade beam and concrete piles. And same focus with detailing in this drawing, but there's more textures and stuff in the 20 by 20 cut of it. You start to see like concrete panels, the detailing panel. And getting into the experience of the building, here's the axonometric view in the site. And this perspective shows off the approach to the building coming from Lee Circle and Andrew Higgins Boulevard. Also, the difference between the two scales facade can be seen. This is the entry sequence into the building. As said earlier, it's located underneath the first set of angled concrete panels above. Here's the ground floor coffee shop and its relationship to the inner courtyard. The red in the background would be the westmost facade of the World War II Museum. Also on show is a photograph by the artist Khalil Joseph, who had work exhibited at Prospect 4. And the final perspective shows the fluidity of the co-working gallery spaces this specifically being the double height space on the third floor. People working at the tables in the middle, room for sculpture art on small podiums, framed artwork on the wall in the background, and a view to the surrounding site. And in an effort to save time, I'll not go in depth about the following strategies, but here are the axonometric and plan drawings for the circulation, mechanical, and structural strategies. And to remind you, the project's main concept revolves around creating areas that react to the exterior while bringing Prospect's scavenger hunt style of art exhibition to life within a fluid combination of co-working and gallery space. Thank you for listening.
No, I swear some of those renderings with the two-way waffle slab and everything, it feels like a photo of like 1965, like Yale Art Museum, Louis Kahn. But you're making it cute, brute cute, right?
Yeah.
Is that a term? Brute cute? I love it.
Brute cute.
It is now.
Yeah, Michael's got a very stark and consistent style, and I'm kind of digging it. It's like apocalyptic light.
Honestly, concrete is one of my favorite materials. So, I mean, I came up in the Yale Art and Architecture building. So I was, I don't know, I was conditioned to feel a certain way about concrete. So I was struggling. I was like, concrete, New Orleans. But then I was like, I love concrete. So I think that was part of my internal struggle in relationship to the materials. But yeah, I don't know. Could you talk a little bit about the concrete, for instance? What made you think about that particular material, especially in relationship to the other stuff in the context and the environment?
Yeah. Well, initially I had steel, but then proportions I had worked better with concrete, and also I think with the partie of the building, it seemed kind of like monolithic, and I think concrete worked well with it. And like with cantilevering and stuff, it felt right, I'll say.
You guys also had a consult with Tony Lamanna, the structural engineer out of Arizona. And didn't he bring it up he was trying to push you towards concrete, yeah?
Yeah, like I said, I was using steel before, but then he told me that the proportions, like the size, it would just be better to just do concrete. And I think it makes more sense also, rather than using steel.
I want to say, as a note of clarification, some of these last two presentations have felt like we're pushing proprietary systems or something. And just for the sake of our critics, I wanted y'all to know that there's an integrated building systems class that runs in parallel with this course. And one of the assignments was to find, like 3 different options for a building skin and then weigh the pluses and minuses of those systems. And so some of these specific products like Flex Brick are coming out of that assignment and kind of being applied, because we're trying to have these guys get a little more specific, even though we're not saying they have to choose a specific brand or system. It's more just like choose a material or a method of achieving what you're trying to achieve. And so, to Michael's credit, he found this much more, it's like an updated take on a traditional method, the waffle slab method. And so there are people that are doing like fresh versions of waffle slab that have all these integrated systems woven into them, which saves you floor to ceiling height.
I think a lot of that comes out in the first 2 presentations. Yeah, like that. I think it's really clear that there was a good amount of thought, time, and energy put into the systems and into the materials. Like that definitely comes through.
Michael, can you talk a little bit more about how one would experience the building and how you would navigate through the programmatic spaces, and sort of what drove that thought process for you?
Yeah, navigating like circulation, you mean, or just in general navigating?
Yeah, I guess what are like some of the main themes that you're trying to pick up on? I know you mentioned in the beginning, you know, you have this really strong idea about the sight lines and how that's orienting your building. And at the very end, you mentioned something that I want to pick up on later, because I didn't hear it at any other point during your presentation, but you mentioned Prospect as a sort of scavenger hunt through your building. And I thought that was a really powerful idea, and I didn't necessarily pick up on that earlier in your presentation. So could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah. With the scavenger hunt thing, I meant more like these co-working and gallery spaces end up on each floor, and then so you kind of find that on every floor, and it's not yeah, you find that on each floor, like how do I can't totally think of how to answer it.
So is that sort of art prospect space on each floor, and each floor is slightly different as you're going up through the building? Is that?
No, I meant like how Prospect does art exhibitions in just like random locations in the city. I meant I wanted there to be locations for art to be exhibited in the building at like every floor, every spot we could possibly do it, rather than like just on the ground floor or something, or like one bigger.
Gotcha.
That's how.
Gotcha.
Multiple gallery spaces.
I think that's a great idea. And when you line that up with this, these sight lines, these angles that you're cutting through, you can get this sense where if you're, you know, walking around the building, or you're a couple blocks down, you're looking at the building, you see these cool pieces of art nestled at different spots within the building. And I think that brings a lot of intrigue into the site. But one thing I wanted to bring up in regards to all of this is that I think there's a really, really cool moment that I think you're picking up on, but you could have even like doubled down on it. But that concrete system that you're working with, I feel like you could have even explored that further, because that sort of grid system that's based into that concrete form, you could almost imagine that as like a datum for your space. You know, it's set up on that grid, and then your sight lines are these, you know, really strong strokes that are cutting through your building, and they basically break up that really repetitive datum. And so like you're basically working with this system, this really repetitive system that sort of sets up the majority of your spaces. And then when you want to do these broad strokes where you're bringing in the sight lines, you know, it's really breaking the building into really specific zones that I think I kind of missed that idea during the presentation. It might just be how you presented your diagrams, but it might have helped me if you had some of these diagrams coupled with a floor plan to help me better understand how to get through those spaces. But now I'm just rambling, but I feel like there's something really interesting about that grid shape that's inherent in that concrete structural system that you're choosing. And I think that could have even like permeated more into the design of your building. And I'll stop talking now.
Yeah, I was good. I'll piggyback on that. I think there's a rigidity to it that I think had you maybe been a little bit more playful with it and thought of as really deep, you know, elements in your space, or like things that you're actually like carving through, that could have been kind of an interesting way to express the structure. I dropped a classic into the chat. It's an old Zaha building, and it's kind of similar in the way that she's got these moments articulated on the facade, these kind of bigger masses. But the project is super experiential in the way that there's a series of connective stairs in between each one of those moments. And I think going back to kind of Taylor's first question of experience, I think I'd love to see more views about how you're actually getting to these spaces. Like, what is the experience like when you're circulating from, prospect to prospect, and started thinking of it like that, and really getting us inside. There's a lot of views of kind of the omniscient, three-dimensional, being from outside and looking at the massing, but really getting us inside would have been, I think, fun.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think adding context to some of these diagrams would have been helpful as well. So I can get a better orientation of where exactly are these sight lines, and how do these cuts, agree or disagree with what you're trying to align within the building. And it almost seems to me that you almost have like two competing like circulation patterns. Like, I don't know, something about this diagram in particular, it's making me think like, maybe the museum space is this sort of secondary circulation space that like wraps the building, where you have these angular cuts, and the way you detail that is in direct contrast with the tectonic concrete of the rest of the form. So then you have this idea where you're playing against a heavy thermal mass of the concrete that might have one programmatic condition, and then maybe these glass cuts that are lighter are bringing more light in. Maybe that's where you have the more public museum spaces, and that has a different program. And then you can kind of play this with this idea of like light and dark that you are discussing in some of the elevations and perspective drawings that you had.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me too. I will say that one thing that I found really compelling in the design is the notion of the sight lines outside. And so while I agree with my colleagues here that some of the interior experiential renderings would have been really useful, and I know you do the coffee shop and another one, but just understanding those particular sight lines, I think that it's really powerful to draw on what folks might be seeing outside. I am one of those people who lingers at windows. So having the opportunity to have something not necessarily framed for me, but presented to me that brings the context of other points in New Orleans, because I don't know too many places, too many buildings in New Orleans that do that. That is just a really important kind of feature to think about the historical context and the things that folks are pulling from, and particularly because Prospect, is so New Orleans, having those different moments there for the folks who are either working or who are visiting the space is really, really important.
Yeah, Amber, I'm glad you brought that up, because Michael, I think you sold me on those small little like outdoor breakout rooms that you had in plan. If you can go to one of those plans. Yeah, that one in particular, I can imagine myself, whenever I make a call, I can't sit still. I have to walk around. I'm like pacing back and forth. And if I could go outside and do that, I think that would be a really awesome space for something like that. So yeah, I really enjoyed how you're trying to connect these spaces to the exterior and what implications that has from programming that space. But again, I think for me, at certain points during your presentation, I was kind of asking myself why, like, why is this angle here and not here? Why is the courtyard necessarily in that spot and not somewhere else? And, I'm sure you've had the same questions, and it seems like you've put a lot of thought into why these spaces are here. But I think for me, maybe I was just missing some of that additional context and your plans and your diagrams.
I'll say as an art person, I kind of got terrified. I was like, is the art storage over the service? Is let me know. Cause I was like, that's a little precarious. And I was like, we must protect these pieces at all costs. And if it means bringing it away from kind of a service corridor, I highly suggest that as a move. Yeah, someone who lives and breathes archival spaces. So that kind of feels like, okay, I'll just put them to the side. So keep in mind that those are really precious spaces that I think, I'm so biased, even more than like the office spaces or whatever, should be protected at all costs.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fun. Well, it's probably not fun for these guys, but it's interesting to see third-year students wrestle with like the boring but necessary realities of like storage and service access. And I mean, heck, we didn't even throw trash in. Like usually, I remember last year there was a fire pump room requirement, and you know, count your blessings that you didn't have to deal with trash and fire pump. But there ends up being a lot of stuff that takes up space in a building, especially on the precious ground floor, and how to kind of like thoughtfully integrate that without it being the like center of your facade is always a challenge. But yeah, point taken about art storage. Michael, your next building is going to have some really thoughtful art storage solutions.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, any last final comments before we let Taylor take over the screens?
I'm just curious, Michael, do you typically build a lot of like physical models? I saw a few in the beginning of your presentation.
I'll make like the conceptual stuff, but like detailed models probably goes to like the back of the workload.
Yeah, and I'm sure that was hard this past year as well, being remote.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could really see physical models helping you work through the sort of mass of this project. Anyways, just a thought.
Yeah, it's been a real sad moment for the last, I mean, beyond what everyone's dealing with for the last 14 months. Everything's just been digital. And so these guys haven't really been forced to make physical models because there's no easy way to make sure everyone has access to the same set of tools and resources. But I do want to take that comment of yours, Taylor, as a moment to just say to everyone, please get back in the wood shop when we're all back in person. It really is it's a very tactile way to explore your ideas and strategies. And, you know, like in the ideal world, it's informing the decisions you make and not just the thing you do at the very end to show what you've designed. It's something you do early on to help inform your design. All right, thanks, Michael.
All right, thank you guys.
Our next presenter is Taylor, and then Clara's gonna close out the day. So I can't believe we're just zooming through. Goodness gracious. All right, Taylor, it's all yours.
Okay. Hi, my name's Taylor, and this is a proposal for Prospect New Orleans headquarters. The site is right off of the Pontchartrain Expressway, and it's located in a pretty popular tourist area because it's in front of the World War II Museum, and it's also by the CAC and the Ogden Museum. The zoning envelope, I mean, y'all heard this already, but the zoning envelope allows for a 75-foot maximum building height, And as you can see, it's on a corner lot. Now, considering the context, the World War II Museum, as great as it is kind of an obnoxious neighbor considering the block. Like, it's very large. And our other neighbor, the CAC, because the site was a former parking lot, it's right up against their building, so we need to allow for a service alley. And again, since it's a corner lot, to build up to the maximum height of 75 feet, that kind of, well, not the 75 feet, but to build out to the entire site, like to go to those walls, you can't have windows against the buildings because, you know, like fire, safety hazard. And then for the art museums, it's a nice concentration of art program, and this influenced the location of the gallery, Prospects Gallery. So it's going to be on Camp Street. And that was also influenced by the large amount of vehicular traffic coming off the expressway. So having it on that corner, hopefully it'll catch their eye and encourage them to stop. And then lastly, everything together. So for the massing operations, as I said before, because the World War II Museum is so large, the project goes with the approach of taking up the entire zoning envelope. So it has like a very like can-do attitude, like it's on the corner, you're gonna see it. And opposite to that, because it's so chunky, several cuts were made into it, a courtyard cut, a passage cut, and then a connection cut that actually isn't, well, I'll get to that. So anyway, as I was about to explain, for the courtyard and passage cut, they are expressed as voids. So a structural grid was established, and then based off of those measurements, the diagonals were chosen. And so it's this very orthogonal grid that's broken up by these diagonals. But as you can see, those cuts aren't expressed as voids entirely. And it ends up with this sort of massing model that has voids and other areas where the cuts are purely expressed on the facade. Okay, so for the facade assembly, if you consider the mass to be like a fruit, for example, a honeydew, the outside is kind of plain when it comes to color, like a pretty reserved palette, but it has a nice texture. And then when you consider cutting into that, there is this void, which would be the courtyard for this project. And then really trying to get into that facade expression. On the interior, it would be lighter, whether this is like the cladding or glazing, whereas on the outside, it would be different. So just following this idea of the cuts are expressed differently on the outside and then the interior outside, like which would be the courtyard. And then as for stormwater, the voids, like the spaces created from those, are used to slow and store water with planters, a cistern on the second level courtyard, and a rain garden for the passage cut, because it's narrow going into it, so it's nice to have something at the end of it instead of, you know, just a wall. So that's where the rain garden would be. As for the circulation, it goes around the central voids, the horizontal circulation, and then the vertical circulation can be understood to be like at either end of the horizontal circulation, basically as much to the corners as possible while like negotiating with the program. And then for the program, the public program is on the ground floor, the gallery, the cafe, and the community room. Prospect headquarters occupies the second floor, and the remaining upper floors are all rental offices. And you can see these arrows representing like entry into the site. There's a major entry point to a lobby for the gallery, and then the main entry is going through that passage cut. And this is a model of the building with the site context. And then going into the plans. So here you can see how the cut influences the plans because you have this massage wedged into the building. So again, the community room, gallery, bookstore, all on the ground floor. And then there's Prospect headquarters. And the second and third floor share that courtyard on the second level. And this floor has its own, the fourth level has its own courtyard. And as I said, with the circulation diagrams, you can see how there's like an opening between the program and the central courtyards that allows for circulation and also lounge space. And the last level has a roof terrace courtyard. And then getting a look at the sections, this is going off of the facade assembly diagram. So this idea of like when someone enters the building, by going into those courtyards, it's supposed to be like a moment of break from the offices. And then there's vegetation for the planters. And the other section, again, with the fourth level, because it doesn't have the interior building below it, the floor thickness can allow for an actual green roof, whereas the other courtyard areas, like there was that ambition, but the floor to floor ceiling heights wouldn't really allow to like cut into it that way. And then, okay, so about to go into the details. This is a overall view of the elevation as it relates to the section. And then what these drawings are supposed to express is how, looking at the bottom left corner, you can see that there are true windows, but on the facade that doesn't come through. So there's, here, go to the next. I'll explain on the next one. So on the roof, this is where the roof terrace is. So it's an occupiable roof. So it's a little different than the others because it'll have foot traffic. And then you can see a section of the planter. And then, okay, so right here, there are true windows on the buildings, but to have a more cohesive facade, the glazing blends in with the cladding. So if you look closely, the windows actually aren't parallel to the stud cavity wall. They were instead pushed forward. That way they could have a more smooth alignment with the cladding. And so that's why like they're supported with steel angles. And then for the foundation, it's pretty basic. There's a concrete column because it's still, oh gosh, I didn't even say it's a steel frame system. But anyway, for the underground, instead of having the steel go below the surface, it's a concrete column and then the concrete footing. And then a closer look at the elevation. So as I was like explaining before, you can see these like rows of windows, but for someone on the street, they couldn't actually literally see through all of them. Like some of them would be reflective. And then the other elevation on Andrew Higgins showing the big opening for the passage cut. And then this is just a summary of the mechanical and circulation. Thank you.
Thanks for that presentation. The plans and views are so playful. I like how, you know, it's very like, what's the right word? I don't know. Every floor plan it just feels so different, and there's like a lot of energy going on in them. So I like how much care you've kind of thought about all those little spaces, and as you work your way up the building, kind of like the experience. It's like very much like I'm going from here to here, and like that's how the architecture is going to react to it. you know, like once I get up to this space, then I'll design, you know, this space. So it kind of feels like kind of sequential in that regard. I wonder if you could talk more about the kind of, you know, it's a really interesting idea to come in with this wedge shape as kind of like the core concept of the project. Can you talk more about how that was conceived again, and like how you're coming in off the street and engaging with that? Because it sort of feels like you're funneling and pinching to a really tight point. I like how it opens up when you get higher and it becomes like more of an amenity for the people in there, but on the ground floor, it really just feels a little tight.
Right. So it is really a giant funnel that it's not much of an occupiable space, which is why it's mostly for passage for them to enter through the bookstore or the I don't know if my or to enter over here into this like lobby space. So it really is like compressing them, but that's why the rain garden was put at the end, so they're not like walking and it's just like, oh, a wall.
Talasia, do we see the rain garden in the section? I'm trying to remember if that view shows up in any of the sections.
No, to be completely honest with you, I was working on a perspective and didn't finish it.
Yeah. Well, maybe what I would suggest is I think that is an interesting or maybe a necessary perspective to show, just to kind of capture what you imagine that experience to be like. But a suggestion is that, you know, like maybe in that pinch point, if you think about that as like some spot for exhibiting a really tall, beautiful sculpture or something that like it's so axial and yet so narrow that people are going to question it. But if you have an idea about what that space is for, and if it's about like showcasing the whole like reason of being for Prospect or something, then maybe it's all like, oh yeah, I get it. Like there's this beautiful, tall, crazy thing in a giant like water garden, or I don't know, whatever it is you want to develop that space as, then it becomes a focal point instead of a pinch point or something like that.
I thought it was interesting, and I definitely appreciate the description of the water garden, rain garden. I thought it was interesting to think about how we're introduced to this wedge. Specifically, the placement, you know, is on point as a corner site and really speaking to both of the corners that are super busy. And I think, I don't know which one it was, but you actually had some lettering going on and to bring us into that entry space, like the Prospect, I think, was starting to be written across the side, but you couldn't see it fully, right? It was like Prospect. And I was like, how do we play with this? Like if you desire to have that kind of branding on the facade, I don't like, I feel like you should go all in or, you know, go out. So if you're going all in, thinking about ways in which lettering could enliven the facade of the building, perhaps even something kind of like a split. Because when I saw it kind of disappear behind the wedge, I was thinking, well, maybe she could continue it on an external facade in addition to the entrance, right? So something kind of diagonal that way. But it left, to me, it felt like a dot, dot, dot in a sense, like literally because you have the lettering there. And so it's going to be one of those things that you either have to commit to or just go, okay, maybe not, because it's not fully legible the way it is that you have it in your renderings here, or your axon, I think it was. I don't know which one, or was it the facade? I feel like it's near the end that I saw that. So I was like,
Maybe that's another perspective that you draw, because Amber's right, it gets cut off, but it gets cut off as an elevation, and no one ever really sees the building as a pure elevation. Like you experience it in a different way. And in this case, you're probably experiencing it walking around the corner. So maybe what you do as you develop your perspectives is show us the like approaching the building on the corner, and you like Prospect is drawing you in. And then the next view is like inside of that space with the axial like pinch point of the sliver. And then I don't know what the next view is, but the inside of your space feels really special. And like, I think sectionally, there's some like lovely stuff happening there.
Yeah, I agree.
That's it. Mhm.
Yeah. Do you mind going to that axon that you have? Because I think that's one of my favorite drawings that you presented.
Like the entire building?
Oh, wait, go forward one. Yeah, this one. So this, I like this because like Max mentioned, it's so playful and planned. And I think I lost some of that playfulness on the facade and the elevations. But here, I see it. And here I'm really excited again for what you're doing. Basically how those cuts and plan introduce themselves in the facade. And yeah, I don't know. This studio is hard because you have to tackle a lot of things and not a lot of time. And I think you're on the right track with your facade. And this idea that I guess you're sort of playing with the colors, right? And everything's in the same plane, but at certain conditions, you can see a window, and in certain places you can't.
Mhm.
And I think there's something to that it's not quite fully developed yet, but I can definitely start to see that in this drawing. Like it's almost as if maybe by where you change colors, you're sort of mimicking where there's cuts within the building. And there's this cool relationship between the facade and what's going on in plan. And maybe there's not actually a cut behind that window. Maybe it's just another room, just like there is on every floor. But the facade is kind of just playing with you and making you second guess what you think might be there in plan and might not be.
Mhm.
Can you go back to the axon that's a little bit before this, that's zoomed in more? Maybe there. Oh, wait, stop. Go forward. Maybe this is the one I'm thinking of. Thank you for throwing in the honeydew graphic. I think it captures the spirit of what you were after in a really lovely way. I would suggest maybe thinking about like this cut zone as like stepping back just a little bit. Like it could just be 6 inches or a foot, but I think not to be too literal about the diagram of the honeydew, but like if we think about it as the crust and then the yummy insides, you almost want a little bit of a break between those two, just to kind of exaggerate the difference between the rough and tumble shell and the like really desirable inner bits.
Mhm.
And I don't know, now that I see this presentation, I feel like maybe this cut just goes away. I don't know if it's that legible in plan or in whatever.
Is that the service area?
Uh-huh.
Is that okay?
It's the libraries are stacked. So I mean, what you're saying, I don't disagree. I think I kind of hung on to it as an initial idea, and then I just didn't let go of it. But yeah, it's just connecting stacked program because the libraries are all on that side. And then I thought when I only had the courtyard and passage that because it already looks kind of additive when the gate isn't represented. That's why I originally called it like a connecting cut because I don't know, I didn't want that area above the service alley to be so separate.
Gotcha.
I've got a quick question about your libraries. Were there different levels, like libraries on each floor? Was there a double height library? It looked like you had a double height gallery somewhere.
Right, the libraries are, I'm going in the wrong direction. The libraries are on each floor. That was just
Okay.
a program requirement and the gallery's double height, so.
Okay.
They're in that like top left corner.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sorry, can you go back to where your gallery space? is in plan? Okay, yeah, right there. Yeah, part of me even wants to like remove the first floor wall where that slice is, and basically like open up that whole corner as the entry into your building. And then maybe move the gallery to the second floor, and it's kind of just like this zone that's like beckoning you in, because I mean the funnel really reminds me of the beacon in town, where you walk into that interior courtyard, and it too kind of funnels into the building. And or maybe I don't know, maybe the gallery is at the back of the funnel that sort of brings you in, kind of like what you mentioned, Emily, where there's some sort of grand piece of art right there that's beckoning you into the building. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like this idea of just totally opening up that corner entirely and making it like this cool, this public plaza on the corner where you can kind of stumble into the funnel as you're walking around the building and like, oh, what's back there? What's inside of this cantaloupe? Let's find out. Or honeydew, sorry.
Do you guys have any thoughts about the elevation and things that Talasia could explore? Like I think the plans are working really well in a lot of ways, and the elevation seems like the piece that needs some more love. And so I was just curious if y'all had any thoughts about precedents or just like approaches or things that you do to kind of work through an elevation.
Yeah, I think you were starting to get to it, Emily, when you were kind of marking up the axon, but I think maybe a third element that could be introduced is kind of like a screen. So if you thought about that corner dissolving into some kind of screen material that opened things up a little bit and pulled you into the funnel. I mean, I think in general, I feel like the materiality and how you're treating it is a little bit unclear, because I feel like where you're making these carves, you want to be distinguishing it differently. You know, you want to be switching material or saving those special moments, because I think this idea of like green honeydew color panel with the honeydew color glass blending together could.
Oh, okay.
Back. Sorry, I'm not sure where I cut out, but basically, like maybe that green panel to green glass is really just saved for the interior space of your courtyard, and that's where you kind of like experience this interest pulling you in, and maybe you're kind of hinting at it from that first cut, then you get a glimpse, but otherwise you're pretty restrained.
Mm-hmm.
I think restrained is a good word. You know, because specifically I'm looking at the fenestration here, these little double wide, that's a trailer, not a window. But anyways, the windows, these silver kind of windows that you have here, they're very restrained and or strict, and or, you know, there's something about them that seems a little bit out of place here in what you're doing. So thinking about what the windows are in relationship to what's on the inside. If there are things that you can open up even more to add some more horizontality to it, for instance, you know, I think that would be a good way to, you know, play with the fenestration there. I don't think that you have to be married to this kind of really repetitive stack on stack on stack. And especially if we're thinking about just enlivening the elevation, quite frankly, you know, windows are good for us, and especially if you use them or treat them in some really interesting ways, in the same manner or with the same kind of lovingness that you do with the opening into the space itself, the entrance. So yeah, they feel like they're secondary to everything else.
Yeah, those sort of standard double hung windows, they're kind of screaming at me to be in the same style as the panels that you have. And maybe you pick, because it looks like right now you have maybe 2 or 3 different size panels. And maybe you play with the sizes of those panels, and you're switching between the 2 colors of the honeydew. And as Amber mentioned, depending on what's going on in plan, that informs whether that panel is a certain color or if that panel is a window. But that's how you get some play and variation within a sort of standard set of 3 panels and 2 colors or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You sort of set like a really base logic, and then you find ways to find variation within that logic.
And there's a great precedent that Emily has put in the chat for us.
Yeah, I just put that in the chat because one of these guys, when they were talking about a screen or a scrim, it made me think, Taylor, if we think about, I know you want windows, corresponding to logical places within the building. And so maybe the idea is that you let windows be where they want to be for the like green carve, but then you have that really like perforated scrim or screen over that kind of helps to unify the facade, even though you can see like particular things happening beyond. And it doesn't have to be green, but I think that project that I sent has a copper facade or something like that patinas in time. And it might give a little bit more texture and depth to that carved bit.
It's interesting what you showed, one of the diagrams that basically was illuminating why you can't have any windows because you're too close to the party wall in your setback. And I think it's like, up to 10 feet or something like that. It's where you can only have like 15% permeability. I was curious. I was hoping like, well, maybe there's going to be like a hefty enough setback to where they can actually like engage or like enliven that side of the building so that it's not so back of house. Mm-hmm. Because no one's really saying that you have to take the entire footprint of the site, right? I mean, you could think of it as a way to really kind of create a 360-degree project, because I this is just a general comment, guys. You weren't really trying to attack that with this project, but I think it would be interesting to consider what that would do. But no, you're putting all your energy here into this corner, which is clear.
All right. Well, Taylor, this is really minor, but can you go back to the axon that we were looking at earlier with the one that's like more zoomed out than the one I was drawing on? My like closing thought that I just wanted to pin for a minute is like this drawing here, I think is lovely. And maybe just to go along with your partie, like these bits of roof you think of as green roofs or like highly vegetated roofs. And even in the diagram, we're kind of like reading them as part of that cut, just in the way that they're kind of treated, even diagrammatically, like as a little vegetated area. And then these become like boring old cantaloupe rind, honeydew rind parts of the roof that are like, yeah, functional, but these are really special.
Gotcha.
Thank you for this, Taylor. Any other thoughts before we move to Clara?
Thank you.
All right, Clara, well, it's your turn.
Okay, let me share my screen. One second. Okay, can everyone hear me and see everything? Taking that as a yes. Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Clara Gardner, and this is my proposal for Prospect New Orleans office space. The site is located in the Central Building District, a block away from Lee Circle and adjacent to the World War II Museum and Contemporary Arts Center. Currently, the site is occupied by a parking lot, but the proposal suggested here, this is the roof plan, the main entrance up to the building is off of Camp Street, which is where the main flow of traffic is, and you enter here through the primary courtyard. There were two driving concepts for this project, one that deals with program organization and the facade strategy, and the other relating to the overall general massing of the building. The first concept is a jumping off point for the project. The main client of this project is Prospect New Orleans, a citywide contemporary art triennial. As such, the question arose of how does art and architecture intersect? Drawn to Mondrian with the greater geometries and the proportions regarding the division of space, these elements were reflected in the organization and the layout of both program in both plan and section. The second concept concerns the overall massing of the building and the creation of the H. The extents of the volume here, which does not take up the entire site, are 100 feet long, 130 feet wide, and 73 feet tall. I began by carving out a central courtyard, which invites people in from the street. Here is where Camp Street would be located. Another mass, wrong way, was carved out of the back of the rear of the building to create a green roof or a terrace on the second floor, which is located above the cafe. Another green roof here, our garden terrace, was introduced on the 5th floor. And finally, another mass was carved out of the base of the building, which creates an overhang, further inviting people from Camp Street and allowing for air circulation into the courtyard. Initially, the program was divided by mass, Prospect on one side, and then all the rentable office space on the other side, with a bridge connecting them. This bridge would also house a main staircase and would act as a central passageway between the building. However, with this division of program, it would mean that this central staircase would not be used. So the question became, what changes could be made to encourage the travel between these two masses? And the answer was to divide the space and swap some of the programmatic elements from one side to the other. As such, on the ground floor, here houses the most public programs, which includes an art gallery, the cafe, and a community room here. And here's a spill out space where people can go during intermissions for performances, etc. Further shared program, such as the event space here and a library here, is located on the upper floors of this southern mass. The offices that are specifically for Prospect do remain on this northern mass here. However, the rentable office space spans both masses, further encouraging travel between the two, and ensures the occupants have access to both the roof curtains here and then the one that was further down. Each side mass has its own core for circulation, and here's the central bridge that was mentioned before that connects the two. And then just to finish off the massing, here are the mechanical and service spaces, such as like the AHU rooms, which are located on each floor. And here's the overall mass in context of the site. One of the main components of the building is the circulation. There are two fire stairs, one located on each of the main masses, and monumental stairs at the center of the building. The primary mode of vertical circulation is the monumental stair. However, this stair also acts as a bridge linking the northern and southern masses and is the main form of horizontal circulation. So that's the orange here. The monumental stair and the bridge in general is a major point of the project. This can be seen even in the structural materiality. The building is built using a hybrid system of steel and mass wood timber. The monumental stair and bridge is a major element of the project and designed to be light and airy and lie in stark contrast to the more stereotomic side masses. As such, a different type of building material is used. To achieve this very thin structure, the bridge is constructed out of steel with W-flange beams, corrugated steel deck, and concrete floor toppers, while type 4 construction with glulam beams and columns and CLT panels is used for the stereotomic side masses. CLT panels used here as well are used in the construction of the core, which is used to help counter the lateral loads of the building. Now I'm quickly going to take you through the floor plans of the building. And here's the ground floor, and which I mentioned before is the most public, with the interior of the building housing the gallery, cafe, and community space. However, the exterior of the building is also a point of interest. The entrance courtyard invites visitors off the street here. So here's Camp Street, and here's the entrance. These visitors either walk under a canopy of trees and up the steps, or they could also take the ADA accessible ramp here. However, part of the natural pull into the building through this courtyard also comes from this area here, which is the covered outdoor space that was mentioned earlier from that setback. And this casual outdoor space could actually be used as like an outdoor theater. These steps that span the full length here can be used as seats, and passersby are drawn off of the street by the live action theater or art that is being performed right here. The second floor houses the community space, which is this yellow, so here. And we can see that this room here is a double height space. And you can see, yes, the event spaces, and then here you start seeing the meeting rooms and the offices for Prospect. The third floor, which mainly houses offices again for Prospect up at the top, and then also the rentable spaces down here. And then on the third floor, there are also 2 kitchens, one for Prospect and one for the rentable tenant space. The fourth floor, of course, more office space, and then the library, which is also double height on half of it. So the library, which is in purple here, and then as you can see on the 5th floor, here it is as well. And then here you have that outdoor terrace space on the 5th floor as well. One second. So it's also important to examine the building through section and elevation. And here's a picture of the western elevation taken along Camp Street. The corresponding section gives insight into the division of space within the building and the location of double height spaces, such as the community room down here. And then you have a lobby place here. And then here's this library with that double height space also. You can also see here the carve out, the carve back in the street here, and then the carving up here for the rooftop terrace. Here's a section that's cut perpendicular to the previous section through the northernmost mass. Again, you can see the carve out spaces here and here. And you can also see where the double height spaces. And then along the back here is where all the AHU rooms are and other mechanical areas. This section is taken in the same direction, but instead of cutting through one of the side masses, which is made out of timber construction, this cut is made through a steel bridge. You can see the change in the structural materiality. You can see like the W flange beams here, and then like closely the steel decks. In this view, you can also see the outdoor terrace space with planters in the back here, which is above the cafe, and then the main courtyard that acts as the main entrance sequence into the building. In the section perspective, you can see the main entrance and courtyard more clearly. Visitors are invited off the street either by walking under this canopy and up these steps here, or to this using this ADA accessible ramp. The event space here, just to orient you, with a double height space. Sorry, the community room here has a double height space, and then the event space here looks down into the community room. And in the back here is where the cafe is, above is the terrace, and then this, of course, is that monumental stair and bridging element that goes between the 2 structures. And here's an overlay of some of the environmental strategies. Sun shading is provided by the louvers, which are varying spacing and length. Some are straight, some are on an angle, and some are operable, meaning they're able to move completely. And then here is that rain garden courtyard, which is with permeable paving here and trees, which is used, to confine the site's water management strategies. Water management can also be examined in section. Water is collected by the planters on the green roofs and rain garden, and permeable paving is used when possible. Another main component of design is the facade composition. The 2 primary goals when designing the facade, one is for the bridge to be light in areas possible, and 2 is to create a sensible louvered facade strategy that is dictated not only by the orientation which is like the southern facade has primary horizontal louvers, while the eastern, western, and northern facade employs vertical louvers. But also this facade strategy mirrors the interior program. In this way, a hint of the initial Mondrian concept can be viewed on the exterior facade as well. These are some precedents for the facade strategies. The first regard to materiality. As a hot and humid climate, Ipe wood is ideal for creating the siding and louvers. And then the second precedent here just illustrates a similar facade strategy with louvers of various spacing and the wood with the wood and operable like panels and facade louvers. Here's the western elevation taken along Camp Street that we've seen before, and you can see here they're primarily vertical louvers. And then here is the southern facade taken along Andrew Higgins Boulevard, and you can see they're primary horizontal louvers. Here's a detailed exploded axon that explains the assembly of the CLT paneled walls, the facade here with the windows and louvering system, and then even a cutout here of the planters. And he just kind of zoom in. Here's a solid wall with the CLT makeup. And then here's how one of the windows would work with the louvers. And this is specifically for the steel area, just to give a little variation. And then here's that same drawings, but in context. You can see plan, elevation, section, and then the detail call outs. And then here is just some vignettes to illustrate the approach to the building from the southwest corner, just to show the building in context. And then we talked a lot about the bridge, so it felt fitting to show a view from the bridge looking out towards Camp Street. And then here's a view looking north on the bridge, as if you're walking from one side to the other. And then just to take you through information stuff, like we have life safety, just to make sure everything's up to code in the mechanical systems. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. You had a lot, not really moving pieces, but a lot of moving pieces. Specifically,
yeah, I can take you back through anything if you have any questions. I already talked a lot, but I'll be happy to explain something more, clarify something.
Well, I was saying that to say I think that you were very clear in a sense with your thought process. You talked about what you previously had considered for the program, issues with that, and then how you came to this new program, and that was super clarifying and also really helpful to think about the kind of programmatic details that you put in, and especially how you didn't want to isolate Prospect necessarily if you were tied to or married to this notion of the H as the main floor plan. So that was extremely helpful. I will say, of course, thinking about kind of inspirational, like Mondrian, I was like, where does Mondrian come into this with New Orleans, right? But I think that as a more kind of formal aspect in how you used louvers to express the different spaces and all those things, that was really compelling and convincing, right? So like initially I was like, but again, right, like as you move through the ways in which that informed your design decisions, it became a little bit more workable for me. So I think that that was a really successful kind of progression that you showed here.
Yeah, I agree. I was a little hesitant to see the Mondrian Square in the beginning, but you were able to pull off a very like New Orleans feeling building. I love the experience that you're crafting here. I think you have the most successful experiential stairwell. I love that you pushed the courtyard towards the front of the street. And you created this space, this sort of entry space where it seems very conducive to public gathering that we all love to do in New Orleans. Like I could imagine like a brass band playing like right there in front of that stairwell, and you're walking around, you're leaving your office, you're crossing the bridge, and you're engaging in that space below. So I really love that, and the materiality of it as well. I like how it seems that you're really picking up on the CLT and I guess highlighting the structural system that you chose. You know, you're not hiding it behind a different type of system. You're celebrating that system as, you know, a decorative piece as well. I think that was really successful in your scheme. So yeah, I really enjoyed sort of the circulation patterns that you built, and thank you for that.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this project at the end in light of the previous ones that we just saw, because it feels, and I don't know if you like hit all the program numbers, but I don't know if it matters. But anyway, it's like, it's so much more delicate and light on the site. Just the massing sizes feel appropriate, you know, like for a double loaded type of structure, you really don't want to go wider than 50 feet. And I think you stayed at like 40 feet for those slender bars. So that felt really good. And the kind of spaces that you're creating feel like they're going to get a lot of great natural light, and they just feel nice and appropriately scaled. So, and I agree, the courtyard placement as an entry sequence along the street in kind of putting some urban design thought into it, and how you might be able to blur that edge a little bit, right, with a landscape intervention is, I commend you for that. That's definitely like thinking a little bit more expansively than just the building itself and trying to hit program, but like, how does this thing touch the ground, and how will people really be invited into the space itself? So that was just awesome. I think I really like that you pulled the building away from the neighbors, but I don't think we ever got to experience that necessarily in the presentation. So it would have been great to kind of be able to insert ourselves onto that green roof that you made back there. I think that's a cool space. Seeing that, and I would just be curious to kind of orbit around the design a little bit more, because I think the spaces that we saw were successful, but you know, seeing the rest of it would have been cool.
I do have a question on your first, I'm pretty sure it was your first intervention, which was going to that H shape for the floor plan.
I could go back there if you like.
Yeah, can you just remind me of what your thought process there was?
Yeah, hold on, it's glitching. Hold on. It's taking
Catching up.
There we go. So first it was the box, then it was like giving people an entrance from the street into the space. Then it was cutting back for that outdoor terrace that was above the cafe. And then it was all about kind of how to set things back from the streets, because looking at this H overall could be very imposing on the site, but you want it to be something that welcomes people into it. So having this first, that large courtyard cut back, and then even having one of these just side areas cut through just allows the traffic on the street to be like, oh, look, I can just like go in there. It's not just a wall right up against you just enter into. I wanted to be more gradual and like a pulling in.
So I think my only hesitation, it was not with this part, it was, I think you mentioned at a certain point where you started to add in the programming. You initially split it between.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, so this makes sense. And then you mentioned, well, I didn't want the office space to be totally separate from Prospect. So let me sort of swap a few spaces back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess for me, I had a little hesitation with that, because this is such a specific move. Mm-hmm. And then to sort of go back and say like, well, maybe they should be sort of more mixed together.
I would say, sorry, continue.
I was just gonna say that just makes me think to myself, well, maybe there's a better shape than just the H if you're trying to mix the program in a different way. because this is so direct. Like this screams to me like these spaces want to be separate. And there's certain really great spatial conditions that you got out of this game, which we've all, just discussed. But from a programming standpoint, I guess it's not the clearest way to delineate those programs, I guess.
Yeah, I will concede that fact. The main switching of programs became less of office space, but more in the public and private stuff. So like here, it's just pretty much all public stuff that then takes up not only one side or the other side, but it kind of bridges throughout. And then with this, it's like, yes, the event space and the library is on one side, but my understanding is probably that also Prospect will use this library or Prospect's holding an event, to celebrate the art or the triennial, they'd use this space also. So that's why it's just mainly in these two areas where it is a sharing of space, but then, oh, my thing's frozen, but Prospect then still remains on that one side, so.
I guess maybe what would have been a little more convincing for me would be for those two floors, programmatically, it's more of an idea of the levels being the same. So you're moving from one side of the H to the other through that bridge, and there's some sort of cohesion per floor, as opposed to there's one side here and a different side on the other. But regardless of that, I think the benefits of what you're getting from that split sort of outweigh maybe what I'm yearning for is a more simplistic shape for the programming the spaces, but that's all.
I'm gonna bounce off you, Taylor, because I completely hear what you're saying about that and the way that it was resolved. But I also imagine that there was like a moment that Clara had where she was like, I have not given up this stairway. I'm not giving up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I can see, I'm like, that's probably something that happens when you're laughing. I'm like, okay, I get it. I get that you have this kind of love and desire for this moment in this circulation. And yeah, so those are the kinds of things that you have. I don't know what the word is, but it seems like
you gotta leverage certain things, I guess. And I think you chose the right things to leverage.
Yeah.
There's something I haven't really thought about. This feels unfair to bring up, Clara, because I've been looking at your work for a while now, but it's occurring to me that the way that we diagram things in the beginning starts to shape the way that we develop them as we go. And so what's curious to me hearing you give this presentation is that my question is the bridge part of the building, well, let me say this. When you diagram this strategy as starting with the zoning envelope and then carving away, we understand it differently than if you had given us a flat site and then say I added one building, I added another building, and then I made a bridge that connects them. That is, it's not like the green chunky bits. It's this delicate gray connector bit. Like when we think about it in that additive way, the bridge suddenly seems other than the chunky program bits.
Let me bring something actually right over. I had a physical model that I built back in the day for a study, and pretty much it was like that.
Yeah. And so I bring this up right now because I'm wondering, when you show the facade with the louvers and everything, what's curious to me is that it seems like the louvers, while they have their own particularness based on which side they're facing, like which solar orientation they have or what the program beyond might be, they seem to be applied in a similar logic or fashion around the program bits as the bridge bits. Like it's a similar louver similar material, similar scale, more or less.
This stuff. I guess we can go to this facade.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a little, I guess they do break apart, but part of me wonders if the solar screening or the second skin type of thing on that bridge wants to be radically different. Like, does it want to be a green screen or like, I don't know, does it want to be something that speaks an entirely different language, or does it want to speak the same language, more or less as the
I guess, like, if I were to, further develop this project, that would be a thing to think about, because already the structural systems are very different. It's mass timber versus steel construction.
Yeah.
So why not heighten that difference? Furthermore, you are right that the courtyard is like within the central area anyway. So somehow like changing that to, I don't know, be different, could be like a green wall, could be whatever, that could be an interesting like further development if I were to continue phasing it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think you've done a wonderful job of developing and like thinking through things and producing drawings that are convincing. And to me, that's a further avenue of exploration that could be interesting, is how that middle piece gets skinned or thought of materially in a different way, since it's different in all the other ways, like structurally and diagrammatically and all that.
So why was it kind of just like a programmatic thing that you decided to do the green roof on the cafe on the first floor? Because it seems like kind of just like a little moment over there.
So the cafe was the cafe was on the first floor because it was also kind of going by program, being one of the most public things. It would be accessible not only to visitors, but also to people who work there. So I wanted it to be like on the ground floor. And the placement of the cafe, it honestly stemmed back from like eons ago. Back when it was actually had to do with the whole Mondrian strategy, which I know not all of you are a fan of right off the bat, but if we just go back here, it was taking this grid, and then originally this is where like the green roof was going to be too. So it was like important. So it was breaking that grid out because this is a unit of 5 rather than a unit of 20 feet. So it was like taking the 10, 20 feet grid and then breaking it, and then by 5 feet here just as a step back. So it came from that. Long time ago, it's happened to stay there. And then it was also because then that H shape was created, that could be a place that was like enclosed, but still like enclosed, like as in private, but still open to the air. So it's a good place that you would be like not bothered by the noise and bustle of the street and the cars, but you'd still be outside. So that's what's in the back here. And then
Can I speak for Clara for a minute too? I guess speak.
Yeah, go for it.
It's a bad way to phrase that, but you've looked at other artists beyond Mondrian that Tiffany suggested, and
yes, I have.
Slide is a shorthand. I think one of the things you were interested in, if I can remember the early weeks of the semester, was this like connections between art and architecture and ways in which we can look to art for organizing ideas and like basically kind of start to translate between the two, given that Prospect is an arts organization, but recognizing that it's not just Mondrian. There are many that have this style of like an underlying structure and logic to the drawings, and using that just as a conceptual jumping off point without being super literal. And so using an artist that has a really discernible structure to their paintings was an easier translation, like starting off point, than somebody like, I don't know, just like some random artist, Jackson Pollock. It would be really hard to start to translate that into a structural system, whereas Mondrian or artists working in that vein, it's easier at least in a comprehensive studio to start to make those connections. Not to say you're taking the easy way out.
No, all good. I am very drawn to structure and that sort of logic in general and the geometry. So That's just kind of the way my brain works.
Tiffany gave her a lot of women artists to look at, which we're not seeing here.
I know.
So I had another question, and this is like, I guess, the view that we didn't see. So the main entrance is Camp Street, right? We're coming in on Camp Street.
Here we are.
Okay, so have we seen what the building looks like from Andrew Higgins Boulevard?
There is an elevation, but and then there is I guess a vignette perspective. So I can quickly go to the elevation. Let me actually maybe I can click escape and then
give us the corner view. That's probably the more.
Oh, the corner view, yeah, that'll work. Hold on, it's getting there.
Oh wait, okay, yeah. No, so my
facade and along edge, and then I'm just gonna quickly getting the it's being slow. There we go.
It's okay, Clara. So
so yeah, here's Camp Street, and then this is Andrew Higgins Boulevard along here. So trees kind of blocking it, but
do you know? I'm gonna let you know where my question's going. Is like overall, this is a fantastic project, and I feel like Andrew Higgins Boulevard might be the back, like the stepchild, the redheaded stepchild. No offense to anyone who's redheaded or who's a stepchild. Of facades, right? Because I'm not really sure what's going on there. And part of the beauty of a corner site is that you have two facades, right? And so I was thinking about what made you really kind of married to camp as a main entrance versus, say, folks coming off Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And maybe it's that there's more. Well, I'm not going to give you the answer.
Well, you almost gave the answer I was about to give, but Camp Street is the more highly trafficked street. And then you can kind of see in the background here, but this is where the World War II Museum is. But so there definitely are people around here, but I would say the main flow of traffic, whether it's cars or people, is traversing Camp Street. So it made more sense then for people to be drawn off of the street into the courtyard this way, rather than people like turning the corner and then entering in from this direction. It was more like a logical decision in terms of that.
Yeah, so I will say corner sites, they're the type of thing where you can excite both sides of the facade as something that will really bring someone in. I mean, that's the beauty of a corner site, quite frankly. So just something to think about there.
Thanks.
Well, we've got a few more minutes if there's more comments for Clara, but we could also transition to closing comments in general, just kind of depending on how y'all are feeling, Max and Amber and Taylor. Closing comments. Any thoughts before we end the afternoon?
I will stop share so we can see everybody.
Thank you.
This made me miss New Orleans more than I already miss New Orleans, and I already miss it a lot. I was like, oh, like I know where you are. I understand the site, all the intros into the site, all the different ways that you. I was like, yes, this view, that view. It's beautiful work. It's really impressive given our circumstances, right? That you all are able to do this amount of research, thoughtful research into program, into materials, into structure. It's yeah, for me, it makes my heart go pitter patter to see all these presentations and a really important organization in New Orleans and ways that you all think about how to meld your design, schematics with the mission of this particular organization. Is just really, really great. So it made me miss architecture school a lot. But again, you all did a really fabulous job in terms of introducing these projects to us. So I thank you for that.
Amber, you got to come visit when traveling's a thing.
Look, I am trying to come. So I got a team, y'all. I'm trying to bring the kid down. I'm like, you got to experience New Orleans with me. Okay, you can experience it when you're grown, but come with Gomo.
He's Insider's Tour.
I'll jump in. I think it's always challenging with the comprehensive studio because you've got to try and lump in hit all the checklists, right? You got to hit the structures, you got to hit mechanical, got to hit sustainability, site analysis. So it's just a great exercise, I think, in trying to always question yourself along the way of like, what is my core design idea, right? And how do I advocate for it? And how do I integrate all of my systems such that my core design idea is amplified? And so everything you're doing as it relates to structure, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, all that stuff is with the intent of amplifying that idea. So I think this is just a great exercise in kind of thinking comprehensively about those things. One thing that I was thinking of seeing these presentations was there's kind of a tendency to take these masses, put floor slabs down, and then do a series of columns, right? That works, that's structure. But what are the other ways that you can do that? I mean, load-bearing walls is one way to do it, right? Thinking about how you might extend a structural volume to like a plinth, right? So if you create multi-level structural plinth, then you might be able to change your structural strategy above that and create some really awesome different spaces horizontally in the structure. So I think challenging yourself the next go around to consider like, how do I break out of just, because like, so sometimes you don't want to see a column in the space. Sometimes you want it to just be the space. And it sometimes that just supports the architecture that you're trying to produce, right? So challenging yourself as you continue designing and thinking about how to integrate the systems is definitely kind of the next step. So I really enjoyed seeing all the work today. Nice job. I love the thoughtfulness to sustainability. I mean, that's definitely what we're talking about every single day in our office. So appreciate that a lot and how it's informed the decisions. Yeah. So time to celebrate.
Yeah, just to piggyback off Max, I know how challenging this semester is, and you guys did a really excellent job. And I feel like each year that I see the work, it gets more and more complex. You guys put a lot of time and effort into a lot of the energy analysis, sustainable features, and I really appreciated that. I'll just say one last thing that has nothing to do with the conversations we've had today, but someone always says it, and I'm going to be that guy who says it this time around. And it's probably the last thing you want to hear right now, but it's really, really helpful to go back and update your work. This is one of those studios where when I was coming out of grad school, it's a project that is, it has so much complexity that it's a great one to show off in your portfolios. So maybe not today, maybe not next week, but at some point in the near future where some of these comments are still fresh in your mind, definitely take the time to go back and update a drawing, update a floor plan, update a rendering. It's always just good practice and something you can put in your portfolio.
Yeah, or if we picked on a drawing, just don't show that one in your portfolio. Thanks, y'all. It was really good to have your energy and like thoughts and thoughtfulness in this conversation. And I feel like what a lovely way to cap off a semester with a good conversation. So it's been great. So thanks for y'all's time. in terms of the students, I don't have any like big send-offs, but I feel like we have to mark this moment with some kind of conversation. So maybe I'll talk with y'all for another minute or two longer, and our guests are welcome to stay or go if you've got stuff to do. But yeah, thanks so much for today. This has been great.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Emily.
Thanks for having us.
So appreciate your time and all your brain power.
All right.
Well, take care, everybody.
Later.
Yeah,
Great work.
Take care, y'all.
Stick around for a minute. I'll say just a few quick things. First of all, I'm really proud of y'all. Good job. You made it. Nobody like flaked out or just disappeared or slept through final review. So that's amazing. Good job. You also that seems like a throwaway comment. Like each and every one of you kind of stepped up and really like developed your scheme, did some beautiful drawings. I think there's a couple of holes in some of the presentations that I know you'll have to fill over the next few days, but nobody like started from scratch a week ago or did any knuckleheaded moves. Like you all just kept building and like making better the stuff that you started. And so I'm proud of y'all for just like getting to this point. Good job. Pat yourself on the back. Give each other a high five. I know at least two of you are in person. Give each other some high fives. And take a minute to sleep and eat and be in the sunshine and just like, treat your body with the love and respect that that you should, because you did it. You made it through comprehensive studio, and it's a big milestone for y'all. So good job. What else? There's some deadlines. I think I'll send you guys a reminder email, but on Saturday, we're hoping that you can upload your final presentation stuff to Canvas. And if you have any questions or need any feedback going forward, like I'm still here, happy to give you feedback if you need it. Although I think most of you kind of like have what you need, but if you're working on another drawing or something and you need a resource, I'm still around. So let me know. And what else? I don't know. You've got a couple more years of school left. I'm still around if you need me. It's not just this semester. I'm happy to chat. And I'm excited to follow y'all's progress in the next couple of years and see what else you're up to. I feel like you guys are all solid people. Good job being solid people.
Thank you. Well, I want to say thank you, Emily, for a great semester and for helping us all through everything. So
yeah, you guys should be proud. I hope you're proud of yourselves and what you've accomplished. And I hope you're proud of each other. Like, give each other hugs or high fives or whatever is needed. Yay.
I got sandwiched between two amazing people for reviews, so it was good. Everyone has great stuff.
Well, that's it. I feel like I don't have any profound words of wisdom except good job.
It's not profound, but I just want to share. I'll be quick. So I'm in the process of moving with my dad, not far, just like up the road, maybe like 15 minutes. And so he had me come to the new place today because he ordered a TV, which he came here. But I was still working. And on my way here, my car, it just started smelling so weird. And I thought the wheel was smoking. And I pulled over on the highway. So anyway, the point of the story is I was like, why today? And it just sounded so ridiculous. I was like, I can't even email her because this is just like TV show type shenanigans. But my dad came and checked my car and it was fine. So I just want to share that little. And thank you for the semester. Definitely agree with Bryce. Yeah, just thank you so much.
Well, I feel like every person here has shared with me in your own way the crazy roller coaster that is this semester. And I know you have each had your own individual wild card moments. And, so much of life is just like dealing with the total randomness that comes at you. And good job doing that. Like good job, like fielding the crazy and like making the best of this semester, because like I wish that it was always smooth sailing, but it never is. Like it's never, there's never a normal. Like craziness is the normal. And so the more adaptable and flexible you guys can be, and the most you can make of like whatever hand you're dealt, like that's just a really key life skill. And so, I mean, I hope that you have normalcy in your life, but if you're like most people, you won't. And so good job, like wrangling the crazy and making the most of it. And like, I really genuinely wish you guys well. And I wish you some like good recovery and normalcy in your summer ahead. So yeah, be flexible, be a creative problem solver, and treat yourself well. All right, team. Well, with that, I guess we'll end, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, we're still live.